small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money. That's us.
Sometimes you should, you're good to be true. It means you're getting scared.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money. That's us.
Sometimes you should, you're good to be true. It means you're getting scared.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. Passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money. That's us.
Sometimes you should, you're good to be true. It means you're getting scared.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Chaud Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. Passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money. That's us.
Sometimes you should, you're good to be true. It means you're getting scared.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Chaud Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. Passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money. That's us.
Sometimes you should, you're good to be true. It means you're getting scared.
The small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money. That's us.
Sometimes you should, you're good to be true. It means you're getting scared.
The small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money. That's us.
sure you're good to be true. It means you're getting scaled.
The small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money. That's us.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 제14회 월드커피리더스포럼 개회식이 잠시 후 10시부터 시작되겠습니다. 참석자분들께서는 행사장 안으로 입장하셔서 착석해 주십시오. 아울러 원활한 행사의 진행을 위해서 여러분들 소지하고 계신 휴대폰은 진동으로 전환 부탁드립니다. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony at World Coffee Leaders Forum 2025 will begin at 10 a.m. Please make your way into the hall and take your seat. Also, please set your mobiles or other electronic devices to silent mode. 본 포럼의 공식 언어는 영어가 되겠습니다. 발표자분들의 발표 내용을 좀 더 몰입감 있게 여러분 경험하실 수 있도록 저희가 AI 실시간 통역 서비스를 제공해 드립니다. 지금 화면에 보이는 QR을 스캔을 하시면 여러분의 핸드폰으로 텍스트가 번역이 되어서 제공이 되는데요. 한국어와 영어 같은 경우에는 양쪽 사이드에 역시 스크립트가 제공이 됩니다. 여러분들 많은 이용을 부탁을 드리고요. 또한 오늘 질의응답 순서가 있는데요. 그때에도 마찬가지로 한국어로 질문을 하시면 저희 연사분께서 텍스트를 통해서 여러분의 질문을 바로 영어로 받으실 수 있기 때문에 편안하게 또 한국어로 질의응답 하실 수 있다는 점 먼저 말씀드립니다. So for the translation, and we provide AI-powered real-time translation system. So please scan the QR code on the screen and select the preferred language. Then you can view the translated content on your device. And for English and Korean service, you can view also the translated text on the screen as well. 네, 오늘 질의응답 역시 많은 여러분들의 의견 그리고 또 궁금하신 점들을 저희 모더레이터가 되신 여러분들을 대신해서 또 질문을 드립니다. 여러분들의 적극적인 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. While the Q&A session, we encourage to active participation for in-depth conversation and communication between the speakers and moderator. 네, 잠시 후 시작하겠습니다. 아직 외부에 계신 분들께서는 입장해 주십시오. 감사합니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 10시부터 오늘 월드커피리더스포럼 개회식이 시작됩니다. 우리 참석하신 내외 귀빈 여러분 그리고 참관객 여러분, 참가자분들께서는 속히 입장하셔서 앞쪽부터 채워 앉아주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. The opening ceremony of World Coffee Leaders Forum 2025 will begin in 5 minutes, so all the participants, please make your way into the hall and take your seat. 네, 오늘 또 원활한 진행을 위해서 여러분들 소지하고 계신 휴대폰 진동 모드 다시 한번 확인을 부탁드리겠습니다. Also, please set your mobiles or electronic devices to silent mode. 오늘 본 포럼은 저희가 통역을 제공해 드립니다. AI 기반 실시간 텍스트 번역 서비스를 제공해 드리는데요. 지금 화면에 보이는 QR 코드를 스캔하시면 여러분들의 핸드폰에 원하시는 언어를 선택하실 수가 있습니다. 원하시는 언어를 선택하시면 이후에 텍스트로 자막을 보실 수가 있고요. 한국어와 영어 같은 경우에는 양쪽 사이드에 역시 통역된 텍스트를 보실 수가 있습니다. For the translation, we provide AI-powered real-time translation system. So please scan a QR code with your device, then select the preferred language. And you can view the translated content on your device. For English and Korean service, you can view also the both side screen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, welcome, and thank you for your presence at the opening ceremony of 14th World Coffee Leaders Forum 2025. I am Lee Song-hye, and I'll be your MC for today. It's a great honor and pleasure to have you here for such a meaningful and a wonderful event. We'd like to express our sincere gratitude for your participation and engagement. This year, the theme of World Coffee Leaders Forum is the Architects of Gastronomic Experience. We drink coffee every day, and I believe most of you have already had your coffee this morning. In every single cup, there are different languages of flavor, culture, and experience. And this year, World Coffee Leaders Forum will focus on the people who are creating these elements behind the scene. The renowned speakers and experts will share how coffee opens new doors of gastronomic experiences and create meaningful sensory connection between people. So I hope you have a very meaningful and fruitful time throughout this forum. To begin with, let us present the opening video of the 14th World Coffee Leaders Forum. Please take a look. To World Coffee Leaders Forum, would you please give a big hand? After watching this video, I'm so much excited and also looking forward to inspiring day today. To mark the beginning of this event, I'd like to invite Danny Shin, the chair of World Coffee Leaders Forum Organizing Committee and CEO of X-Forum, the host and organizer of Seoul International Coffee Show. Please welcome Chair Danny Shin.
Welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us at the 2025 World Coffee Leaders Forum. My name is Danny Hyundai Shin, chair of the organizing committee. And it is a great honor to welcome all of you today. This year marks the 14th edition of the World Coffee Leaders Forum, held under the theme Architects of the Gastronomic Experiences. Coffee is no longer just a beverage. It has become a platform of experience, shaping how people gather, create culture, and connect with the world. And each of you here plays a vital role as the architect of those experiences. The global coffee industry, supply chain instability, and shifting trade dynamics are bringing both challenges and new opportunities. At the same time, consumer values are moving toward sustainability and authenticity, while technology is redefining how coffee is produced, served, and enjoyed. At this moment of change, we must find a new balance between sustainability and growth, tradition and innovation, and between the taste of a single cup and entire experience surrounding it. Today's World Coffee Leaders Forum is welcome these important conversations begin. Over the past 14 years, the World Coffee Leaders Forum has grown into one of Asia's leading coffee platforms for knowledge sharing and collaboration in the coffee industry. The ideas, insights shared today will play a meaningful role in shaping the next chapter of global coffee landscape. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to our speakers, partners, and all participants joining us here. I hope this forum offers you fresh perspectives, clear inspiration, and the confidence to design a more sustainable and meaningful future for coffee. You are the true architects of the gastronomic experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Danny Shin shared his opening remarks. Also, he shared his vision and the purpose of this World Coffee Leaders Forum in the rapidly changing era. And also over the 14 years, he has a new horizon of the cooperation being all with the industry, academy, all the leaders in the coffee industry. And also, Danny Shin has helped the whole city as grow into true global hub of coffee industry around the world. So to encourage the chair and organizing committee, ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause. This time, let me invite the co-chair of World Coffee Leaders Forum and the CEO of Monthly Coffee, Sung Dae-hong, to deliver his welcoming speech. Please join me in welcoming him with a warm round of applause.
Welcome to the World Coffee Leaders Forum. Though the morning air is a bit chilly today, we are truly happy together here at the Seoul Coffee Show in this beautiful autumn season with such respected global coffee leaders. This year's theme is the Architects of Gastronomic Experience. We aim to explore and innovate the coffee experience, moving beyond taste and branding. We sincerely thank all the speakers who have taken time out of their busy schedules, both here and abroad, to join us. You have been leading innovation across various sectors of the coffee and F&B industries, playing a significant role in driving the industry forward. I would also like to thank all attendees of this forum. Your passion and interest enrich this forum. And we hope that you again gain valuable insight through the diverse sessions ahead. Now, the World Coffee Leaders Forum officially begins. Let us share the profound stories that coffee tells and create meaningful moments to envision the future together. Thank you.
Thank you. Co-chair Hong gave us a warm welcoming speech. He mentioned that he hoped you gained the valuable insight, inspiration from this World Coffee Leaders Forum. Thank you for the remarks. Now we commence the session 1, which features a flavor. To begin, I'd like to introduce our moderator, Kenneth R. Olson, co-founder of Barista magazine and journalist who has closely documented the evolution and dynamics of the global coffee industry. With his depth of insight and perspective, he will enrich today's journey and lead us into more meaningful conversation. So would you please welcome our moderator, Kenneth R. Olson.
Hello, Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. This is an exciting event to be at. The World Coffee Leaders Forum is an expression of what coffee really is, an international community. Coffee can't be done in isolation. It can't be grown and processed, roasted, prepared, and enjoyed all by yourself. The great thing about coffee is the way it brings us all together from all over the world. We all explore it through our different perspectives, cultures, and backgrounds, but it all works together to unite us all. It's a very powerful community to be a part of. It's a very special community to be a part of, and I am thankful to be here today with all of you to learn more about this amazing beverage that we focus on and this amazing community we all get to be a part of. We're going to start today hearing from the co-founder, Epson Piper, and Mikkel Selmer of La Cambra. La Cambra is a coffee company out of Denmark, founded in 2013 in the city of Aarhus. So it's grown from that place, in Denmark to now span the world. They have locations in New York, they have locations in Bangkok, they have locations in the Middle East. But all of those are following the same philosophy that La Cambra has always invested in. And they have a very interesting and unique approach to flavor and to coffees. They investigate the hidden flavor in the coffee and seek to find the most best expression of that coffee, whichever brewing style you're focused on, which I think is really interesting. They don't roast just for espresso, they don't roast just for a pour over. They roast for what they feel is the best expression of flavor in that coffee. And I think that fits right into what we're talking about here today, the Architects of Gastronomy. So La Cambra is a brand that has treated flavor as a language since its inception, weaving together culture, senses, and space through their service of coffee, through their partnerships with growers, and through their expression of what coffee can be. Today we're going to hear from the CEO, Epson Piper, and the head of architecture, Mikkel Selmer, to speak on the theme of communicating through flavor. I think they're going to provide a very interesting perspective, and it's one that's been very successful for them, so I'm very interested to find out more about the story of La Cambra and what they can teach us about understanding flavor. So if Epson and Mikkel are here, are we ready to hear from them? Yes? Okay. So if I could get a warm welcome for Epson and Piper, the founder and CEO, and Mikkel Selmer, head of architecture for La Cambra, as they speak to us about communicating through flavor. Can we get a warm round of applause, please?
Okay. Thanks for coming. You ready? At La Cambra, we have always believed that flavor is more than taste. It's a way of communicating feelings and ideas through atmosphere, through attention and presence. It's all about creating this sentimental bond with the work or the product, and a bond that is not built only through storytelling and brand and design, but in our case, also through genuine sensory connections. Today, Mikkel and I want to share more about how some of these ideas have shaped our work for the past almost 15 years. From coffee to architecture and design, from interesting lamination techniques in our bakeries to soundscapes in our cafes, and of course from Denmark to New York, and later from Thailand to the Middle East, and soon to Korea and Mexico. In the beginning, our senses were sharpening. Everything felt new, of course, and we were constantly looking for new flavors, new like undiscovered smells, and new roasting techniques, and new fermentation techniques. And each discovery opened a conversation between us and the community that we were part of, and sort of like laid the foundation of a shared passion and a new way for us to see both coffee and hospitality. And coming from a fairly small place in Denmark, early on we saw the need for travel, both for inspiration and for perspective. And some of the most interesting and most important and memorable experiences for me were these like liquids of bouquets that I'm sure a lot of you have had the privilege to taste over the years. Some of these coffees that would both ground you and mystify you at the same time, and that would sort of like stop you in time. I began to realize that flavor was not just about what we could taste, but also what we could feel. And it was, for me, it was not just a fleeting moment of luck or of joy, but it felt a little bit more than that, like almost like a call to action or like an invitation to dig deeper, invitation to connect with people around me, or also in a personal instance, like a connection to drop out of college. From the very beginning, I was drawn to that like quiet moment before the sip, like everything around the cup. The silence, the rhythm of the cafes, the gesture of someone preparing something with care. That sort of became the moment of how we saw experience. And that's also where one part of Mikkel and I's collaboration starts or develops, where the sensory meets the spatial.
Thank you, Esben. When we started in coffee, we didn't talk about action values or particle distribution or Maillard reaction. We focused on the experience in front of us, gathering around the cupping table, letting the senses lead. Clarity rarely comes from adding more. It comes from removing what stands in the way. When we began shaping our spaces, we carried out that same principle into architecture. The search for clarity, not complexity, for attention, not decoration. Because architecture and design are not decoration. They're part of how flavor is perceived. The vessel you hold, the chair you sit in, the balance of light across the table. These are not background details. They're active ingredients in how flavor is perceived. Light shouldn't just illuminate, it should create layers. Materials shouldn't follow trends, they should endure. And layout shouldn't dictate behavior, it should invite for exploration. When it works, architecture becomes an invisible layer of hospitality. It quietly frames attention, creates calm, and invites presence. So instead of design as expression, we think of design as preparation.
Before we taste, we already feel. Our senses are preparing through atmosphere and light and space. The sound of a grinder, the light in the morning, or the way that the time slows when someone hands you the cup. These are all the invincible structures that change how we perceive flavor. We have learned this through much travel and through encounters with other cultures. Both in Japan and also in Korea, not always, but sometimes, the quieter pace has taught us the importance and the value of precision. In New York, the energy and the speed became part of the experience. Each of these places have shaped how we think about hospitality and how we design not just for form, but for feeling. Each culture has its own tempo. In Denmark, we're comfortable with pauses, with quietness and some distance. These nuances change how people perceive time and attention, and therefore how they experience flavor. Our work has always been about learning from these differences and not imposing one idea everywhere. We try to listen, let context guide us, and try to express the same underlying feeling of calm and clarity. And more importantly, it's about an open exploration, and we let it be a conversation, an ongoing exploration between us and the guests that we serve. That's also where architecture becomes essential, giving shape to these cultural dialogues.
Thank you. Translating emotions into form begins with listening. We listen to the people, to the city, and to the experiences on our travels. Before drawings, before materials, there's conversation. In New York, we learned about intensity, how density and speed shape both the room and the atmosphere. And in Bangkok, we learned about contrast, how to find light in the shadow. And in Oman, we learned about generosity, not as decoration, but as function. And back in Copenhagen, we translate those impressions, giving form to what we've absorbed abroad. We use rhythm to create calm, layers to spark generosity, and light and acoustic to shape attention. Each emotion or mood becomes something physical, a rhythm, a proportion, a texture. But more importantly, it becomes atmosphere. And when it works, you can feel it instantly. The body settles, the mind slows, and maybe even the coffee tastes a little better. Honesty in material is one of our core foundations. We reduce the palette, limit the number of finishes, and give each material a clear voice. The fewer materials we use, the stronger the dialogue becomes. We choose authentic materials, wood, stone, steel, surfaces that record time rather than resist it. A cafe is a living place, not a showroom. A table that darkens with use, a floor polished by footsteps, and a brass handle that remembers every touch. These are not flaws, but evidence of life. Imitations, on the other hand, promise zero maintenance and deliver zero memory. Real wood scratches and real stone stains, and yes, those first scratches always hurt. But when I walk into one of our cafes and the material speaks quiet and truthfully, that's when I'm proud of working in a company that values longevity as much as the bottom line. Light, acoustic, and temperature. They are the invisible framework of experience. When they fail, nothing else works, because in hospitality, comfort is the precondition for presence. Lighting is central. Thoughtfully designed light shapes the space and sets the atmosphere. We work with light in layers, natural light wherever possible, general light for orientation, and focused lights for intimacy. But darkness matters just as much. Contrast gives clarity, and shadows gives calm. We tune every element, lux, lumen, CII, beam, angle, honeycomb. It's technical, yes, but when we get it right, the eye rests, and good light doesn't just illuminate, it allows things to glow on their own. A cafe is noisy by nature, so we design for clarity, not silence. The room should carry conversation, not echo it. So we tune every surface, walls, floor, ceilings, even furniture, like instruments, shaping sound until it feels balanced and alive. Air and temperature are less visible, but they speak just as clearly. We can't relax if air moves wrong. Ventilation should be silent, steady, and without drafts. A flickering candle or a fluttering napkin is a small sign of a big problem. And all these systems, light, sound, air, work together like an invisible hospitality team. And when they align, only the experience remains.
So when we opened in New York, we entered a very different energy. The energy is fast there, it's compressed. People live closer, they move faster. In the East Village, the space became about proximity, a certain intensity and warmth. We experienced with a little bit of a different, like, there's music there, like with electronic music, that sort of like amplified the grit of that part of the city in East Village. In Soho, sorry. In Soho, it was the opposite, and we wanted to create a sense of stillness and quietness amid a lot of noise. Each cafe became a translation of the same DNA seen through different lenses. And that's, of course, also what continues to fascinate us a lot, how a lot of these different cities and places within the cities continue to inspire and inspire our work. Bushwick and later Lantern House, the Mikkel we share about now, is a good example of this, two different places of New York City. I can just do it.
I'll just talk quickly about Bushwick as well. Like after Soho, we designed the roastery and cafe in Bushwick. We built on what we learned from Soho, how difficult it was to build abroad, to communicate details over Zoom, to set the atmosphere over FaceTime, and to sense flow through Teams. So we did something we hadn't done before, a design that wasn't depending on the site itself. Bushwick is a rough industrial shell. Tolerances varied and the walls weren't straight, so we quickly realized that control was impossible. So our design became freestanding. Wall panels that doesn't touch the walls, lighting that hangs rather than embeds, furniture built off-site and simply placed. The rule was simple: nothing touches two planes. It gave us precision without pretending the shell was perfect. Each piece stands slightly apart, nothing is built in. Separation as a form giver, creating precision and calm in the final expression. And as always, functionality was a strong design driver too. We had to create a safe passage for goods going in and out of the roastery. So we turned that route into a retail spine, a back bar that doubles as a display and provides extra seats for guests working on their laptops. It's functional, but it also adds rhythm to the guest journey. Practicality didn't compromise aesthetic, it shaped it. For us, Bushwick is a dialogue between function and atmosphere, between the practical and the poetic, a place where production becomes experience. Guests drink coffee while watching it being roasted, packed, and shipped. The space is transparent, warm, and alive. Our last stop on this New York journey is Lantern House. It's different, the landlord said when he saw the design. He loves the Soho store for the warm oak interior, but our cafes shouldn't feel the same. Our cafes shouldn't look the same, they should feel the same. My work is anchored in the Nordic traditions of time and space. I was educated in that language, the Nordic light, functionality, and honesty. It's part of how I think, and when I travel, my surrounding change. I'm inspired by the craft, the local materials, and vernacular architecture. But I still have to translate those impressions. That's why architecture looks different, but feels the same. You can see this throughout the history of architecture too. When Utzon built in Sydney, and Aalto worked in Boston, and Fehn exhibited in Venice, the surrounding changed, but the sensibility didn't. The light was different, the materials were different, but the calm remained. It's an architecture guided by empathy, human scale, and a dialogue between details and materials. Our Lantern House location sits just below the High Line, a former elevated train line turned public park. You can still see the tracks when you stand there, and you can still sense the movement. We followed those tracks quite literally. I made the first sketches on a Danish IC3 train, and somewhere in that process, the train became part of the design. You can find references throughout, in the curves, in the furniture, and even in the textile, originally designed by Nana Ditzel for that same train. The site came with some constraints, a high flood wall, low ceilings, and heavy ductwork. But instead of hiding them, we integrated them. The flood wall now carries the furniture, adding intimacy and creating a room within the room. The low ceiling forced us to bring light and rhythm into a room that could easily have felt compressed. And pipes and ducts became part of the composition, echoing the High Line above. Lantern House isn't a continuation of Bushwick, it's a counterpoint. Where Bushwick is warm and open, Lantern House is dark and complex. Both are guided by the same search. How to translate a sensory philosophy into built form, how to make light, sound, and material part of flavor, and how to let architecture speak quietly enough for people to listen.
Over the years, we've started to see our work at La Capra as a layered journey. Each new place adds a layer, and not just of growth, but also of understanding. We move from workflow to atmosphere, from efficiency to emotion, and every new place challenges us to slow down and try to relearn again what simplicity means. In the end, communicating flavor isn't just about expression, but about attention. It's about the quiet details that shape how we feel before we understand why. And maybe that's the most, through coffee, bread, and pastries, light and space, we try to create small conditions for presence, moments where people can sense something genuine. And maybe that's the most universal language we have, to feel even briefly that we are part of the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is your shop here in Seoul already open?
No, not yet. Yeah, we're working on it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm really drawn to your concepts of using light and, I wrote it down, so it was so good. Light, sound, and air work together as part of the service team. So that's a really, can you elaborate on that? Like, what is it that you're expecting your customer, are you trying to make your customers feel something, or are you trying to open them to an experience?
Yeah, much more the later. Like, we would like to prepare people, we like to, the room not to be in the way. Personally, like, AC is my kryptonite. If there's a draft, I can't focus on anything, I'll just not be present. So we really believe that design is precondition for presence.
Yeah, it's again the idea of using design as another employee to help build your welcoming space, and yet each of your spaces is wildly different from each other. But you're finding a similarity there or a through line for your customers. So if they go to the Bushwick location or the Lantern House location, the coffees that they're getting will be the same, right? But the expression of the environment is different?
Yeah, as we both spoke about, I think that the travels and the experience that we gain when we travel, it really sets a specific mood in each location, but our approach to hospitality is the same. So of course we need to factor in different cultures that we are in and adjust to that. But I think that's just part of how our brand has always been evolving, like gaining from different cultures. We traveled very early on, also for coffee specific, when we weren't big enough for it to make sense from like a logic perspective. We were still drawn to the travels and to the experience that we gained.
And when a customer comes into your shop, what is it that you want them to experience? If they experience it exactly how you drew it up, what would you say that they're going to walk away from their feeling?
I mean, one thing that I believe we've always been rather cautious about, or internally talked a lot about, is not to confuse people a little bit as well, to make people wonder. I think that's very important for that open conversation. I think that comes and goes for everything in life. So then it's not like a certain idea for exactly how they should feel, but they should have an exploration of that themselves, that they should be drawn to of course not just the sensory aspects of coffee, but the feeling of going into our cafes and walking away with something nice.
So given you have locations in multiple countries, multiple locations within those countries, what is the unifying theme that you would expect a customer to feel at La Cabra, whether in Aarhus or in Oman, Bangkok, New York, or wherever you are? What is like the sensation or experience that you would say is the unifying one for your customer?
I mean, we hope and aim to deliver something multi-layered and something that people get drawn to. Of course, we try to, within our bakery program, within our coffee program, we aim for consistency, but I think always how hard that has been. We have learned that, of course, from moving to places when it comes to especially with ingredients, of course. But maybe you can elaborate on that, maybe.
Yeah, I would say that the multi-sensory aspect, I hope people will feel that. We pay a lot of attention, and I think early on we realized that we couldn't just focus on the coffee quality because you can't isolate it. It's also the cups, so we did a cup for each coffee, and if you zoom out further, the chair you sit in and the room you're in. So all these things is thoughtfully designed, and hopefully that shapes the experience for people, so they can focus on the coffee.
When you put such an emphasis on the design of the space, I'm curious, is when you're looking for a new location for a cafe, are you looking for any location? Are you looking for a specific location? Are there elements of the space that you must have or you must not have? Like underneath the Highline, that's, Highline is very, very cool. But the accessibility from above to below could be difficult. I don't know where you are on the Highline. But I'm just curious as to whether or not when you have such a design element, like how much is immediately in your plan when you're looking for a space, or do you find a space and you figure out what to do then?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I have a slide about that in an architecture onboarding talk that I do, and we haven't really nailed what a good location is, because I just added a few of the locations that I liked, and the slide just kept being longer and longer, and I could see it was like all these different spaces. So it just tells me that we can find beauty in everything. We have spaces where the building is historical, significant, and we have contemporary buildings. Then we have weird concrete super strange locations in Bangkok. So we have all these different ones. But I think we're a team of 4 architects working at La Cabra, and I think we set ourselves apart we are architects, but we work in interior design, but we tend to bring in that architecture approach. So we treat the room, not just the surfaces. We want to create an experience, a flow throughout the building. We want to invite for exploration, so we use sort of bigger structures for people to move around and creating a lot of flow in the rooms and a lot of exploration. So it's difficult for me to pinpoint what a good location is. I think we can find it in a lot of ways. For us, we focus a lot on the area that we're in, the neighboring synergy, and then I think in most cases we can create something remarkable, no matter like the preconditions.
I think we have time for a few more questions. Do we have any from the audience? Can't see. I see somebody down there. Can we get a mic over there to hear what the question is? La Capra means goat. Is that correct? Is it based on the Caldi myth?
I honestly didn't know about it, but I heard about it after. I just like Picasso.
Amazing. Yes.
Hello. Hi. Thank you for your speech today. It's really inspiring that you guys are communicating through the flavors and architecture together. My question is that when you come to the new coffee shop at the first time, what element makes you the most strongest impression for the first time when you enter that coffee shop? Or, yeah.
Good question.
Our shops, or if we enter a new shop, I didn't quite get it.
So what kind of elements? Is it like a architecture or like an atmosphere, or is it like a customer service or people in there? What element makes the first strongest impression when you enter the coffee shop?
Okay.
I mean, I think a little bit of what we were talking a bit about how it's hard to completely isolate the cup on the table, or how not to get like too distracted when things are working or they're not working, or like you're in an emotional state and then all of a sudden the coffee tastes better, or does it, right? And I think a lot of people in here probably would say that they're better than the average people of isolating that cup on the table, or the wine or the matcha. But I think we have just learned just to be really try to treat every single aspect of what you were just mentioning with a lot of attention and respect. There are a lot of those things that you said that we are still working on, and it's an ongoing exploration and journey. So I think we try to see it very, all together like that.
Great, thank you.
Sorry.
Do we have more questions from the audience? Do I see a hand? When you have locations globally, are you roasting your coffees in the different locations, or they're all centrally roasted? Do you tailor the coffees to the different locales?
No, the latter, no. But we have a roastery in Denmark, in Copenhagen, and one in New York. So Denmark takes care of the rest of the world, and the US is just the US market at the moment.
And are you using the same coffees in all those locations, or do you find different coffees for different locales that they tend to work better with local flavors? Or
we source for the cupping table, so we do all sourcing back in Denmark, and we don't pay so much attention for the intended use by the end user or by the cafes. We focus on finding coffees that we think is amazing and clear, and has a very clear voice on the cupping table, and then we allow for the baristas and for the end users to sort of tailor the coffee to what they want to use it for. So, as you also mentioned at the beginning, like we have this omni-roast approach, and it's sort of the same with sourcing. We don't really source specific coffees for different purposes. And so the lineup is pretty much the same. It's not the same coffees, but that's more like like a practical aspect, but the lineup is similar.
Well, I think your model is very fascinating. I love the idea of finding the best use for a coffee, not trying to fit the coffee into a predetermined use. For example, as you said, you don't look for ones just for espresso. You don't look for ones just for a pour over. You look for the best coffees you can find. Yes.
Yeah, I believe that has, I think that has changed a lot. Over the past, I would say 5 to 7 years, it's become so normal, right? It's becoming more people have definitely started doing it. I think for us, it was always just about, trying to get the best out of the coffees, and it never really worked for us when we were developing them longer, no matter what we did. And there was a lot of trial and error with that. We found out pretty early on that we had to rest our coffees for somewhat longer to sort of to balance the acidity or the brightness there. But other than that, it's just been the approach since we started. In 2011, by the way. Yeah,
2011.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So next year, 15 years.
Yeah, almost.
Fantastic. Any other questions from the audience?
Actually here.
I'm sorry.
Here. 안녕하세요. 저 질문 하나 드리겠습니다. 사실 두 가지인데요. 이 분위기랑 얼마나 유효한 질문인지는 모르겠지만 두 분께서 각 매장의 분위기를 전혀 다른 모습으로 만들므로써 색다른 매장 경험을 갖게 하셨어요. 생각하지도 못할 만큼 많은 노력과 비용이 들어갔을 거라 생각이 되는데요. 그걸 감수하고라도 그렇게 각각 다른 분위기를 만들어내게 된 분명한 이유와 동기가 있었을 것 같은데요. 그게 좀 궁금합니다. 혹시 이게 질문이 잘 전달되었을까요?
Thank you. I'm reading the transcript here. My Korean is a bit rusty. Yeah. So you're asking why we make it so complex, why we do it? I think that it started for us with the fact that we couldn't alone, even we wanted to isolate, and maybe as Espen said, at least we couldn't expect customers to be able to isolate the experience or the cup quality. We know that people are influenced by all the surroundings around them, so it made sense for us to go a little deeper. We've always been super curious, so we always want to go a layer deeper. So I think that's why we chose this multi-sensory aspect and sort of kept adding layers to our designs. And it's actually been a journey that's been going on and is still going on. Like each project we evaluate and we add extra layers to it. And why the atmosphere is different from place to place is really based on the fact that we travel and we absorb and we translate. So we don't want to just copy each store onto the next one. We want, and we always do, travel. We go to site. We know our design is so much better than when we're actually on site and being inspired by the city and by the people that we're working with. So I think it's sort of a natural journey. It's natural occurring that we do a new place. We of course have some things that we know works, but it's more like a practicality thing. The atmosphere is super inspired by the mood that the city is setting for us.
감사합니다. 사실 제가 실제로 질문드린 건 두 분이 그렇게 그 아이디어에 헌신하게 된 근본적인 동기나 이유 또는 계기에 대해서 여쭤본 거였는데요. 아무래도 번역을 이제 진행되는 와중에 좀 전달이 제대로 되지 않은 것 같아요. 그러면 빠르게 다음 질문 하나만 또 여쭤보겠습니다. 개인적으로 제가 생각했을 때 많은 스페셜티 해외 브랜드들이 한국에 지점을 내게 되면요, 본토에 있을 때나 아니면 해외 다른 지점에 있을 때의 퍼포먼스를 국내에서 잘 발휘를 못한다라는 생각을 하고 있어요. 그 점에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시고, 만약 제 생각과 우려와 어느 정도 공감이 되신다면 그 부분을 어떻게 극복하실지에 대해서도 궁금합니다.
It's a good question. I think that comes down to also what kind of company we have tried to build over the years. Personally, I'm more inspired by. I think we try to create like a lifestyle brand more than anything. We've tried like just to bring about as many talented artists as possible and creating like beautiful stories around coffee, of course. Personally, I'm excited to see a postmodern situation happening where we don't need to see scales and lab equipment everywhere, but where we can try to unleash something a little bit more interesting, sensory-wise and experience-wise. But I think to your point about staying true to that core and then really listening to where you are, we talked a bit about that at the presentation. I think that has been one of the reasons why so far what we have built outside of Denmark has worked well. A good example of how we entered New York, for example, was like a very, very different location than probably what we would find today, the one in East Village. But that happened and sort of added this like a bit of grit to the brand locally, and I thought that served us quite well, with a lot of like contrast situations going on in that city. I don't know if it was a good question. I don't think my answer was maybe not the best, but.
감사합니다. 충분히 좋은 대답이셨습니다. 고맙습니다.
Good enough. I think we have time for maybe one more question, if anyone has one. I'm fascinated with how you develop store flows for your consumers from a central location in Denmark. You have mock-ups that you are anticipating this is how the consumer is going to go through the store, or what is your strategy for that?
Can you rephrase the question?
All your stores are designed out of Aarhus, right? So you're mocking them up, figuring out how the consumer is going to come into the store, what they're going to see first, what they're going to smell, hear, and how they're going to progress through the store, right? Is that all done centrally, or is that after you find these new locations and you go there and see in person? Or are you doing that remotely?
It's done specific from project to project. Of course, we have something that we know works. We know a bar is approximately this size, but we have many different bar typologies that we can look through when we have to design a space. Then we work in 3D and create like a very detailed map of everything, so all the details in there. And I think through that we can sense the atmosphere. We have a lot of, it's a bit technical, but a lot of software that can simulate lighting and all these things. And then we work with a lot of external companies, best in their branch. We work with light companies and speaker companies and so on, and sort of develop the project in these technical areas with them, so that we have all the expertise that we need.
Fantastic. Well, I would really like to thank both of you for sharing your experience with us today, telling us about Le Cabre and your journey in coffee and your thoughts about design and space. I know I love this that you said light shapes the space and darkness matters just as much. It's such a great way to think about it. I really appreciated that, and I appreciate both you, Mikkel Selmer, and Epson Piper for taking your time to share your knowledge with us here at the World Coffee Leaders Forum. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Next up, we have a presentation that's going to be via Zoom. Giannis can't make it here today from SCA, so we have the SCA Chief Strategy Development Officer, Kim Elena Iescu. She's going to be talking to us today about redefining flavor, the next chapter of Q grading. Most recently, the SCA has pretty radically revamped the way Q grading works and the way coffee scoring works, which fits actually pretty nicely into the topics here today at the World Coffee Leaders Forum, because they are working to try to develop a language that is applicable for the global coffee community, trying to make a vocabulary around coffee that everyone can participate in. That's not a top-down, but a side-out vocabulary so that we can have perspectives from around the world all participating and all giving value to the proposition that coffee should taste good. And Kim is going to talk about the new Q grading system and offer forward-looking insights into how we perceive, define, and understand flavor. Flavor is really important, obviously, in coffee. We have a lot of time spent talking about it and thinking about it. And Kim and the team at the SCA have been doing a tremendous amount of work, and especially in the last few years, working on new flavor wheels for Arabica, for Robusta, for the global coffee community, and their Q grading changes all fit into that. And I think she is ready to go from wherever remote location she's broadcasting from today. Let's find out. Please welcome Kim Elena Iescu.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here with you, even though the circumstances, the reason I'm here is because our Chief Executive Officer, Giannis Apostolopoulos, was not able to make it. He came so close, and I know he would have loved to be there in person with you all, because nothing is better than being able to be in person, especially at an event like the World Coffee Leader Forum. It's been a few years since I was able to join, but I know it's full of wonderful conversations and lots of really interesting speakers, great moderators. So I really appreciate everyone who has helped put this together. And as I said, I'm really happy to be here and to get to talk about flavor and the next chapter of the Q Grader program. As Ken said, thank you for the introduction, Ken. My name's Kim Elena Ionescu. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at the Specialty Coffee Association. And you just saw a little video about the SCA, and so I won't do too much of an introduction. Actually, you are some of the first people to see that video. This is a branding effort that we have been working on, a project for the past few months, and we're just kind of getting now into the spirit and into the practice of sharing it. So I hope you like it. So who is the Specialty Coffee Association, though, and what do we do? For those that don't know us, the way that we see ourselves is as a global stage for specialty coffee, a place where culture, commerce, and community collide. We want to bring together diverse voices across the value chain to spark dialogue, fuel innovation, and make coffee a vibrant, relevant force for all. So if that's how we see ourselves and the role that we want to play, the way that many of you might know us is through what we do. And we do things like research on everything from brewing to coffee producer livelihoods. We use our research to inform our standards, including a standard that we'll talk about a lot today, the coffee value assessment, but also standards for professionals, standards for things like a training venue. It's pretty wide range. Those standards then underpin our education, which I know many of you would be familiar with, the Coffee Skills Program and Coffee Sustainability and Technicians, but also our diplomas, the workshops and lectures that you get at events. And then events, next year we'll have, I think, 5 trade shows around the world in Asia, in Central America, the United States, Europe, and what am I forgetting? And Dubai. So those are some of the things that the SCA does to bring people in the industry together, to exchange knowledge and foster trading relationships and to build community. For a sense of the reach, you can see some statistics here about how many people engage with us, whether that's through social media or at one of our events, the number of members that we have around the world. But in telling you about who the SCA is and what we do, I haven't answered a question that is maybe one of the fundamental questions of specialty coffee. And that question is, what is specialty coffee? And this seems like a really straightforward and simple question. But believe it or not, it's actually been a question that for the existence of the Specialty Coffee Association and maybe for specialty coffee itself has been contested. But regardless of how an individual or a company or even an association defines it, there's always been this relationship between the idea of specialty and the idea of something that is, quality, that specialty implies a certain level of quality. But that raises the question, well, what is quality? And when it comes to coffee and we say it's a high quality coffee, what do we mean? And as we have been thinking about this over the entirety of specialty coffee, but let's say for the past 5 to 10 years, it's become apparent that quality is not just one thing in coffee. It's in fact a combination of qualities of coffee. The qualities include the variety of coffee, or things like the physical appearance. That's how for a long time coffee was assessed to be high quality or bean size. But it also includes information about coffee. If we have a high quality coffee, we might want to know what country it came, who produced that coffee. So instead of just a singular quality, we've come to see qualities that make coffee distinctive and at the end of the day, that make it special. And if we plot the qualities, or attributes is another word for those qualities, if we plot those on a continuum, we see that the more distinctive and positive attributes or qualities a coffee accumulates, the more special it becomes. So if you have a few distinctive attributes, that coffee's a little bit special, and the more of those you get, if you know the farmer's name and the variety and the elevation, and maybe there's a story that goes along with it, and maybe it has an interesting post-harvest process. Those are many, many distinctive attributes that make that coffee more special and harder to substitute. You can't go out and find a comparable coffee in the marketplace. So it's far away from being a commodity. The less distinctive a coffee is, the easier it is to replace, and that makes it more like a commodity. And this is effective for our thinking because it keeps us from falling into the trap of seeing specialty and non-specialty as a binary, where at a certain point, coffee crosses a threshold and becomes specialty. And if it doesn't possess a particular attribute, or it isn't to the liking of a particular person, then somehow it is not specialty. Here, if we plot it this way, if we see it as a continuum, we can see that a coffee may accumulate attributes from the moment that it's planted through its harvesting, processing, through the way that it's even packaged and sold. And a coffee may seem very distinctive and very special to one person, and to someone else in a different context, those attributes may not be so valuable. But regardless of how many attributes a coffee has and how distinctive they are, attributes can be measured. So if we imagine a flavor attribute, like the presence of a citrus acidity, that's something that a coffee evaluator, a cupper, could assess in a coffee, and that could be measured. The intensity of that citrus acidity, the presence of the acidity. So we can document these things and begin to measure which coffees possess which attributes. And on the flip side, we can also measure which buyers or which evaluators on the other side of the trade prefer certain attributes. So if a coffee has a citrus acidity attribute and that coffee is evaluated as desirable by someone who is interested in purchasing coffees, then we can infer that that citrus acidity quality has value. And that brings us to the definition of specialty coffee that the SCA published in 2021 and that underpins the coffee value assessment. And that's the definition that's on the slide here, that specialty coffee is a coffee or coffee experience that is recognized for its distinctive attributes, resulting in significantly higher value in the marketplace. And this isn't the only definition for specialty coffee that's out there on the internet. You could find plenty of other interpretations for that, and that's okay. As the SCA, what we do is to set standards and create tools that we believe will serve the industry. That's our role. What we don't do is enforce that everyone needs to agree with our definitions or use our tools. So this has gotten us to 2021. But what I want to do now, before I start talking about the Q program, is to take us backward and get us to the present, maybe look ahead a little bit at the future in the context of coffee evaluation and flavor recognition. Because where we've been for the past 5 years, that's the recent history. But this evaluation system and this Q-Grader program to train coffee evaluators comes from a long history of coffee evaluation. And coffee evaluation has largely been done through cupping. So the next set of slides I'm going to share is a story of 4 paradigms of cupping, starting with physical grading, moving to negative cupping, to positive cupping, and then to where we are now, and the paradigm in which we created the coffee value assessment, and that's the paradigm of attribute evaluation. So here's a visual depiction of each of those paradigms. And so you might wonder, why am I talking about paradigms and not waves? Well, one nice thing about paradigm is that it has a definition that we can refer to. And here, from the American Heritage Dictionary, the definition of a paradigm is a set of assumptions, concepts, values, and practices that constitutes a way of viewing reality for the community that shares them, especially in an intellectual discipline. So one thing I like about paradigms, besides the definition that I already noted, is that it signifies, or it describes how those of us who are part of a time and a place and maybe a community like specialty coffee have certain things in common that keep us connected. And those things, those concepts and our context change over time, naturally. I mean, some of us have been in coffee for a couple of decades now. And so we have lived through multiple paradigms in coffee brewing equipment, you know, and the way that cafes look, if I can borrow from the last presenters who I was listening to. We're also living through different political paradigms now than 20 years ago. And it's wise of us to adapt our beliefs and adapt our practices to the paradigms that we're living in, as opposed to rooting ourselves in one particular set of beliefs or one methodology. We change as the context around us does. So let's go back to the beginning. Maybe not the beginning of coffee, like Caldi and the goats, but the first paradigm of coffee evaluation, which was physical grading. So as the definition suggests, every paradigm has some underlying assumptions. And the physical grading paradigm is not unique to coffee. Here we've got a photograph that, or a graphic that shows the way that the United States Department of Agriculture grades steak purely based on its physical quality, the amount of marbling versus the taste. So underlying assumptions in this paradigm, one is that coffee is a commodity, or was a commodity, and that any commodity can be classified by some kind of quality grading system, that the quality is objective, that it is measurable, and that there are physical parameters, that those are the important parameters for determining quality. Physical grading involved several tests, the appearance of the bean, you know, the color, size, shape, all of those things were part of quality evaluation in the first paradigm. The presence of defects or foreign matter in the coffee led to the designation of quality that it was given. The moisture content would be part of this also. And then roasting characteristics. Once the coffee was roasted, what was its appearance like? Some of the beliefs about quality in this paradigm. So if we talked about the assumptions already, there were some beliefs that went along with that. And through in this paradigm, high quality was believed to have been given by attributes like bean size. You know, larger beans were preferred by buyers. Blue-green color was believed to be a sign of higher quality. And now we know that coffee processing, especially in a time of very diverse post-harvest processing styles, different post-harvest processes can lead to some really different bean colors. But at this time, it was, blue-green color was what was desirable. Few defects, fewer defects was better, and high bean density. Beliefs can also sometimes be contradictory or subject to context, like Peaberry is an example of where sometimes Peaberry coffees could be assessed as high quality in the context of a full Peaberry lot. But sometimes the presence of Peaberries were seen as bad, as low quality, if it was mostly a flat bean lot with a few Peaberries or more than an average number of Peaberries. So it's sometimes contextual even within a paradigm from place to place. And one example of this paradigm that actually comes as recently as 2014, I think, the Vietnam grading system. This picture is from 2001, but pretty recently, within my time in coffee, Vietnam's grading system was still a physical grading system. So flavor was not part of the evaluation for the official grading system. And we'll get later to how paradigms can coexist, but I think this is a good example of how it's possible for one group, one region, one segment of a community or an industry to be in one paradigm, and then in another place or in another context, another group is in a different paradigm simultaneously. So if this was the first paradigm, physical evaluation, then cupping was invented. And we credit this man, Clarence Bickford, with the invention of cup testing, which then became, cup tasting and cupping. But when Clarence Bickford started, the context in which he was operating, cupping was not envisioned as a way of celebrating coffee's delicious flavor attributes and identifying high quality through the appreciation of flavor. It was really a way of finding problems and eliminating those. So for the second half of the 19th century and most of the 20th century, we've been in the negative cupping paradigm. And like the physical cupping or physical evaluation paradigm, there were some underlying assumptions in this paradigm. And one of those that was consistent with the first one was that coffee was a commodity. That for the most part, coffees were interchangeable with one another. In this paradigm, commodities were classified by experts. Grades were standard types, and those were included in the trade contract. So there were some differences that were emerging, and that usual good quality, or UGQ, coffee should be free of sensory defects. So this was a time when it was possible to not only find physical defects by looking at the coffee and evaluating its color and size and uniformity, but also to taste the coffee and find and hopefully avoid those coffees that have sensory defects. So what was the 20th century coffee cupper like? Well, there were very few of them worldwide. Few of them, we get a certification from a futures market organization. And in order to get one of those roles, those few roles, you had to do an extensive training, usually something like an apprenticeship, and it was pretty long. And in order to do an apprenticeship, and I know this is the case not just in coffee and in so many different disciplines and professions, it was a long process that really involved supporting and adopting a lot of beliefs of the master cupper who was the teacher of the apprentice. So the trade and this role as the cupper, the value was in the secrecy of it, having a special set of skills that others did not possess. The language was quite arcane or quite inaccessible, and there were a lot of barriers to entry. So it was a very specialized skill set, almost like, to draw an analogy from even further back, medieval times, when very few people were able to read and write. These people were revered. They were called amanuenses, and they had this power that so many people did not have, and so they were very respected. But that skill set was, valuable, but guarded and not shared, and it kept that skill of reading and writing inaccessible to many people. It was guarded in the same way for the benefit of those few. So negative cupping also included a highly ritualized protocol. Other characteristics of this paradigm were that there were many different protocols and approaches. So countries did not have a standardized language. It wasn't just cuppers that used these arcane or challenging terms. It was also it was tricky because countries would have their own way of classifying their coffees, and cupping masters as well. Positive attributes tended to be obscure and unclear. It wasn't the purpose of the cupping to find the positive aspects of coffee. It was to eliminate the defects, punish the ones that were not acceptable. And there was a strong focus on the absence of defects. That was how quality was determined. So if you can see here, this is from a much more, recent example of a quality evaluation, 2002 criteria, where still the acidity, body, cleanliness of prepared infusion, no off flavors, the tasting and cup quality were still relatively low importance compared to things like defect count, bean size, appearance. So it's starting to come into the practice, but it hasn't fully permeated yet at this point. And here's an example of from one particular country, Guatemala, 1999, of how this country's grading system, because like I said, every country had its own set of terms. Here it's prime washed, extra prime washed, semi-hard, hard, and strictly hard. So those are Guatemala's terms. There are some notes here about what the aroma is like, and then there are some notes about the taste. And you can see from the emphasis, what's bold and what's underlined, that it's a lot about the absence of something, so it's a coffee that's without acidity, a coffee that has little body, coffee that's thin, a coffee that's marked in some way. So the emphasis is still on finding things that, may be less desirable about something. It's really not until you get to strictly hard that you get to that, fragrant and balanced body. And we start to recognize that, oh, this is a celebration here. This is a potential for value addition or recognition of uniqueness in coffee. So some beliefs about quality in this paradigm: higher grades were given to Arabica coffees, washed coffees, high altitudes, large beans, intense aroma, high acidity, and high body. So, and then that brings us to the rise of specialty coffee in the second half of the 20th century and getting into the beginning of the 21st century. So in this third paradigm, we'll do the same thing again. What are some of the underlying assumptions in the paradigm? Coffee may be a commodity, but for the first time, we see it really emerging and being celebrated as a specialty product. And specialty coffees were recognized as being coffees that were high quality. And how was high quality recognized? Well, it's the presence of desirable attributes. We're not just looking for coffees that are free of defects or problems. We're actually searching for things that make coffee taste special, unusual, things that we really like. Another underlying assumption of this paradigm was that it would be clear to everyone which attributes would be desirable and undesirable. So quality discovery would be objective, and it would be possible to get everyone trained to evaluate coffee in the same way and agree on which coffees were special, because those would have desirable attributes. And so that's the founder of one of the founders and the first executive director of the Specialty Coffee Association of America, Ted Lingle, who is pictured here. And he was a big proponent, a big believer in the idea that cuppers could be trained to identify and score positive attributes and to grade specialty coffee. And he spent much of his career, dedicated to that idea through the Specialty Coffee Association of America, through the Coffee Quality Institute. And the 2004 cupping form is a product of this paradigm. We as an industry were really striving for a universal specialty coffee cupping protocol. And remember that this came out of the context of the second paradigm of, negative cupping, where countries had their own sets of terms and their own protocols. And we had these cuppers who were cupping masters, but they were not sharing any of their information, and they were trying to guard the knowledge that they had and the roles that they had in the industry. So coming from that context, the idea of a universal specialty cupping protocol was pretty revolutionary. You can imagine that it seems like maybe a long time ago now, where we can take it for granted now. But if you think about it as a challenge to the paradigm that came before, it could be a pretty challenging idea that producing countries could use the same evaluation protocol and the same language to describe their coffees. So in this paradigm, protocols and grades are not country specific. They're applicable to the specialty market, to buyers in different markets and to sellers from different markets. The emphasis was on discovering and rewarding positive attributes versus the punishment. This 100-point quality scale emerges. Again, I think, for many of us, for me, I'll just say that the 100-point scale seemed like an institutionalized thing, but really it hasn't been around for that long. It's borrowed from the wine industry. And it was determined that there would be a cutoff, using this 100-point scale. Where would specialty coffee start? Well, it would start at 80 points. And the Coffee Taster's Flavor Wheel in its original version was a tool of the positive cupping paradigm. But you can also see, if you see the other half of this poster, it's a wheel that's full of defects. So we're still emerging from negative cupping into positive cupping. And it was designed as a way to communicate coffee quality along the value chain, to start this kind of a common language with a universal coffee evaluation or cupping system. Other tools developed for the industry, in addition to the flavor wheel, were L'Année de Café, so there would be a common set of olfactory references, the Green Grading Handbook, and even the Agtron scale and tiles for the idea of roast consistency, or a universal language or standard of roasting. So universal calibration involved training thousands of cuppers worldwide. And here you can see an older logo of the Coffee Quality Institute, which was founded with the idea of producing countries being able to identify their specialty coffees and get a greater return or higher value in the marketplace for those coffees. Goals: objective quality grading, this idea of universal calibration, that by doing the same training and recognizing the same coffees as high quality, we would be able to standardize and agree around the world, thereby improving quality, and in the process of improving quality, leading to higher incomes for coffee sellers, coffee producers. But no, there's that persistent question. It's not quite the master cuppers of the previous paradigm, but who decides what is desirable? If there is a universally desirable coffee, who decides what that is? So here are a few of the beliefs about quality from the paradigm that many of us have come to coffee and learned. High scores are the way that we assign quality to coffee, and high scores are linked to things like Arabica is still the consistent with the previous paradigm, the species that tends to score higher using the tools that have been developed in this positive cupping paradigm. Washed coffees as well. Anyone who has used the 2004 cupping form knows what I'm talking about here, about Arabica coffees, washed coffees, high altitudes, things like the flavor of a particular place, terroir flavor, the idea of cup transparency, where you can really taste the subtle attributes of coffees, sort of a purity celebration. Heirloom varieties, so older varieties versus newer hybrids. Hand picking, solar drying, talked about cleanliness already, but sweetness, complexity, floral and fruity notes, bright acidity. These are all part of the flavor story that reflects the beliefs about quality in the positive cupping paradigm. And that brings us to this question. If this is where we've ended up with the celebration of these, particular flavors and the coffees that express those the best, that conform to the expectations of clean cup, lots of brightness, lots of sweetness, then did the paradigm create this, or did the coffees that were being evaluated this way lead to the preference for those types of flavors? So if that's universal, what happens when specialty coffee goes global? And that brings us to the present, where we have specialty coffee not only in the historic consuming markets of the United States and Europe, in the past 10 to 20 years, Korea as well, but we have specialty coffee culture in Ghana. That's Emmy Beth Kwanson. She's an incoming board director of the SCA. We have Café Jesus Martin in Colombia, not Bogota, Colombia, but a smaller town in Colombia. These days, almost anywhere in the world that you go, you're likely to find specialty coffee. And where you are is going to be, wherever you are, it's going to reflect some of the local norms, some of the culture that created it, as well as having some of the recognizable aspects of specialty coffee from the third positive cupping paradigm. So that's where we are now in 2025. That's the context in which we have created, or the attribute evaluation, the fourth paradigm, and the paradigm that the coffee value assessment belongs to. So this is the shift that we are all a part of right now. And just like any paradigm, it's got its own underlying assumptions, and it's got some beliefs associated with that. And we'll go through those too, because to me, living in 2025, a lot of this makes sense. This is what I see all around me. But at some point, the paradigm will shift again, and we'll be challenged to examine all of these assumptions and see how they relate to the paradigm that preceded it, and all of the different shared beliefs and cultural influences that have shaped our reality now. Okay, so here are some of the assumptions of the attribute evaluation paradigm. One of those assumptions is that specialty coffee markets are diverse. And because specialty markets are diverse, specialty coffees are diverse. Remember, specialty coffee is a coffee or a coffee experience. Another assumption is that there can be no universal consensus on what is desirable or undesirable when markets are so diverse. You know, coffee production has always been diverse. From that very first paradigm, that first photo of physical specimens of coffee, you could see that coffee looks a lot of different ways, and you can infer that those coffees probably tasted different. So coffee production has always been diverse, and now we are really embracing that coffee consumer tastes can be diverse too. We assume that understanding different preferences can help us to target specific markets with coffees that are valued in those markets by buyers in those markets. We also assume that cuppers can act objectively as a descriptive panel. So while we are not all in agreement on what we like, what's desirable to us, as cuppers, I'm sure that many people in the audience are cuppers. As cuppers, we can be trained to be objective in how we describe coffee in the presence of certain attributes or the absence of certain attributes. We assume that cuppers know coffee, but the cuppers are more than just mechanical instruments to taste, to find flavors and identify that they are there or not. And that in order to understand that desirability, especially with diverse markets, cuppers should know coffee markets too, should know coffees, but also to understand the markets that prefer those coffees. We assume that cupping scores have always been subjective because as much progress as may have been made with the 2004 forum and positive cupping toward universal calibration, an 84 is not, one cupper's 84 is not another cupper's 84. And an 84 for a Brazilian coffee is not the same as an 84 for an Ethiopian coffee. And finally, that the cupping score is just one of many valuable attributes. So that's an important piece of information. You know, it can tell you a lot, especially again as we see diversity in our markets and consumers and in our buyer preferences. The difference between a 92 and a 73, that can tell you a lot. That is a valuable piece of information, but it's only one of many valuable attributes. It's not the key to unlocking whether or not a coffee is specialty or not. So I'll say a little bit more about this idea that different individuals value different attributes, because I think that many of us from our personal experience know this to be true, that some people like coffees that are more floral and other people like coffees that are more fruity. And that most of the time, you know, we don't assign an immediate value judgment to which one of those is better, or tell people, these individuals, that their flavor preferences are wrong. So if that's individual, then what happens if we scale that up? Well, you can imagine, this isn't a map of the world. You can imagine this is the flavor map, and that different parts of our flavor world have different preferences. So in that bottom corner, you've got, you know, the fruity continent, and in the top right corner, you've got the sweetness island, and that those are attributes or characteristics that we can start to map people and coffees onto in terms of their preferences and their attributes. So maybe Alice likes fruity and floral coffee. So Alice is over there somewhere between those two. And there's a coffee over there too. And that coffee is Finca Los Cedros. And Finca Los Cedros has floral and fruity characteristics. So Alice and this coffee are a perfect match over there in fruity floral land. Brian loves sweet coffee. So Brian's up in Sweetness Island. And there isn't a coffee that's perfect for Brian on this flavor map. But, you know, Finca Alacran is pretty close there. And Charles is right in the middle. And there's a coffee that's a pretty good match for Charles as well. And in order to do that, you know, we need a system that is able to connect the preferences of the Brians and the Alices, you know, the buyers in this scenario with the coffees, Finca Alacran, Finca Los Cedros, that possess the attributes that those buyers are looking for. And that's what value discovery is. That's where we connect the recognition of distinctive attributes. That's the first part of the SCA's definition for specialty coffee, with that higher value in the marketplace part that is the second half of the definition of specialty coffee. Because it's not only about having the attributes, it's also about, you know, valuing them. So the coffee value assessment, I know that at this point, you've probably all seen presentations on this, and if not, there are plenty on the internet. So I'm going to skip that so that I can keep us moving. Some of the tools that are going to be possible for us to share with the industry using the coffee value assessment as the system for coffee evaluation include things like the large scale preference maps. So things like that flavor map with the 3 hypothetical consumers. What happens if you have thousands of records on different coffees from different buyers and evaluators in different parts of the world? Then you can start to see correlations between certain flavor characteristics and certain buyer preferences. And this is actually a principal component analysis plot that we have done using the coffee value assessment, where you can start to see that it isn't that everyone agrees, but there are some clusters, and those preferences for certain buyers cluster around certain flavor attributes. So that's the present and the near-term future of flavor. And the goal here is to democratize coffee evaluation. So as opposed to the master cupper who holds all of the knowledge and all of the language advantage, we want to reduce barriers to entry, reduce fees, especially in countries where the purchasing power parity per capita is lower, increase the pool of trainers, and partner with local organizations to bring cupping education to the last mile. And so that brings us to the future of coffee evaluation, the next paradigm. And to some degree, we don't know. You know, we don't know what the future is going to hold, which is what this photo graphic represents. There's a lot that's unknown, but what we can see when we look into our crystal ball and what we are working on is to map preferences and trends, to be able to substantiate which preferences are regional, which preferences are maybe generational, which preferences relate to certain, you know, certain coffee or profiles that come from certain coffee producing regions and countries. We're working on better coffee to buyer matchmaking. So, you know, that value discovery, it's largely a matter of information exchange. There's been so little information and so much opportunity to create transparency and enable buyers and sellers to find each other. Not a universal agreement on what quality is, but finding buyers whose idea of quality matches a seller whose coffee possesses those qualities. And generalized coffee evaluation literacy. At the same time, though, it isn't just about getting everyone to cup. That's part of it. But another part of it is that professionalization of the coffee cupper. So when I said one of the assumptions was that coffee cuppers know coffee, but also markets. These advisory competencies are part of the future that we're working to build. Technical advisory competencies and things like farming and processing, or roasting and brewing, and then also market advisory competencies. And the last thing I'll say about paradigms is they coexist. So it isn't about just picking one. You know, you may disagree that we're in the attributes paradigm, and it may be that some individuals, some companies are not. But this is, from the SCA perspective, looking at the change in the world of coffee and all of the growth that has been experienced and that is being projected around the world. This is how we see the attributes definition and the attributes paradigm fitting the present and helping us move into whatever the next paradigm is. And when we get there, we'll be ready to challenge the assumptions of the previous paradigm, and eager to see what's next. To take this and make it practical, because the Q Grader program is in the title, and I do want to spend a few minutes on that. The Coffee Tasters Flavor Wheel has been a symbol of specialty coffee in all of its diversity for the past 10 years. It was 10 years ago that the new flavor wheel was developed and published in 2016. And it's that tool that is the basis for the check all that apply descriptive assessment of the coffee value assessment. So that tool was led directly into this tool, this set of coffee evaluation tools. And this tool, which we started talking about actually at this event 3 years ago, my colleague Yana started sharing that the SCA was evolving the cupping form and what were we doing. So in the same way that the Taster's Flavor Wheel informed and enabled us to create the coffee value assessment, the coffee value assessment enabled us to create the new version of the Q Grader program, which, as I'm sure many of you are aware, in April, the SCA announced that as of October, the association would be taking over the administration of the Q Grader program. And there are extensive resources, again, all over the internet, I'm sure, about and maybe it's already even been discussed at this event, or you've taken some, been to some information sessions. But the Q Grader program, as of October 1st, is administered by the SCA and based on the coffee value assessment. So there are many things about the program that are consistent with the previous version of the program that was based on the 2004 cupping form. We want to be able to rigorously test and license the sensory ability of cuppers. So there are a variety of different assessments that someone has to do. We want to also test their knowledge, understanding, and application of the coffee value assessment. So previous to the new Q Grader program, the main way that someone could learn to use the coffee value assessment was through a 2-day course, the CVA for Cuppers course. And this is a much more extensive, rigorous, and course that includes many more assessments. And we want to fill knowledge gaps related to coffee evaluation and CVA while we evaluate someone's sensory and CVA knowledge, or sensory skills and CVA knowledge. In doing this, we also wanted to address some of those barriers that we saw with the old Q Grader program, but also in the previous paradigm. So lowering barriers to entry financially, increasing the accessibility of trainers, or the quantity of trainers, so there was a greater availability of courses. And focus on the competencies that cuppers who work in value chain roles really need. Just a short slide here, I won't go through, but here are some of the assessments. the 9 assessments that one could expect if one was going to enroll in a Q-grader course. And then finally, I noted this already, but all of this is built on top of a commitment to a more accessible education pricing model, so that these trainings would be available to cuppers in value chain roles all over the world, including and especially in the context of producing countries, where access to education has, for many reasons, been much more challenging, and Q-grader courses have often been underwritten by the kind of funding from government grants that are in short supply nowadays. In 2026, we will be working on revising the flavor wheel. Ken alluded to this in the introduction, but we've had a flavor wheel for some years that has been largely seen as an Arabica flavor wheel, and we're doing some work to make sure that it is really species inclusive, seeing how coffee is changing around the world and how specialty coffee is becoming not only variety and process diverse, but also species diverse. We'll be working on revising the flavor wheel for, in the context of production and consumption descriptor diversity as well. We'll also be doing some work on that preference mapping. So to substantiate, where Fruity Island is and which coffees are best directed toward those types of markets, and which buyers, where buyers should look for those types of coffees. So I think it'll be a really interesting year, and I am so pleased to have been the person who got to come here today and share all of this with you. It's a lot to go through, but I'm here for as many questions as we have time for, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the thought-provoking, the message and key initiatives of the SCA, and I hope you have a great the insight from the presentation. So we are supposed to have the Q&A session, but we are running out of time, so we have the lunch break, and the next session will start at 1 p.m. And there will be even more exciting and enriching programs in this afternoon. So the session start at 1 p.m., so we'll kindly ask you to be seated by then. So see you in the afternoon. Thank you very much. 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 제14회 월드커피리더스포럼 오후 세션 잠시 후 시작되겠습니다. 오늘 오후에만 또 참석을 하시는 분들도 계셨을 텐데요. 오전에, 오후 이렇게 모두 연사분들께서 말씀을 해주실 예정이고요. 중간에 저희가 커피 브레이크가 또 있습니다. 여러분들 그때 스페셜티 커피 그리고 또 여러 가지 K 디저트 페어링 우리나라 전통 디저트와 함께하는 커피 브레이크 있으니까요. 여러분들 오늘 중간에 또 커피 브레이크 때도 함께해 주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 오늘 본 포럼의 공식 언어 영어입니다. 여러분들께서 좀 더 발표자의 발표를 몰입감 있게 들으실 수 있도록 저희가 AI 기반 실시간 통역 서비스를 제공해드리고 있는데요. 여러분들 앞쪽에 보이는 화면을 QR 스캔을 하시면 여러분들의 핸드폰으로도 언어를 선택하신 후에 번역된 텍스트를 보실 수가 있고 또 한국어, 영어 언어 같은 경우에는 양쪽 사이드에 번역된 텍스트가 표출이 됩니다. 이 점 여러분 참고 부탁을 드리고요. 또 질의응답 때에도 역시 마찬가지로 조금의 딜레이는 있지만 대부분 90% 정확하게 통역이 되기 때문에 한국어로 질문을 하실 수 있다는 점 말씀을 드리겠습니다. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The afternoon session will start in a few minutes, so please make your way into the hall and take your seat. Also, please set your mobiles or other electronic devices to silent mode. In this forum, we provide AI real-time the translation system. So please scan the QR code on the screen and select the preferred language. You can view the translated content on your device, or for English and Korean service, you can view also on the screen the translated content on the screen. 네, 오늘 지금 입장하고 계시는 분들 계신데요. 오후에도 오전과 마찬가지로 굉장히 흥미롭고 또 여러 가지 새로운 식견을 여러분 들으실 수 있습니다. 이후에 발표 이후에 질의응답 시간이 있기 때문에 그때 여러 가지 의견 또 궁금하신 점들을 물어봐 주시면 저희 머더레이터가 대신 또 질문을 해드리고 답변을 드리도록 하겠습니다. All guests of honor, speakers, and the participants, welcome back everyone. Now we've commenced the session 2. This session will feature the culture. For those who joined the afternoon session only, I'd like to introduce our moderator again, the Kenneth R. Olson. He's a co-founder of Barista magazine and journalist who has closely documented the evolution and dynamics of global coffee industry. With his depth of insight and perspective, he will enrich today's journey and lead us into more meaningful conversation. So please welcome Kenneth R. Olson.
Hi, welcome back. Hope everybody had a good lunch break. I know I did. Thank you very much. It was delicious. We're moving into the second part of our sessions here today with Eiichi Kunitomo, the founder of Coffee Mameya. I apologize if I mispronounced any of that. This is going to be a really interesting presentation. I'm very fascinated by the story of Eiichi Kunitomo's development of the coffee omakase experience. In Japan, he was one of the first to create this concept of the omakase coffee experience, redefining the role of the barista as a designer of the human experience with coffee, weaving together conversation, space, and sensory storytelling in each cup. In today's session, he's going to share his philosophy and how his philosophy transforms coffee into a cultural dialogue co-created between the barista and the guest. I think this is a a model that's really worth investigating further. I love how it draws out the best in the coffee, but also in the people, because coffee is fundamentally an experience shared by people. In the omakase experience, they designed a guided trip through coffee with a barista acting as a tour guide, a mentor, an educator, leading the consumer through the experience of coffee, further building their relationship with coffee, further cementing the bonds between the server and the coffee and the community they're serving coffee to. I think that, as I've said, the most important part of coffee is the people behind it. And I think an omakase experience forces the barista and the consumer into an intimate situation where their humanity is at the forefront, and the kind of relationship that they can develop between themselves and the coffee and the service is one that will last a lifetime. So I would really like to hear more about how Eaiichi developed this omakase experience, and I can't wait to get them out there. So if you're ready, please give a warm welcome to Eaiichi Kunitomo.
皆さんこんにちは。コーヒー豆屋かけるの、代表の国友と申します。今日はすいません、ちょっと日本語で、お話をさせていただくんですけれども、きっと素晴らしい、AI のシステムが、きっとちゃんとトランスレートしてくれると思っています。まず、こういう、今回はこの素晴らしい会を、催していただいた、SCA の皆様、スタッフの皆様に対して、まず感謝申し上げたいと思います。私がここまで、進んできた歩みをこのような形で皆様に聞いていただけるということは大変光栄なことだと思っております。最後まで皆さんお付き合いよろしくお願いします。まず私国友栄一は、バリスタとして25年のキャリアがあります。その間私はずっとコーヒーという飲み物を一つの文化として再定義しようと思いました。コーヒーを入れるということは体験をデザインすることです。そしてその体験が人々の記憶を作り、文化を進化させていくと私は信じております。そういった理念をもとに、今日は、5つのパートに分けて、私、バリスタの哲学から、コーヒーのお任せまでを通して体験こそが、文化を変えていくというお話をさせていただきたいと思います。まず1つ目のテーマですね。ごめんなさい、一つまずはそのバリスタの哲学、一杯の向こう側にある体験をデザインする、これが今日の一つの大きなテーマです。そして、パート1、これが、バリスタを通じたコーヒー文化の再定義、私たち豆屋の原点のお話です。25年間バリスタという仕事を続けてきて、今日お話しする内容はあくまでも現場に立ち続けてきた、バリスタからの視点で、見えてきたものです。私自身のこの飲食業での、キャリアのスタートはレストランのサービスがスタートでした。 で私が、レストラン業界に入ったのは28歳で、どちらかというとこういう飲食業に入るにはちょっと遅めの、年齢だと思います。私が入ったレストランでは、フレンチの、レストランだったんですが、シェフ、ソムリエ、パティシエ、ヘッドバーテンダー、みんな私の年下ばかりでした。その中で、私は飲食経験がゼロの状態でそのお店に入ったものですから、非常に、大変苦労しました。その中で、何か自分の役割、存在意義を見つけないと、このお店にいる、必要性がないという中で、いろいろ考えた結果、たまたまなんですけれども、そのお店の中で空いてたポジションがコーヒーだったんです。その頃、日本でやっとスターバックスが、でき始めた頃ですから、バリスタという職業の言葉すら、あまり聞き慣れない言葉でした。そこで、私はそのレストランでおいしいお料理、おいしいワイン、カクテルがあるのに、なんで最後のコーヒーがこんなにおいしくないんだろう。でそこでそのレストランの中で自分がおいしいコーヒーをちゃんと作れるようになれば、そのお店の中での自分の存在意義みたいなものがはっきり作れるんじゃないかと思って、そこからコーヒーを勉強を始めたのがきっかけです。決してコーヒーが大好きでこの今の世界に入ったっていうわけではないんですね。そこで私はやっぱりそのコーヒーを勉強していくうちに、休みの日に、レストランの休みの日に、コーヒー屋さんでお給料なしで修行させていただいたり、マシンメーカーさんに行って、マシンのセッティング、チューニング、あとはロースターさんに行ってブレンドの配合を変えてみたりとか、いろんなことを勉強していくうちに、そのコーヒーの奥深さ、魅力にすごく、取りつかれたといいますか、そこにはまっちゃいました。でその後私は、レストラン3年勤めた時に、後に、自分でイタリアンバールを作るという形で独立をしました。その頃ですね、2000年ですから、ちょうど2000年にその自分のお店をオープンしたんですけれども、その頃まだ、サードウェブコーヒーカルチャーというものもなかったですし、エスプレッソといえばイタリアのエスプレッソしかなかったです。なので私たちのベースとしてはイタリアンバールをやっぱり学ぶ、イタリアンバールからの、今に至る、年代の人です。今の若い方はね、そのイタリアンバールのカルチャーを知らない方もたくさんいらっしゃるのかなと思います。そして、そのイタリアンバールですから、そこまでスペシャリティコーヒーっていう感覚ではありません。いわゆるイリーとかラバッツァとか、そういうイタリアの、原料を使うということが、イタリアンバールとしての当たり前の時代でした。でそこから、私たちのお店も徐々にお店が増えていく中で、だいたい2005年6年頃からそのスペシャリティコーヒーという言葉をよく耳にするようになりました。でその中で私たちもこの、イタリアのクラシックなコーヒーを使うのももちろん、自分の好みとしてはイタリアは大好きなんですけれども、その世の中の流れ的にスペシャリティコーヒーっていうものに対して、対応していかなければいけないんじゃないかというところで、私たちは、そこから2011年に、表参道コーヒーっていうお店を作ります。でそのスペシャリティコーヒーに話は少し戻るんですけれども、日本にスペシャリティコーヒー SCA ジャパンができたのが2003年です。ですので日本でのスペシャリティコーヒー文化というのはまだまだ20年ちょっとしかない、すごく浅い、歴史の浅いコーヒーカルチャーであります。でこの私が表参道コーヒー、きっと韓国の今聞いていただいているお客様の中にも行ったことがあるというお客様も多いのではないかと思うんですけれども、本当にあの頃、私たちはたくさんの韓国のお客様にいらしていただき、とても助けられました。アイスカプチーノといってね、上にカカオパウダーが乗って大きくどんどん泡が 膨らんでいく。大丈夫ですか？大丈夫ですか？そうアイスカプチーノっていうシグネチャーがね覚えていらっしゃる方もいらっしゃるのかなと思います。でそのスペシャリティコーヒーが登場すると、これまでのコーヒー文化との大きな衝突がありました。これはどういうことかというと、やはりコモディティコーヒーというのは歴史としてはもう100年以上の歴史がある中で、スペシャリティコーヒーが出てきたときに皆さん酸っぱい、あと薄い、苦くない、お砂糖を入れても美味しくないっていうすごくいろんな問題、お客様から、お叱りといいますか、そのスペシャリティコーヒーを理解していただくのにすごく時間がかかりました。そのことで私は全く同じコーヒーでも、全く別の違う本質を持っている文化であるということに気づき、このコーヒー文化を再定義する必要があると私はすごく感じました。スペシャリティコーヒーが文化として定着していくためには、私たちバリスタが、どのような体験を提供していかなければいけないのかということを深く感じる、機会になりました。でこのパート1の、締めくくりとしては、コーヒーを入れる、それは体験をデザインすることです。そしてその体験は人々の記憶を紡ぎ文化として進化するということです。これは私は、コモディティコーヒーから、スペシャリティコーヒーに変化していく、進化させていくという、一つの試みでした。そして、パート2ですね。コーヒー豆屋の挑戦、バリスタの役割の再定義。先ほどの表参道コーヒーから、私たちは、表参道コーヒーのスタイルを説明すると、一般的なコーヒースタンド、コーヒーショップです。で、そこで私たちは、先ほどお話ししたように文化を再定義しようとするのであれば、私たちバリスタの役割も再定義する必要があると感じました。ショップ単位で見れば今までバリスタのお仕事っていうのはコーヒーを入れてサービスを行う、そのマシンオペレーションが中心的なお仕事でしたが、このコーヒーサプライチェーンの中でバリスタの役割っていうのは一体何なのかということを、再定義しようと思いました。これまでのお店では、私たちは飲料、出来上がったカップを販売してきましたが、次のコーヒー豆屋ではコーヒーという飲料を売るのではなく、その素材であるコーヒービーンズを、抽出方法とともにお客様に販売していこうという形にシフトチェンジしました。これは、私たちはバリスタが焙煎をするんではなくて、バリスタ抽出のプロという目線で世界中の素晴らしいロースターの幅を、幅広くダークローストからライトローストまで幅広くセレクトし、それをお客様にご紹介していくというコンセプトです。この、コーヒー豆を販売していくということはどういうことかというと、やはりコーヒー豆は抽出方法のレシピがないとなかなか美味しく入らないですね。私たちでバリスタ、プロのバリスタでも新しく届いたコーヒーを美味しく入れる、そこまでにはかなりの時間がかかります。エイジングであったり使う器具、あとはメッシュが本当にそれが合っているのかということを、検証するまでに時間がかかるように、お客様が新しいコーヒーを買ってきてそれがちゃんと本当に美味しく入れれるのかっていうところにすごく疑問を持ちました。コモディティコーヒーのダークローストの時代はそこまで難しくなかったんですけれども、この、スペシャリティコーヒーのライトローストの時代に変わってその抽出の難しさというものもすごく私たちは感じました。でその部分をお客様にしっかり、伝えていかなければならない。 抽出方法をしっかり伝えていかなければならないんですが、今までの通常のコーヒーショップっていうのはキャッシュオンですよね。お客様がいらして、お金を払ってカップを持って、そのまま席に着く。このキャッシュオンのシステムというのは接客の時間がすごく短いんです。その短い接客時間の中で、お豆のレシピ、お客様がどんな道具を使っているのかという細かいところを説明することが無理です。なのでこのコーヒー豆屋では、その接客にしっかり時間をかけるような、お店を作りをしてました。これがコーヒー豆屋の、入り口なるロゴマークですね。次がコーヒー豆屋。これコーヒー豆屋の、経緯は、C ではないのはね、国友の経を取っていたり、あとは、国友の国っていうのは漢字は四角いんですけれども、O もこの、四角い O を使ったり、そういったちょっと一つの、もう一つの意味も持ったロゴです。この入り口をくぐると、奥にこういうカウンターがあります。で、普通のコーヒーショップならばシェルフに並んでいるコーヒービーンズをお客様が手に取ってそれを、レジに持っていけば買うことができます。でも私たちは、このカウンターの奥にこのようにコーヒービーンズが並んでいます。これはどういうことかというと、お客様はバリスタの会話から始めないとコーヒー豆も手に取れない。これは私たちが責任を持ってお客様にコーヒー豆を紹介していくという自信の表れです。お客様の好み、使っている道具、どんなシチュエーションで飲むのか、そういうことをお伺いしながら、ほとんどもうプロファイリングに近いような、接客にはなるんですけれども、その上でお客様に、気に入ったお豆を選んでいただく。でこのバッグ、ロースティングレベルによって色が変わっています。で、次が、こういう形で、1杯ずつのポーションに分けて、その日に抽出する部分を分けていたり、このようなカップを使ってやっています。でこの写真、奥の方は下にあるのがメニューです。でメニューのグラデーションになっているものは上がライトローストで下がダークロースト、焙煎度合いによって違います。でそれと同じポジションで実物の豆が並んでいます。ですので私たちは、ライトローストからダークローストまで全てをカバーする必要があると思います。これはバリスタの仕事です。ニーズがある以上そこに応えるのがやはりプロです。ライトローストしか知らない、ダークローストしか知らないっていうのでは、これからのそのコーヒーカルチャー、お客様のニーズに応えることができないと思います。でこちら側の、カードがこの豆の袋の中に全て入っています。で、私たちは焙煎はしないので、世界中のロースターの説明、そのパートナーであるロースターの説明と、その、コーヒーの情報、あとはそのお客様の情報に合ったお客様の好みですね、好みに合った、あとは使っている道具に合わせたレシピを書いてお渡しします。本当に、コーヒーを入れる、特にスペシャリティコーヒーというのは、難しいものです。レシピがしっかりないとできないですし、とはいえレシピといってもインターネットで検索すればみんな言ってるレシピは違います。なのでそこはお客様に合わせて私たちがカウンセリングをするというのがここのお店のスタイルです。でここでいろんなビーンズ扱っているんですけれども、もう一つやはり私たちは、パートナーであるそのロースターに対する、リスペクトがしっかりあります。だいたい私たちのお店で、月1トンぐらいのお豆を、販売するんですけれども、ローステッドビーンズでも全て、私たちハンドピックをします。それはなぜかというと、まずコーヒーは、抽出しないと飲めない飲み物です。 いくら COE1 位、あと BOP1 位って言っても、そのままあれば何の価値もないんです。で、それをまず抽出するのも美味しく入れられなかったら何の価値もなくなってしまいます。ですので、その豆に合わせたレシピが必要になるので、豆とともにお客様の使う道具に合わせたレシピを提供するんです。そしてお客様が、お家でその美味しいコーヒーが入れれることができたら、おのずとロースター、ファーマーの評価も上がっていく。これが、私たちバリスタがこのコーヒー業界に対して貢献できる一つの方法だと私は考えました。もしこれがお客様がお家で飲んだ時に、美味しく入らなかったら、その私たちのパートナーであるロースターまたはファーマーの評価が下がってしまいます。それではやはりお客様がスペシャリティコーヒーが離れていってしまう、その部分を、なくすために私たちはバリスタが新しい、役割としてここまで徹底してやろうというのがこのコーヒー豆屋のコンセプトです。いわゆるこのコーヒーのサプライチェーンの、コーヒー豆のリレーですね、バトンリレーで言えばお客様の一歩手前にある私たちバリスタがそのアンカーなんです。そのアンカーがどのような形でお客様にそのコーヒーをお渡しするかということがすごく大事だと私は考えています。ロースターとバリスタですが、全く同じ業界にいる中でも、仕事としては全く別の仕事です。バリスタの延長線上に、ロースティングがあるわけではないんです。これから、時代が進んで、どんどんいろんなものがオートメーション化してきています。もうすでにオートタンパー、オートグラインダー、きっとそのうち抽出も、人間が入れるのと全く変わらないクオリティのものが出る全自動のマシンが出てくると思います。でもその時に、全てが機械ができるわけじゃないんです。豆の選定であったりその、エイジングに合わせたレシピを組む、そういったところはマシンにはできない私たちバリスタの仕事なのです。なので、そういう意味で、オートマチックが進もうとも私たちバリスタというのは欠かせない、仕事を、担っているというところを、私たちもすごく、大事に考えております。バリスタはいわゆるストーリーテラーになることで、ロースター生産者に貢献することができることなんですけれども、そういう意識と行動こそが新しいバリスタの役割であり、スペシャリティコーヒー業界に貢献できる方法だと私は思います。回転率を上げることをどうしてもビジネス上考えてしまいがちですが、そういう形で視点を変えることで回転数を上げずともしっかり業界またはその売り上げを伸ばしていくという方法がきっとあるということを私は信じています。で、この豆屋は、いわゆるセレクトショップです。で、私このお店が2006年にできた時に海外ロースターとか取引先にこういうお店をやるんだけれども一緒にパートナーになってもらえないかということで企画書を持っていろんなロースターに回りましたその時に印象的な言葉がよくあったんですけれども、そのロースターに行くと私たちのコーヒー豆を売るのはいいけれども同じ豆がインターネットで買えるけど大丈夫なのかっていうすごく心配されました。これは、私は、そのパートナーであるロースターの豆をいろんなロースターの豆を揃えることでお客様に選択肢を与える。でその中からお客様が自分の気に入ったものを選んで、その気に入ったロースターのもとに、自分で足を運んでみる。これは、 すごく自然なことですし、喜ばしいことです。私は決してこれがお客様が取られてしまうとか、そういうふうに考えたことはないです。だってワインを買うときに、ワインショップでソムリエさんにおすすめしていただいたワインがすごく美味しかったから、そのワイナリーに自分で足を運んで見学に行く、そこで直売所でワインを買う、これはすごく自然な流れで、私たちは仲介役としてすごく誇らしい、ありがたいことであります。このように、私はこのスペシャリティ業界をスペシャリティコーヒーの、未来を考えるときに、今のようにワインの業界の歩みをよく参考にします。そこにはすごくたくさんのヒントがあるんですね。私がこの業界に入った頃、一般的なカフェでは、ハウスワイン2種類3種類ぐらいしかなかった中、今では、ちゃんとソムリエさんがお店の中にいて、赤白10種類ずつぐらいたくさんカフェでも置いているような時代になってきました。そしてワインを飲まないような方でも、ブドウの種類、ピノノワール、シャルドネ、3種類4種類は言えるようになったんじゃないでしょうか。なぜこのワイン業界がこのように一般層まで浸透してこのような成長を遂げたのかということを私は考えたときに、そこにはもちろん業界の方々の努力があったからです。マーケットの成長というのはお客様の成長をなくしてありえないからです。その中でソムリエさんは、透明性と質の高い情報をお客様に惜しみなく伝え、その努力の結果お客様が成長し、今ではプロ顔負けのワインセラーがお家にあるような一般のお客様も多いんじゃないでしょうか。そのワインマーケットの成長を見て、ワイン業界とコーヒー業界は一体何が違うのかというのを私は考えました。まず、ワインがお客様の手元に届くまでの流れですね。一次産業、生産者がいて、その生産者が作ったブドウを、醸造するワイナリー、二次産業があって、でそのワイナリーで作られたワインを、小売りをする三次産業、これがワインショップとかレストランですね。で、これがワイン業界の主な流れですけれども、コーヒー業界で見てみると、一次産業の、コーヒーファーマーで、そのコーヒーを、ロースティングする二次産業であるロースターで、それを小売りをする、コーヒーショップとかビーンズショップ、三次産業がありますよね。でこういうふうに見てみると、この流れっていうのは全く同じように見えるんですが、実は一つ違いがあります。それは、ワイン業界では製造業と小売業、ワイナリーと、ワインショップは独立しています。ただ、コーヒーにおいては、ロースターと、コーヒーショップが同じ会社で運営されていることがほとんどだと思います。で、これはどういうことかというと、ワイン業界は、その部分が独立していることで透明性ある情報をお客様に提供してきたからこそ今の発展があるんですけれども、しかしコーヒー業界のように製造業と小売業を一緒に行うことは、実はお客様に提供している、コーヒーやその情報というものはすごく幅が狭いんです。要は、自社の製品しかお勧めできてないっていうところがあるんです。ですので、お客様の、よくある問題といいますか、お客様から言われる言葉で、あのお店に行くとこういうふうに言われるんだけど、このお店に行ったらこんなふうに言われるんだよ、何が本当のどのレシピが一番いいのか私は分からないっていうお客様はすごく多いです。ですので この、私たちはそこに着目して、焙煎は行わず、ロースターとお客様を、つなぎ合わせる橋渡し役というところに、そこに徹するつもりでこのコーヒー豆屋を作りました。もちろん私もコーヒー豆屋を作るときに焙煎をした方がいいんじゃないかってすごく考えました。ただ私は焙煎、この時点でやっぱりバリスタとして10年以上のキャリアを積んできた中で、そこからロースティングをするということはある意味もう転職するのと同じような感覚でした。じゃあどうしたらその自分が積み上げてきたバリスタとして積み上げてきた経験を生かしてさらなる次のステージに臨むことができないかという思いでできたのがこのコーヒー豆屋です。このパート2の総括としては、コーヒー豆屋の挑戦はバリスタという職業の再定義であり、コーヒー文化の新しい役割を生み出す試みでもあります。バリスタ、ロースター、生産者のそれぞれのプロフェッショナルにある分業の重要性に着目し、焙煎を行うことはせず、バリスタとしての責務を再定義することに注力しました。そして、次はパート3ですね。その後コーヒー豆屋の次にできたお店はコーヒー豆屋かけるです。このコーヒー豆屋かけるが作る文化、バリスタは体験のデザイナーであり表現者である、このことについてお話ししていきたいと思います。私はレストランで勤務していた経験があるので、このコンセプトかけるのコンセプトを考える際にレストランにおいて置き換えて考えてみました。レストランではチェーン店のファミリーレストラン、全国に200店舗300店舗あるようなチェーン店からミシュラン3スターレストランまで大きな幅の選択肢があります。お客様はその自分のシチュエーションに合ったお店を選べるんですね。友達とちょっとおしゃべりしたい時はチェーン店でもいいし、お友達が来た大切な友達が来た時は、せっかくなんで三つ星レストラン予約してそういうところにも行ってみたい、そんないろんなお客様は選択肢を持ってます。でその中での、じゃあ3ヶ月先の予約を取ってまでわざわざ行く、そういうミシュランの星付きレストランになぜお客様はそういうところに行くのかっていうところを考えました。それは、単に、空腹お腹を満たしたいからではなく、シェフの創造性やテクニック、あとはサービスの質を体験しに行くんです。このようにコーヒー業界にもその幅を持たせる必要が私はあると思いました。デイリーに使う、クイックサービスのコーヒーショップもあれば、1時間2時間かけてじっくりコーヒーと向き合うようなお店、なぜそういうお店が今までなかったのか、そういうお店があったらいいのにっていう思いからこのコーヒー豆屋のコンセプトが出てきました。このチェーン店にしても、星付きレストランにしても、これどちらも、運営していく経営していくということは大変です。どちらが正解でどちらが不正解ということではなく、まず自分がどちらを目指すのかということを理解することが大事です。そこで私たちは、店舗数を増やして横に広げていくビジネスよりも一点にとどまり高みを目指すビジネスの方がワクワクして、そちらの方が自分たちに向いているという思いでそちらの後者の方を選択しました。そしてそれを実現するために何をしたらいいのか、そこを考えたときに、私先ほどのレストランの勤務の時代に、一緒に働いていた同僚たちは今パリで、ミシュランの星を取って、 ワールドベスト50にも出てきたり、ガストロノミーのトップの世界で活躍している同僚たちを見ていて、私はすごく悔しい思いをしました。私たちこのバリスタも表現者として彼らと同じように研究を繰り返してお客様に広めたいっていう気持ちもある中、なぜそのようにああいうレストランのようにお客様に受け入れられないのか、そういうふうにどうやったらお客様に受け入れられ、私たちバリスタも同じ表現者として彼らのような活躍がどうやったらできるのかをすごく考えました。そこで、私たちはカップ単体のクオリティや希少性を売るのではなくて、レストランのシェフのようにその素材を最大限に引き出すストーリーというものをお客様に体験してもらうということでした。このかけるという名前なんですけれども、日本語で言うと掛け算の意味です。コーヒーと何かを掛け合わせることで新しい価値を生み出すということを、イメージしたお店の名前なんですね。で、スライドに戻ります。こちら、私たちの、ヘッドバリスタたちですね。こういうちょっとお店なんですけれども、これが正面から見た入り口です。これがお店の入り口の、エントランスの部分ですね。で、こちらが、コーヒー豆、かけるの正面から見た部分。あとは店内、こちらは、28席の席があるんですけれども、真ん中にアイランドカウンターが3つあって、お客様はすべてバリスタが行っている作業が見える、形になっています。すべてを見せることで私たちも包み隠すことなく、すべてを見せて、見ていただけるというある意味自信の表れでもあります。で、ここでは掛け合わせる掛け算ということでいろんな、プロフェッショナルとイベントをやってまいりました。きっとこの中にも皆さんご存知の方もたくさんいらっしゃると思うんですけれども、実際このゲストをお招きして、登場してもらいます。で、この中でいくと、お茶であるとかお寿司、バリスタの世界チャンピオン、あと有名なバーテンダーさんもありますね。で、ここでは、ミシュラン2つ星、日本の、トップ和食のレストランの、デンというシェフ、デンというレストランのシェフとコラボレーションであるとか、アマン東京という、高級なホテルですね。これは私たちがホテルに出向いて3日間の特別ディナーを行ったことがあります。で、次、こちらはイコールというイベントなんですけれども、本人は登場しないんですけれども、そこの素材を掛け合わせるイベント。これでいくと農園でいくとね、皆さんもご存知な農園もね、ラマスタスファミリーとか、ゲシャビレッジ、あとはジャミソンだとか、もちろんショップラカブラ、今日朝、スピーカーとして来ていた彼のお店とのコラボレーションなんかもあります。ここの総括としては、バリスタは抽出技術者ではなく体験のデザイナーである。味、空間、時間、感情を組み合わせて文化をデザインする表現者なんです。そして次は、ガストロノミーが書いた文化、食の、体験が導いた意識の変化ですね。これは、10年間、ここ10年間で食文化は急速に成熟しました。ミシュランの星付きレストランも増え、食に対する意識が食べるということが、文化体験という考え方が一般化になりました。皆様の周りにも、お食事のために、わざわざ海外旅行に行かれる方も多いと思います。実際私自身も、白とネットフリックスで白と黒のスプーンを見て、韓国の中でも行ってみたいお店はすごくたくさんあります。これがやはり食べるただの栄養補給ではなくて文化体験というふうに意識が変わってきたんですね。 その中で、こういう先ほど言ったアマン東京、こういうイタリアンレストランと、あれはワインではなくてコーヒーです。でコーヒーも、大体レーシオは1とも1対15ぐらいで出すものを1対10で出して、ワインと同じような、温度帯20度ぐらいまで下げたものを、提供したり、あとは水をカスタムして、産出をぐっと引き上げたものを提供したりしました。このような素晴らしい空間でね、コーヒーとのノンアルコールペアリングを楽しんでいただくということもできました。でこちらがデンですね。これはお店にいらしていただいて、そのシェフがお店皆さんの前で、お料理を提供していく形です。でこれなんかは、うなぎの乗ったお茶漬け、このお茶漬けにかけてるのはコールドブリューで作っただしですね。あとは寿司ですね。寿司とコーヒーって皆さん、イメージできないと思います。ただ、コーヒーに関しては苦みのあるものは一切使わないです。酸を合わせます。例えばツナ、マグロですね。マグロは常に泳いでいるものです。なので、乳酸をたくさん体に蓄えているんですよね。それを乳酸を持ったコーヒーとペアリングをしていくとか、そういう、ガストロノミーに、こういうコーヒーがどのように、ペアリングができていくのかというものをこの、体験ではいろいろやってまいりました。これはリフトアップという北海道の、レストランとのコラボレーションですね。でこのコラボレーションを現実にできたのは、私たちのやっぱり素晴らしいバリスタたちがいたからです。彼が、三木正隆、彼の私たちのヘッドバリスタですね。現在の、日本チャンピオンの、ヘッドコーチもやっております。そして、逗子明、彼は日本の、シグスで3回チャンピオンになっています。でここの総括としては、バリスタはガストロノミーの世界においてなくてはならない存在として進化しなければいけないということです。豆屋のバリスタたちはシェフやソムリエ、パティシエと肩を並べ、共に体験をデザインする存在へと成長しました。そして最後の、パート5、文化と未来、コーヒーがガストロノミーを完成させる。ごめんなさいね。ですね。はい、で、コーヒーはガストロノミーの最後の、一筆であり、ワインのように料理を完成させる存在になるべきなんです。シェフやソムリエ、パティシエさんたちのチームによって演出されたお料理の締めくくりはスペシャリティコーヒーであるべきなんです。そのニーズも必ずあります。だって最後のコーヒーに美味しくない、なんでお料理がこんなに美味しいのに最後のコーヒーがこんなに美味しくないんだろうって思うお客様もたくさんいらっしゃると思います。そのためには私たちバリスタがそのシェフと対等に話ができるように、私たちがいろんな知識を経験をつけなければいけないんです。ワインのシェフのコンセプトに合ったワインをソムリエさんが選んでくるように、そのシェフが考えるコンセプトに合わせたコーヒーを私たちはライトローストからダークローストまで幅広くセレクトしてくる能力が必要になってくるんです。これは私たちバリスタがシェフのクリエイティブをサポートするためにさまざまな食材知識、調理のテクニックを学んだ上で、そういうベストマッチなものをセレクトしてくるスキルを磨かなければいけない。難しいことに思うかもしれませんが、これから未来のバリスタにとって必要不可欠な能力として磨き上げる必要があります。CQI や SCA、あとは農園、ロースターさんの皆さんの努力があってからこそこのスペシャリティコーヒーもここまで成長しましたが、それを最後の最終的にガストロノミーに昇華させるのは私たちバリスタの仕事だと思います。最後は、美味しいコーヒーは忘れてしまいます。しかし心に残る体験は決して忘れられない。 一杯の向こう側には、文化の未来がある。はい、これで、私の発表を終わらせていただきます。ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much for sharing that. That was fantastic. Your shop is positively beautiful. I love the design elements. Spectacular.
Thank you.
I also appreciate your philosophy, as I understand it, of meeting the customer where they are, even though you want to put them in the best coffee possible. Mm-hmm. If they prefer a dark roast, you're not judging them on taking a dark roast. You want to give them the best dark roast experience they can have. Is that correct?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry. First question is this your first question?
No, but we can choose one of these.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Do you number this one?
No, number
Conversation, yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. そうですね。Okay? コーヒー豆屋で会話をすごく大事にしているというお話なんですけれども、本当に、お客様の好みを読み解く、そこで、お客様との信頼関係を作るということはすごく大事です。ただ今の本当にこのコーヒーのクイックサービス、もちろんそれも大事なんです。もう忙しくてデイリーな方でクイックにコーヒーをつかみたい人もたくさんいらっしゃいます。ただ本当はもっと奥深いことを知りたいというお客様もたくさんいらっしゃる中で、私たちのお店は、どのお店もいつもたくさん、お客さんが並んでる。それでも1時間待ってでも、そういうお話を聞きたい、プロの意見を聞きたいっていうお客様がたくさんいらっしゃるので、そこから、私たちはそのお客様との信頼関係ができて、そのおかげで今のお店があると思ってます。Okay. Yeah. Next question.
Yeah,
number 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a question about memorable experience with customers.
そうですね、ナンバー10のクエスチョンね、コーヒーを売るのではなくて、体験をデザインするブランドと知られています。やはり私たちその美味しいコーヒーは、一つじゃないんです。本当に世界中に美味しいコーヒーたくさんあります。ただその美味しいコーヒーを、忘れないものとして体験に、変えるということが私たちはすごく大事です。皆さんあると思うんですけれども、いろんな旅先で美味しいコーヒーと出会う。 でもコーヒーの味は忘れてしまうかもしれないけれども、その時にサーブしてくれた人の言葉とか、その街の香り、そういったものを体験として記憶に残る、これが私たちバリスタとしてその二度と会わないかもしれないお客様の記憶に残っているというのは、私たちバリスタとしての一つの喜びです。Number 12, okay.
Yes, yes. Please.
Okay. ちょっとビジネス的なお話ですけど、よく聞かれることなんですけれども、通常のコーヒーショップと比べると回転率が悪い、ね、これはお任せスタイルというのはだいたい私たち2時間かかります。これはビジネスとして収益性はちゃんとあるのですかってよく聞かれます。できっと皆様そこを、質問思われている方も多いとは思うんですけれども、私たちお任せスタイル、ですが席数は28席あります。これが小さいお店だと、お客様2時間に対しての、収率、利益の効率はすごく悪いとは思うんですけれども、28席ある。でかつ、私たちは、豆を売るというお店としてお客様にイメージを持っていただいているので、コースを楽しんだ後に美味しかった、このコーヒー美味しかったから買って帰るねっていうお客様が大体 50% です。ですので、通常のコーヒーショップと比べると、客単価で言えば10倍ぐらいの客単価があります。ですので、このコーヒーお任せというスタイル、簡単なものではないですけれども、実際私はやってみてすごく収益性の高い、ビジネスだと思います。あともう一つ、お料理でもそうですけど、切って提供するだけのものが一番原価率が高いです。生ハムとかもう切るだけのものですね。でもお料理というのはいろんな手を加えれば加えるほど原価率が下がっていくので、私たちはそういういろんな、いわゆる調理をすることによって、このお店コーヒー豆やかけるでやってる原価率は非常に低い形でできます。
I like your concept is actually it's new and yet it incorporates traditional aspects of retailing. Is it's very modern. The idea that a consumer would go and choose products themselves and not speak to the shop owner or clerk and get like you do, get the coffee from behind them, so that they have to interact with your baristas. They have to have a personal contact, a point of personal contact where they get to hear the story of the coffee. And you put a big emphasis on storytelling with your coffee.
Yeah.
Do you want to show me another question?
Sorry. ごめんなさいね。この彼の言ってる言葉がね、本当だったら、日本語になって出てくるって聞いたんですけど、日本語になって出てきてないので、ちょっと彼の質問が理解できなくてごめんなさい。
I understand. Can you show me my question?
Yeah.
Can you talk about Korean coffee?
Okay, try.
Yeah. How many members of your staff and your average daily visitors? Number 2.
Okay. 私たちのスタッフは何名ほどいるのかということで、東京のお店でいくと全てで24名います。で、私たち店舗は、東京に2店舗、香港に1店舗あります。で、香港の店舗も入れると30名を超えてきます。
In Hong Kong?
Yeah.
Are they all the same style?
No, Hong Kong branch and then Tokyo first shop is the same concept, but Coffee Mamea Kakeru is a different concept. It's our new concept.
But omakase.
Yeah, omakase style is only コーヒー豆かける。Yes.
I want to know more about storytelling. How do you say that in Japanese? Can you show me?
Yeah.
Japan's traditional culture and omakase.
そうですね、コーヒーおまかせっていう日本語ですね、これは今はもう世界中に広まっていると思います。で、このおまかせっていうのは、そのお店の人に委ねるっていうことです。このおまかせっていうのは、お店の人と、お客様の信頼関係があってからこそ初めて成立するものです。なので、私たち日本人にとっては、このおまかせというスタイルは、昔から慣れ親しんだもので、そのお店、信頼関係の持っているお店に、通う人は、その時の旬のもの、一番おいしいものを、紹介してもらうことで、季節に応じたいろんな体験をさせてもらえるということがこのおまかせの、素晴らしさだと思いますし、私たち日本人の、こう慣れ親しんだ、スタイルであります。
I do like the idea of the sommelier having to make wine at the table, like a barista would make the coffee there right for you.
Yeah.
Not quite the same. But I understand there is a similarity. But clearly, the stress on the barista to measure up to that coffee must take a lot of training for your staff.
そうですね、やはりトレーニングも、常にやります。で、私たちのお店にシェフもおりますので、そういう料理とのペアリングのことも、常に、トレーニング勉強をやります。で、レストランと同じように、お店を閉める1日、閉める日があります。で、お店を閉めて、すべてのスタッフを出てきて、出勤して、そこで、コーヒーと、料理のペアリングであるとか、新しいメニューに対しての、みんなの意見の交換っていう、そういう日々の、共有研究というものを常に続けています。
Do we have time for audience question? Do we have any audience questions? I see a hand. Can you speak Japanese?
日本語できますので、日本語で。
ありがとうございます。
で、さっきなんか発表めっちゃいいでした。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
で、コーヒーショップさっき結局エイチさんが話している、なんか体験のデザインっていうものはなんかロースタリーから豆をもらって、でその豆の美味しいになるブルーイングのレシピとかを研究して、それを逆にあげるって感じのコンセプトと理解しましたけど、それは哲学としてバリスタの哲学であるか、そしてもロスタリの哲学をなんか新しく解釈してあげるのかがちょっと気になりました。
はい、いい質問です。ありがとうございます。これはあくまでも、バリスタとしての哲学です。ロースターさんは、役割としては本当にその素材の持ってるポテンシャルを 100% 引き出す。で今度その素材を私たちがどういうふうに抽出するのか、 っていうところが今までのコーヒーショップの役割でした。ただ、私はコーヒーも一つの食材として考えています。これをどんなふうに飲むのか、水で出すのかお湯で出すのか、圧力をかけるのか、これは私で言えばもうリシュが調理するのと全く同じ考えです。ですので、例えば先ほど写真にあったようなお料理に合わせるための、ワイングラスに入ったコーヒーですね。あのコーヒーはそのまま飲んでもあまり美味しくないです、正直。お料理とペアリングするために、考えられたレシピ、レイシオという形になるので、あくまでもこれは私たちバリスタが、表現者として、どこまでそのコーヒーとフードのペアリングであるとか新しい飲み方というものを提案できるかというのを考えた、私たちバリスタの哲学ということです。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for taking extra time to answer our questions. I really appreciate hearing about it, about your development of the omakase style of your shops. They look amazing. I would love to visit. Can't wait to go to Japan. Thank you so much, Ichi Kunitomo, for visiting us here and speaking to us today at the World Coffee Leaders Forum. It was fantastic. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you for And Hyundai department stores, distinctive visual and spatial experiences. How cool. Building on the brand's history and identity, he has been transforming retail spaces into immersive stages for brand experience. In today's talk, he will share through Hyundai Department Store's Christmas project and leading cafe cases from around the world how consumer emotions and behaviors are shifting in a rapidly changing era and how these insights can be translated into spatial strategy and storytelling. Please welcome, with a warm round of applause, Min-Kyu Jung.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 전 정민규라고 합니다. 제가 이거 프로젝트를 여름쯤 받았는데 노영 고모님 전에 좀 발표를 했으면 좋겠다 했는데 아니나 다를까 모든 분들이 지금 나오고 계셔가지고 제가 열심히 준비를 했거든요. 한번 그동안 저희 현대백화점에서 그리고 크리스마스 전략이 어떻게 이 카페와 매칭이 되는지에 대해서 좀 빨리 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 저는 건축가로 약 10년 근무하면서 주로 현상 설계나 턴키 프로젝트에 참여하면서 건축의 상징성에 대해서 좀 배웠습니다. 이 5시간, 6시간 정도의 짧은 시간 동안 심사를 하기 때문에 최대한 주제에 맞는 아이캐칭 할 수 있는 명확한 컨셉이 이 프로젝트를 당선할 수 있냐 아니면 떨어지냐 이런 것들에 좌지우지했죠. 그래서 제가 이게 예전에 학생중앙군사학교라는 프로젝트는 저희가 무궁화라는 컨셉을 통해서 배치를 했었고요. 그리고 그 태권도 공원이라는 거는 메인 건축물을 이렇게 3태극으로 좀 만들어서 저희가 당선된 사례가 있었습니다. 그리고 여러분들 가시는 인천공항 같은 경우에는 저희는 학을 좀 컨셉으로 가져갔는데 상대사가 봉황 2마리를 가지고 오는 바람에 저희가 낙선했었던 그런 프로젝트였었습니다. 뉴욕으로 제가 가면서 락웰 그룹이라는 곳에서 인테리어 디자이너로서 일을 했었습니다. 이곳에서는 저는 공간의 은유에 대해서 배웠었는데 이게 이제 이코넉스 호텔이라 그래서 미국의 피트니스 센터를 전문적으로 하는 럭셔리 5스타 호텔입니다. 그래서 이런 어떤 보시면 아시겠지만 좌측과 우측에 있는 디자인을 좀 이러한 형태의 모티브를 잡아서 또 뭐 이런 형태의 모티브를 잡아서 디자인을 했고, 왜냐하면 여기가 피트니스 센터라는 게 컨셉이었기 때문에. 그리고 그 허슨 야드에 있는 그 되게 포기한 그 안개 낀 그러한 형태를 왼쪽으로 이렇게 표현을 한다거나 아니면 그곳에서 자라나고 있는 물고기들의 비늘을 바탕으로 형태를 이렇게 만든다거나 아니면 거기에 있는 바다 이스트 리버, 뭐 허슨 리버가 강이 아니라 사실 바다입니다. 그 바다의 어떤 형태를 이렇게 가구로 표현을 한다거나 그 다음에 거기에 나는 해조류를 재료를 이런 식으로 표현을 해서 아까와는 다르게 건축과는 다르게 이 모든 것들을 조합해서 그 공간 자체를 이렇게 구성을 한다라는 게 이제 그 인테리어의 은유에 가깝게 되는 얘기고요. 그리고 제가 런던으로 이동해서 런던에서 제가 공부했었던 거는 공간에 대한 브랜딩과 마케팅과 어떤 디자인, 그 다음에 이게 어떻게 하면 성공할 수 있을까에 대한 브랜드를 좀 공부를 해봤었고, 모든 브랜드 그 백화점들이 망하고 있는데 런던에 있는 백화점 중에 리버티, 셀프리지, 헤로 백화점은 매출이 계속 올라가네, 이게 왜 올라가지? 라는 것들을 연구를 했었던 사례들을 좀 보여드리려고 합니다. 리버티 런던은 사실 일본과 인도에서 물건을 떼와가지고 판매를 하던 곳이에요. 그래서 그 장인들이 만들던 것이기 때문에 이 건물을 지을 때 배를, 영국 함대 배를 주척을 부셔가지고 이 파사드에다가 건물로 만들었습니다. 그러면서 우리는 장인 정신을 최대로 그 컨셉으로 하는 백화점이기 때문에 우리는 윌리엄 모리스 같은 그러한 아티스트들한테 후원도 하고, 그리고 또 뭐 그러한 패턴을 이용해서 디자인을 만들기도 하고, 아직도 이런 밑에 보면 화장실에 자기네들의 역사를 좀 표현해내는 그런 것들로 좀 그 브랜딩을 하고 있고요. 그리고 셀프리지 같은 경우에는 미국 사람입니다. 이 미국 사람이 이 런던에 갔더니 너무 이 그 리테일 자체가 후진 거예요. 왜냐하면 런던에 갔더니 일단 그 런던에 있는 백화점 모두가 신분에 따라서 들어갈 수도 없고, 그 다음에 내가 보여달라고 해야 이제 보여줄 수 있는 모든 제품들이 뭐 고야드나 이런 데처럼 나무 캐비넷 안에 들어가 있었던 거죠. 그래서 이 미국 사람은 나 런던 오면 성공할 것 같아. 그래서 당시에 이 건물 자체의 형태가 보자르 양식이라고 합니다. 이 보자르 양식은 기차역이라든지 도서관, 박물관에 주로 많이 쓰이는 건데, 좌우 대칭의 질서가 명확하게 나눠지는 이러한 양식이기 때문에 우리 백화점에 들어오는 모든 고객들은 평등하다라는 의미로 내세우고 있고, 또 이 백화점이 유명했었던 게 당시 여성분들이 화장을 한다라는 거는 쇼걸들이나 이렇게 하는 부분이어서 되게 뒤편 백화점 백도어 정도에서 판매를 했던 거를 영국의 그 옥스퍼드 스트리트의 그 마차의 그 말들의 똥 냄새가 심했기 때문에 1층에 향수랑 그 화장품들을 두는 첫 번째 백화점이 되기도 했습니다. 그래서 아직까지도 뭐 현대백화점을 가든 신세계백화점을 가든 1층에 화장품이 있는 게 바로 이 사례가 됐고요. 그리고 헤롯백화점 같은 경우에는 뭐 런던의 나이트 브리치에 위치하고 있는데 이거는 티와 식료품, 고급 식료품으로 이 백화점이 시작이 됐습니다. 그래서 이 동네 자체가 압구동, 청담동 같은 동네이기 때문에 우리는 고급 브랜드로 포지셔닝을 해야 된다 해서 건물 보시면 저게 바로크 양식인데, 바로크 양식은 성베드로 대성당이라든지 루브르 궁전 같은 정말 그 디테일이 심해서 일반인들은 따라하지 못하는 그러한 형태로 백화점을 지었습니다. 그래서 저기에 전구가 12,000개가 달렸는데 저희 불이 켜지면 진짜 궁전에 초대받은 듯한 고객들한테 그런 그 느낌을 주게 하고, 내부 공간을 보셔도 전부 다 대칭으로 만들고 중간에 홀이 나오고 굉장히 폐쇄적인 그러한 궁전 형태의 포지셔닝을 취하고 있습니다. 그래서 제가 지금 이 백화점 3개 논문을 쓰고 얼떨결에 현대백화점에 들어와서 제가 하고 있는 일은 갑자기 매장이 빠져서 이 공간을 연출해야 된다거나, 그리고 뭐 이렇게 식재적으로 연출을 해야 된다라거나, 그다음에 고객들이 왔었을 때 봄, 여름, 가을, 겨울에 어떤 분위기를 풍겨야 되는지에 대한 이미지를 줘서 아, 나는 봄이 왔으니 봄옷을 사야 되겠구나라는 이미지를 좀 전달하는 작업이거나, 아니면 뭐 월리, 힌디, 디즈니, 아바타처럼 이런 IP와 콜라보해서 만들어내는 공간들을 주로 연출하고 있습니다. 그리고 여름 같은 경우에도 여름 바캉스에 맞춰서 저희가 솔레디 포지타노라고 해서 포지타노의 태양이라는 주제로 최대한 포지타노의 분위기를 만들어서 고객들이 여기에서 그 물건도 사고 또 그 여름의 그런 무드들도 느끼게끔 그런 공간들로 좀 구성을 해봤었고요. 그다음에 올해 여름에 했었던 후이후이 마우이라는 프로젝트에서 하와이의 어떤 이국적인 풍경들을 좀 최대한 고객들에게 좀 느끼게 하려고 이런 연출들도 해봤고, 모든 글씨들도 고객들이 왔었을 때 여기가 하와이인 것처럼 보이게끔, 이탈리아인 것처럼 보이게끔 그렇게 하와이 언어와 이탈리아 언어로 좀 꾸며봤었습니다. 저는 첫 번째 챕터는 시대의 흐름과 마케팅의 변화입니다. 왜 지금 이러한 상황으로 우리가 공간을 연출을 해야 될까에 대한 얘기를 하고 있는데, 제가 잡은 타이틀은 바로 엑설런트 어드벤처라 그래서 고객들에게 어떤 끝장나는 모험을 왜 우리는 이러한 리테일 환경 속에서 고객들에게 끝장나는 모험을 만들어야 되는가에 대해서 설명하고자 합니다. 지금 리테일은 시대의 변화 속에서 세대가 변화하고 그에 따라 마케팅도 변화되었습니다. 가격과 상품과 서비스가 비교되면서 이게 지금 리테일 첫 번째인데, 모든 물건들은 같아도 예전에 시장처럼 내가 이 샵에도 가서 이거 물어보고 저 샵에도 가서 물어보고 이 거래 비용이 발생했죠. 근데 리테일 1.0에서는 최초의 백화점인 르봉막쉐가 된 것처럼 산업혁명의 대량 생산으로 넘쳐나는 물건들을 판매하기 위해서 새로운 소비 공간이 필요했고, 그렇게 되면서 정찰제가 최초로 탄생이 되었습니다. 리테일 2.0에는 자동차가 보급이 되면서 그 엔터테인먼트 쇼핑몰이 이제 지나가게 됐죠. 그래서 우리가 멀리 나가서 그 큰 부지에서 영화관도 보고 뭐 그러한 쇼핑몰로 리테일 2.0이 진행되다가, 리테일 3.0은 인터넷이 출현하면서 컴퓨터와 모바일폰 보급의 전자상거래가 시작이 되었습니다. 리테일 4.0 같은 경우에는 이런 디지털이 가속화되다 보니 AI, 빅데이터, AR, VR 등 여러 가지 기술을 활용한 차별화된 리테일 공간들이 나오고 있고요. 이러한 시대의 흐름 속에서 백화점들은 점점 더 사라지고 있었습니다. 2018년 미국 유통의 상징이라 불리던 125년 전통의 미국 백화점 시어스가 파산 신청을 했고, 그리고 바니스 뉴욕도 영업을 중단했고, 메이시스는 150개의 점포를 폐쇄했습니다. 영국 또한 하우스 프라저가 31개를 폐쇄를 했고, 드벤함스가 90개의 점포를 폐쇄했고, 존 레이스 또한 백화점 절반의 공간을 다른 용도로 개조했습니다. 일본도 마찬가지로 오누마 백화점, 그리고 시부야 도쿄 백화점, 그리고 다카시마야 백화점도 문을 닫았습니다. 100년 역사를 관통해 온 글로벌 백화점의 연이은 폐허점에 따라 국내도 마찬가지로 국내 백화점의 영업이익은 지속적으로 감소 추세에 이르렀고, 지역 대표 백화점이 폐업되고 매각이 되고 있으면서 지금 서울에 있는 대부분의 메이저 백화점들도 부진 점포들은 다 폐점되고 있는 상황입니다. 파이낸셜 타임스에 따르면 리테일 종말의 원인을 기술 혁신을 통한 소비 세대 교체라고 봤는데, 이런 밀레니얼 세대는 노동 인구의 약 35%를 차지하고 있고 소비력 차원에서도 베이비 부머를 뛰어넘는 걸로 전망하고 있고, 이러한 리테일 비즈니스의 중요한 까닭이 막강해질 그들의 구매력과 이전 세대와 구분되는 소비 특성이라고 합니다. 밀레니얼 세대는 이런 청소년기부터 인터넷과 스마트폰을 경험해서 자연스럽게 온라인 쇼핑을 선호하면서, 근데 저희가 밀레니얼보다 더 주목해야 할 소비자 그룹이 바로 디지털 네이티브인 G세대와 알파 세대입니다. 첨단 기술에 매우 능하면서 약 40억 명이 넘는 세대로 다양한 브랜드들의 핵심 시장을 형성하고 있고, 오로지 개인화된 컨텐츠만 소모하고 관련 없으면 넘겨버리는 성향을 가지고 있으면서, 이런 초개인화, 하이퍼 퍼스널라이즈드 컨텐츠에 대한 강한 선호는 G세대와 알파 세대가 인공지능 네이티브이자 메타버스 네이티브라는 것을 의미하고 있습니다. 그렇다면 이들을 위해 모든 마케팅을 온라인 경험에 초점을 맞춰야 될까? 이런 디지털 네이티브로 잘 알려진 G세대와 알파 세대는 여전히 물리적 매장에서 쇼핑을 즐기고 있다고 합니다. 디지털 세상을 선호할 줄만 알았던 이들이 여전히 오프라인에서 활동한다라는 것에 많은 마케터들이 혼란을 가져다 주었고, 이러한 세계적인 비즈니스 마케팅의 대가 필립 코틀러가 정의하기를 G세대와 알파 세대는 일상생활에서 물리적 세계와 디지털 세계 사이를 전혀 구분하지 않고 있다고 합니다. 그래서 그들의 특성을 피지컬 현상과 디지털 현상이 혼합된 피지털이라고 부르기도 하고요. 기존 리테일 브랜드들이 고전한 이유 중 하나가 바로 새로운 세대의 소비 성향과 취향에 어필하지 못했기 때문이라고 합니다. 새로운 세대의 소비 성향과 취향에 어필하기 위해서는 앞으로 다가올 마케팅에 대해 다음과 같이 정의하였습니다. 1950년대는 제품들이 몇 개가 없어서 그냥 제품 중에 그냥 하나만 셀렉하면 되는 거였어요. 근데 브랜드와 제품이 증가하면서 소비자가 이게 이 브랜드가 좀 더 좋은 것 같은데, 이 브랜드가 좀 더 좋은 것 같은데 라는 선택받기 위해서 소비자의 목소리에 브랜드들은 귀를 기울이기 시작합니다. 지금의 커피 브랜드도 마찬가지죠. 그러다가 2000년대 글로벌 금융위기에 따라서 기업의 신뢰도가 급격하게 감소되고 기업의 사회적 책임이 중요하다 보니까 이런 브랜드의 가치와 스토리텔링이 중요한 시대가 되었고요. 이러한 마케팅 4.0에서는 전통적 마케팅에서 디지털 마케팅으로 전환되면서 스마트폰, 소셜미디어, 이커머스가 등장하게 됩니다. 기술을 고객과 인간적으로 소통하는 데 활용이 되는 마케팅 5.0 시대에는 휴머니즘과 기술의 융합이 되는 이러한 시대로 변화되고 있고, 마지막 지금 시대에서는 몰입형 마케팅의 시대라고 합니다. 메타 마케팅이 부상하면서 G세대와 알파 세대가 물리적 영역과 디지털 융합이 실현될 수 있는 이 몰입형 마케팅의 시대가 지금의 시대라고 합니다. 그래서 최근 기업들, 삼성이나 애플이나 이러한 기술의 격차가 점점 좁혀져 제품 간의 차별성이 사라지고 비슷해지는 범용화된 현상에서 우리가 제품만으로 경쟁하기보다는, 커피의 맛으로만 경쟁하기보다는 고객에게 특별한 경험을 전달해서 고객 한 명 한 명을 브랜드의 충성 고객으로 만드는 일에 집중해야 된다는 거죠. 바로 이 고객에게 특별한 경험을 전달하는 과정에서 몰입감을 조성해야 되고, 이러한 몰입감 있는 공간을 조성하기 위해서 제3의 공간으로 우리에게 잘 알려진 세계적인 공간 연출 전문가 크리스티앙 미쿤다는 마음을 훔치는 공간의 비밀이라는 책을 통해서 우리가 공간에서 느끼는 행복감을 다음과 같은 7가지로 구분하였습니다. 높고 깊고 넓은 신전 등의 느낌에서 마치 제왕이 된 것 같은 느낌에서 사람들은 세로토닌을 느낀다고 합니다. 분출이 된다고 합니다. 관광지 기념품 샵처럼 다양한 감각 자극 요소들이 넘쳐나는 곳에서의 느낌에서 사람들은 도파민이 터진다고 합니다. 바닥이 유리로 된 다리에서 걸을 때 두려움을 극복하면서 느끼는 느낌에서 사람들은 아드레날린이 나온다고 하고요. 놀라운 공간을 볼 때 인정하는 긍정의 느낌에서 아세틸콜린이 나온다고 합니다. 떠있는 로고에서 느껴지는 찬사의 느낌에서 도파민이 나오고요. 버려진 공장을 미술관으로 사용하는 것 같이 선험된 이미징 코드에 충돌된 느낌에서 엔돌핀이 나온다고 하고, 오아시스 휴양지 같은 곳에서의 편안한 재충전의 느낌에서 사람들은 코르타솔과 엔도발리움이 나온다고 합니다. 이러한 공간에서 7가지 행복감들은 인간의 7대 죄악의 욕망과 연결되면서 특별한 공간에서 욕망이 만들어지고, 그러면서 그 욕망은 호르몬을 분비하고, 그래서 그로 인해 행복감을 경험한다고 합니다. 현대백화점은 이러한 분석을 토대로 다음과 같은 공간을 만들기 시작했습니다. 브랜드를 만드는 과정에 대해서 설명드릴게요. 이거는 어떻게 고객에게 차별화된 경험을 제공할 수 있을까에 대한 얘기고, 제가 2020년도에 현대백화점을 와서 그동안 이제 사장님한테 보고를 드릴 때 보통 A3 페이퍼를 한 5장 정도만, 왜냐하면 시간도 없으시고 많이 이렇게 보고받는 걸 좋아하지 않으세요. 그런데 제가 저희 그 회의실을 빌린 다음에 제가 했었던 보고 그대로를 지금 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 브랜드를 만드는 과정이었습니다. 크리스마스 프로젝트였고요. 뉴욕 삭스는 건물 외관에 라이트닝 쇼를 하는 것이 그들의 전통이 되었고, 런던 셀프리지는 산타쇼 이벤트가 전통이 되었고, 갤러리 라파이트는 빅트리 점증식이 그들의 전통이 되었는데, 현대도 크리스마스 헤리티지가 있었으면 좋겠어. 헤리티지를 가지기 위해서는 브랜딩이 필요한데, 브랜딩이 되려면 디자인, 마케팅, 이벤트, 커뮤니케이션, 서비스 등등 이 모든 것들을 완벽하게 준비해야 돼. 근데 크리스마스 시즌에 현대백화점이 어떤 헤리티지를 가져야 할까? 그래서 현대백화점이 그동안 어떻게 시작이 됐는지에 대한 분석들을 쭉 해보니까, 현대백화점이 이렇게 금강 쇼핑센터 뭐 이렇게 등등등 이러한 것들을 운영하면서 현대아파트 내에서 슈퍼마켓 운영으로 시작됐더라. 그래서 압구정 동네 주민을 위한 고급 식자재를 시작으로 한국에서 가장 질 좋은 식품관이 되었는데, For Villagers Best Market. 그래서 이런 동네 또는 마을이라는 컨셉이 어떨까? 마을이라는 느낌은 따뜻하고 정겨운데 현대 마을이라는 건 어울리지가 않아. 빌리지가 어감이 좋은데 현대 아이덴티티를 넣으려면 H빌리지라고 하면 어떨까? 크리스마스가 다가오면서 올 한 해 어떻게 살았나 고민도 하면서 홀리, 거룩했던 어제, 해피, 행복한 오늘, 호풀, 희망적인 내일. 그래서 홀리, 해피, 호풀, 한 해의 끝에 되게 완벽한 키워드가 아닐까? 그러면 H빌리지의 H는 홀리, 해피, 호풀 바이 현대. 고객과 함께한 1년을 생각하고 내년을 기약하는 H라는 단어로 어떤 공간적으로, 시각적으로 보여줘야 돼. 빌리지로 가는 길에는 무엇이 있을까? 숲, 광장, 광장의 큰 나무 마켓, 교회, 포레스트, 하우스 트리. H, 홀리 포레스트, H, 해피 하우스, 호풀 트리. 이 공간을 스토리텔링으로 한번 만들어 보자. 거룩한 숲을 지나서 행복한 마을에 도달하면 소원의 나무가 중앙에 있는 거야. 힘든 지난 날을 지나서 행복한 크리스마스에 도달하면 내년의 소망이 중앙에 있는 거야. 그래서 이러한 느낌으로 우리가 한번 만들어 보자, 크리스마스를. 너무 좋지 않아? 그래서 이거를 시각화하면 고객이 이렇게 지나갈 때마다 나무가 있고, 이러한 나무들이 있고, 그리고 고객이 또 이렇게 지나다가 중간에 보면 이러한 공간, 집이 있고, 집은 여러 가지 프로그램을 담을 수가 있고, 그리고 가다 보면 중앙에 큰 트리가 있는 거지. 이런 트리들이 말이야. 이렇게 매년 헤리티지로만 만들다면 너무 지루할 것 같아. 근데 그렇다면 마을은 전통성으로 남겨놓고 매년 새로운 컨셉을 이 안에 넣어보자. 그래서 2021년 그 당시 컨셉은 코비드 때문에 너무너무 힘들었고 빨리 치유되는 바람에 백신이었으면 좋겠어. 그렇다고 우리가 백신을 컨셉으로 할 수 없으니까 백신을 빨간 열매로 은유하고 치유 그리고 행복이라는 의미로 좀 해석을 해보자. 그래서 빨간 열매가 열리는 마을. 근데 당시 고객 메시지가 Share the Happiness라는 거였어. 그래서 우리는 더현대 서울에 이런 트리를 만들고 집을 만들고 큰 트리를 만들고 그리고 중간에 이렇게 별들도 떨어지고 그리고 눈도 떨어지고 이러한 공간들을 한번 만들어 보자. 이게 바로 우리가 말하는 H빌리지라는 거야. 그래서 2021년 11월 딱 1년 만에 저희가 이 더현대 서울 5층 사운드 포레스트 공간을 이렇게 만들게 되었습니다. 이 공간을 만들었었을 때 사실 진짜 처음에 하자마자 난리가 났었어요. 뭐 대기가 2,000명이 되고 사실 저희는 네이버 예약이라든지 이런 것들을 전혀 하지 않고 있는 상황에서 이제 모든 고객들이 기다리고 2시간 기다리고 4시간 기다리고 사람들은 막 이곳에 와서 뛰어가고 다치고 이런 일들이 너무너무 심했고 그리고 모든 사람들이 이제 쇼트나 아니면 SNS에 이런 바이럴을 하기 시작했습니다. 그러다가 뉴스에서는 2시간을 기다렸다, 대기가 1,000번이다, 뭐 방문객 수가 40%가 늘었다, 1시간이 기다려야 간신히 보고 이 더현대 서울에서는 대기표랑 현장 요원을 확충해서 안전에 최선을 다하겠다라는 이러한 부분들도 발생했고, 그러다 보니 뭐 러닝맨이라는 이러한 그 TV 연예 프로그램이라든지 아니면 교양 프로그램에서 여기에서 이제 좀 촬영을 하고 싶다라는 의뢰가 들어왔고, 저희가 백화점에서 얼마를 사면 인형을 줬었는데 이 인형은 거의 뭐 6만 원에서부터 9만 원까지 그냥 모든 중고나라에서 판매가 됐었었고, 그러면서 자발적 바이럴이 언론 노출, 미디어 노출, 그러다 보니 저희가 3사에서 가장 많은 소셜 언급량과 방문객 수가 40%가 늘고 매출도 굉장히 많이 늘었다라는 그러한 평가를 받고 있었습니다. 그리고 2023년도에 저희가 이제 제작을 한다고 했었을 때 많은 부분들이 더현대 서울에 지금 이거 큰 거 온다, 뭐 터질 예정, 막 이런 부분들로 좀 바이럴이 됐고, 이렇게 됐었던 공간은 다시 이렇게 저희가 꾸미게 됐었죠. 그러면서 저희가 네이버 웨이팅을 시작하게 됐는데, 막 2차 예약에서는 동시 접속자가 4만 명 이상 발생하고 20분 만에 마감이 됐었고요. 그리고 3차 매진, 4차 매진까지 진행이 됐었습니다. 그러면서 뭐 티켓까지 판매가 되는, 그러니까 이게 무료 입장이었는데 티켓까지도 판매가 되는 거였고, 뭐 그 바이럴 같은 경우에도 롯데 본점, 잠실, 신세계 본점까지 이 모든 것들을 포함하더라도 더현대 서울에는 되지 않는 정도의 저희가 바이럴이 가장 많은 백화점과 그 2년 새에 가장 언급량이 많은 브랜드가 됐었죠. 그러면서 뭐 뉴진스라든지 아니면 드라마라든지, 그리고 대한항공에서도 한국에 이런 좋은 크리스마스 공간이 있으니까 놀러와라는 이런 부분들도 그냥 스스로가 광고를 내줬었고, 파크하야트 서울 같은 경우에도 우리 호텔 바로 앞에 이런 무역점의 아름다운 공간이 있으니까 한번 놀러와라는 이러한 멘트들도 남기기도 했었습니다. 저희가 인형이랑 그 PB 상품들도 이번에는 판매를 했었는데 모든 브랜드들이 다 솔드아웃이 됐었고, 저희가 이렇게 만들어내는 브랜드 전략에 대해서 한번 설명을 드리고자 해요. 이게 이제 저희는 지금 많은 자영업자분들도 계시고 브랜드에 대해서 생각해 보시는 분들도 있는데, 아까 노인영 고모님께서 너무나 자세히 잘 설명을 해주셨지만 저희가 어떻게 이 브랜드를 만들었는지에 대한 전략들을 좀 만들어내겠습니다. 첫 번째는 스타일입니다. 현대백화점은 스타일이 없었어요. 근데 그 당시만 하더라도 신세계백화점은 미디어 파사드를 이용해서 신세계백화점만의 스타일이 있었고, 롯데백화점은 이제 쇼윈도를 바라보는, 이제 그때도 제가 생각했을 때 롯데백화점도 그때는 없었던 것 같아요. 그러면서 저희는 매년 다른 테마의 숲과 어떤 마을과 그리고 대형 트리로 이루어진 공간 경험을 이제 현대백화점만의 스타일로 구성하자. 사실 스타일이라는 거와 브랜딩은 같은 얘기라고 저는 생각을 하는데, 남과 철저하게 차별화되는 것이 바로 그 스타일이라는 거거든요. 그래서 카페를 구성할 때도 이런 스타일이 있어야 됩니다. 그래서 이런 것들로 브랜드 아이덴티티를 올렸었고요. 두 번째는 스토리입니다. 현대백화점은 매년 현대백화점의 미션이 고객을 행복하게 세상을 풍요롭게라는 거거든요. 그리고 글로벌 이슈, 세계가 어떤 일들이 지금 일어나고 있는지에 대한 이슈를 통해서 저희가 이런 스토리를 만드는데, 21년도에는 그때 코비드 시기가 있었기 때문에 마을 사람들을 위해 소녀가 빨간 열매를 찾아서 떠나서 마을 사람들한테 그 백신을 나눠주는 치유와 행복에 관한 얘기를 했었었고, 22년도에는 뭐 러시아 우크라이나 전쟁을 모티브로 아기곰 해리에 대한 오해와 편견으로 인해 벌어지는 화해와 평화에 관한 얘기를 했었고, 23년도에는 그 전쟁에 의한 실향민을 모티브로 이런 아기곰 해리가 할아버지의 가족을 만나게 해준다는 소망과 꿈에 대한 얘기, 그리고 24년도에는 파리 올림픽을 모티브로 해리가 세계 최고의 쇼를 우리 마을로 데리고 와서 어떤 나눔과 기쁨에 관한 얘기, 이러한 스토리를 좀 만들어서 저희가 고객들에게 브랜드의 친밀도를 좀 높였습니다. 그러면 그 다음에는 이제 스페이스인데, 이런 스토리를 기반으로 공간을 만들었습니다. 그래서 21년도에는 아까 코비드 시기를 고려했기 때문에 저희가 이 집 한 채를 두고 150그루의 나무를 뒀어요. 그래서 격리와 단절을 상징하는 것들을 좀 표현을 해봤고, 22년도에는 전쟁 시기를 고려했기 때문에 저 트리를 중앙에 두고 광장을 두고 모든 집들을 그 중앙을 배치를 해서 저 전구들로 모든 집들을 연결을 해서 화합과 평화를 좀 상징하는 공간들로 연출을 해봤습니다. 23년도에는 실향민의 꿈을 고려한 거였기 때문에 따뜻함과 정겨움을 상징하는 골목길과, 그 다음에 이 스토리에 보면 이 할아버지가 꿈을 꾸게 되는 이 상점이었는데, 그 꿈과 환상을 상징하는 빨간색 건물을 이제 메인 공간으로 뒀었고, 24년도에는 파리 올림픽을 컨셉으로 하다 보니까 우정과 연대감을 상징하는 원형 극장과 회전용 동선을 통해서 서로가 마주 보면서 우정과 연대감을 쌓을 수 있는 그러한 공간으로 구성을 해봤습니다. 이래서 현대백화점의 브랜드 이미지를 높였습니다. 그리고 네 번째는 심볼입니다. 어떤 게 우리 카페나 아니면 우리 브랜드의 심볼이 돼야 될까? 이때는 이제 21년도에는 코비드 시기였기 때문에 숲속의 현대백화점을 숲속의 집이라는 걸로 치환을 해서 백색의 하얀 집을 좀 표현을 해서 우리 백화점은 안전한 곳이야. 22년도는 그 많은 창고 중에서 현대백화점이 식품관으로 시작했기 때문에 곡물창고라는 컨셉을 줬었고, 23년도 때는 모든 것들을 꿈을 꾸게 해주는 꿈꾸는 상점을 표현하기 위해서 이제 현대백화점은 이 꿈꾸는 상점이고, 24년도에는 세계에서 가장 행복한 쇼, 행복한 즐거움을 전달할 수 있는 그런 극장을 만드는 게 저희가 상징하는 공간들로 표현을 해서 현대백화점의 고객들에게 브랜드의 충성도를 올리는 공간들로 만들어봤습니다. 그리고 나서는 이제 이 카페 공간이 스토리와 스타일과 스토리, 스페이스를 통해서 만들어졌다면 이 공간이 고객들에게 어떻게 보여야 될까? 저희는 스케일과 디테일에 대해서 전략을 좀 짜봤습니다. 멀리 150m를 바라봐도 보일 수 있는 공간. 신세계 백화점이 그렇잖아요. 가까이 가면 안 보여요. 멀리 가야지 그 영상이 보이는 그 스케일. 그래서 현대백화점을 이렇게 멀리서 바라보더라도 이렇게 바라볼 수 있는 공간의 스케일을 좀 저희가 구성을 해봤고, 그 다음에 내부의 디테일도 정말 그 케이크 하나하나도 저희가 다 작가들을 이용해서 만들어보고, 이런 단추, 뭐 실패, 뭐 이런 모든 조각들을 다 저희가 디자인을 해봤습니다. 그리고 쇼윈도에서 바라볼 수 있는 이러한 1m짜리 디테일에서도 저희가 빠지지 않고 내부 디테일적인 요소들도 하나하나 다 디자인을 해서 좀 고객 여러분들에게 스케일과 디테일을 좀 느낄 수 있게끔 그렇게 디자인을 해봤었고요. 이런 케이크들도 실제로 진짜 케이크를 방부 처리해서 만든 거기 때문에 향도 이따 나오지만 이러한 공간들도 제 케이크로 한번 만들어 봤었고, 그리고 내부 공간도 마찬가지로 세계에서 가장 아름다운 그런 공간들로 좀 만들어봤습니다. 이 서커스를 구성하는 것도 이게 매달 수 있는 구조가 아니었기 때문에 이게 7m 정도 되는 열기구를 이틀에 한 번씩 작업자분들이 오셔가지고 헬륨가스를 넣는 그러한 디테일도 좀 구성을 해봤었고요. 내부도 이렇게 스케일과 디테일이 완벽하게 좀 조화롭게, 그리고 이런 저 사이니지 같은 경우도 다 이제 찰흙으로 만들어서 FRP를 떠서 만들어진 굉장히 조금 그 로코코 양식에 맞게끔 구성을 해봤고, 다음으로는 전략 6번째는 식스센스입니다. 고객이 들어왔을 때 시각적으로, 청각적으로 어떻게 느끼게 할 수 있을 건지, 그리고 아까도 말씀드렸지만 빨간 열매이기 때문에 빨간 향이 나게 하고, 곡물 창고기 때문에 여러 가지 뭐 오렌지라든지 계피 향이 나게끔 하고, 이때 상점이었기 때문에 케이크 가게였기 때문에 케이크 향이 나게끔 이렇게 하는 그러한 후각적인 걸 느끼실 수 있게 좀 구성을 했고, 크리스마스 때 맛볼 수 있는 미각과 그 다음에 고객들이 만져볼 수 있는 촉각, 그리고 이제 이거는 6번째 센스는 고객들이 이 사진을 어떻게 찍냐. 아까 노인영 고모님도 말씀하셨지만 포토존이라고 촌스럽게 쓰지 않고 모든 공간 자체가 고객들이 찾아다닐 수 있는 포토존이 될 수 있게끔 만들었습니다. 그래서 제가 지금 이 설명을 드리는 이유, 저녁 카페와 다른 얘기를 하는 이유는 어떤 지금의 시대의 변화 속에서 마케팅이 변화됐고 마지막에 몰입감 있는 공간이 필요하더라. 그래서 이러한 몰입감 있는 공간을 현대백화점에 넣기 위해서는 저희는 크리스마스 프로젝트로 한번 이 몰입감 있는 공간을 만들어 보자. 그리고 이 크리스마스 전략을 짜기 위해서는 스타일과 남들과 다른 스타일과 우리만의 이야기와 이 우리만의 이야기를 바탕으로 어떻게 이거를 공간으로 표현을 해내고 거기에 어떤 상징을 집어넣었느냐, 그 다음에 이거 고객들이 봤었을 때 이 모든 걸 모른다 치더라도 어떤 비주얼적으로 스케일과 디테일이 있는지, 그 다음에 이 6번째로 오감과 청각, 시각, 미각, 촉각, 그 다음에 후각, 그 다음에 사진을 찍는 이 모든 감각들까지 어떻게 이게 배려가 딱 되었었을 때 이 브랜드는 성공할 수 있다, 이렇게 생각을 했었습니다. 그래서 오늘 주제인 Gastronomic Experience를 챕터 4로 두고 설명을 하자면, 제가 좋아하는 브랜드 인스타그램에 있었는데 이런 내용들이 있더라고요. 제가 만든 건 아니고요. 애플은 핸드폰이 아닌 혁신을 판매하고 있고, 롤렉스는 시계가 아닌 지위를 판매하고 있고, 레고는 장난감이 아닌 창의력을 팔고 있고, 나이키는 운동화가 아닌 동기부여를 판매하고 있고, 그리고 코카콜라는 음료가 아닌 행복을 판매하고, 테슬라는 자동차가 아닌 미래를 판매하고 있고, 근데 우리는 무엇을 팔 거냐? 40개국 120개 도시를 저는 다니면서 이 모든 카페들을 한번 다녀봤습니다. 제가 커피를 워낙 좋아해가지고요. 근데 제가 오늘 설명드리고자 하는 2004년 프랑스 최초로 생긴 스타벅스입니다. 17세기부터 있었던 이 건물은 과거에 아까 설명드렸던 리버테인 코의 백화점이고, 제가 생각했었을 때 스타벅스 중에서 가장 아름다운 그 스타벅스라고 생각이 되고, 같은 스타벅스의 맛이지만 그들은 스타벅스를 팔면서도 프랑스의 문화를 판매하고 있었습니다. 여기는 리스본에 있는 카페 드 가라잠이라는 곳인데, 여기 리스본의 이 골목을 엄청 많은 길을 올라가야 되는데 그 마지막에 이 카페가 있었고, 그 카페에 들어가면 이런 아름다운 풍경을 느껴져요. 그래서 저는 이 공간은 단순히 커피를 판매하고 있는 게 아니라 풍경을 판매하고 있다고 생각이 되고, 미드패킹 스트리트 앞에 스타벅스 리저브가 있는데 그 건너편에 되게 작은 이 카페가 하나가 있습니다. 이게 100년이 넘은 이 작은 카페가, 저는 낮에는 커피를 팔고 밤에는 칵테일을, 술을 팔고 있거든요. 여기에서는 사실 저는 뉴욕의 밤 문화를 판매하고 있다고 생각이 들더라고요. 그리고 뉴욕 브루클린 미술관에 가면 그 브루클린 미술관 안에 있는 카페인데, 이 카페는 지금 보시면 위쪽 상단에 보시면 저거는 작품을 옮길 때 쓰여지는 박스입니다. 그 박스를 통해서 안으로 들어가면 미술관에서 소장하지 않고 있는 수장고에 들어가는 작품들을 이렇게 가벽으로 이용해서 이용을 하고 있어서, 저는 여기에서 밥을 먹고 차를 마시는 그런 특별한 경험을 판매하고 있다고 생각이 들더라고요. 그리고 제가 특별한 날에, 뉴욕에 살 때 특별한 날에 항상 이 카페를 가는데, 바카랏 호텔에 있는 이 2층의 카페는 저한테는 되게 특별한 날에 사치를 좀 판매하고 있다고 느껴졌고, 그리고 지금은 너무 유명해졌지만 인텔리젠시아 하이라인 호텔에 있는 이곳은 여기 이 건물 자체가 과거 신학대학교의 학생 기숙사로 사용되었던 곳이거든요. 근데 제가 주말에 여기를 자주 가는데 여기에서는 저는 여유로움을 저한테 항상 주었다고 생각해요. 앞들과 뒷들에 굉장히 아름다운 뜰이 있거든요. 그리고 제가 런던에 살 때 런던에서 가장 복잡한 곳이 트라팔가 스퀘어고, 그 앞에 이제 내셔널 갤러리가 있잖아요. 그 옆에 보시면 작은 교회가 있습니다. 그 교회 지하로 가시면 납골당이 있어요. 크립트라는 납골당이 있는데, 이 납골당의 이 카페는 저한테서 조금 삶에 조금 외로움과 무게가 좀 느껴질 때 저는 이 카페를 자주 가서 저한테 그런 경험을 판매를 하고 있다라고 생각을 해요. 그리고 이미 20년이 엄청 지났지만 이 스케치 런던 같은 경우에는 저한테 아주 이렇게 좀 판타지한 이런 공간에서 판타지를 판매하고 있다고 생각해요. 여기에서도 커피랑 티를 이렇게 판매를 하고 있는데 판타지를 판매하고 있다고 생각이 들고, 빅토리아 인 알버트 뮤지엄에 가면 저는 꼭 이 카페를 좀 추천드리는 게, 여기에는 3개의 룸이 있습니다. 윌리엄 모리스가 만든 룸도 있고, 당시 빅토리아 시대가 사실 영국에서 가장 번영된 시대인데 빅토리아 시대의 아름다움을 그렇게 판매를 하고 있다고 저는 느껴져요. 그리고 뉴포트 스트리트, 이건 아직까지 있는지는 모르겠는데, 이 갤러리 팔머스 2라고 하는 거는 데미안 허스트가 모든 그 공간들을 디렉팅하고 그의 작품들이 있는 곳인데, 저는 영국의 현대 미술을 판매하고 있다고 생각이 듭니다. 그리고 여기에는 그 스페인에 있는 팔마라는 곳인데, 여기가 이제 1700년대에 설립된 카페예요. 근데 그 역사적인 초콜릿을 만들었던 카페이면서도 전통 아이스크림을 판매해서 자기네들의 최초의 아이스크림을 판매한다는 걸로 해서 300년 전통으로 지금 판매를 하고 있는 공간입니다. 그래서 저는 전통을 판매한다고 생각하고, 프라다로 인수된, 괜찮은 거죠? 네네네. 프라다가 인수한 마르켓이 1824 같은 경우에는 밀라노의 세련된 과거와 현재, 미래를 판매한다고 생각이 들고, 그 다음에 나카메구로에 위치한 비즈빔의 제너럴 스토어는 1970년대 만든 집들을 이렇게 개조해서 만들었는데, 제가 생각했을 때 집 세 채인 것 같아요. 집 세 채를 허물어서 약간 요즘 성수동에서 많이 하는 어니언이랑 비슷한 것 같긴 한데, 그 세 채의 골목을 통해서 비즈빔을 다 갔다가 보면 마지막에 이 테이블 하나만 딱 있고 거기서 리틀 클라우드 커피라는 곳을 판매를 합니다. 저는 여기에서 어떤 일본의 건축 미학과 빈티지적인 요소를 결합해서 그렇게 일본 문화를 판매한다라고 생각이 듭니다. 조금 더 아직 시간이 남아서 좀 더 디테일하게 말씀드리고 싶은 카페들이 있어요. 그래서 로마에 우리 한국 사람들 좋아하는 3대 카페라고 하면 사네오사키오랑 타짜도로랑 안티코 카페 그레코가 있는데, 저는 이 중에서 단연코 제가 좋아하는 곳이 바로 안티코 카페 그레코입니다. 왜냐하면 역사적 무게가 엄청나거든요. 이 카페 그레코는 1760년 로마에서 설립된 가장 오래된 카페이고, 그리고 이 카페 그레코라는 이름은 설립자의 국적이 그리스였기 때문에 이 카페가 이제 이렇게 지금 카페 창업주들입니다. 이 카페는 바로 스페인 광장 앞에, 스페인 계단 앞에 그 메인 거리에 위치하고 있고, 그 당시에 이곳은 그리스인 거주지가 있었다고 해요. 그래서 그 당시 또 로마가 교황 국가의 중심지였던 시기였고, 외교관과 예술가들이 교황청과 교류하기 위해서 로마로 모여들었고, 그 과정에서 자유로운 사상과 예술을 나눌 수 있는 공간이 필요했다고 합니다. 그래서 전통적으로 피아자라고 그래서 광장이 그러한 역할을 해왔지만, 스페인 광장 앞에 문을 연 카페 그레코는 자연스럽게 유럽 각지의 지식인들과 예술가들이 모여드는 새로운 살롱이 되었습니다. 그래서 뭐 괴테랑 니체, 바그너, 보들레르, 쇼펜하우어, 바이런, 브람스, 리스트, 마크 트웨인, 안데르센 등 유럽의 대문호와 예술가들이 이곳의 단골이었고, 실제로 안데르센은 카페 2층에 여기에 거주하고 있으면서 지금 이 노란색 의자가 있는 이곳에서 매일 글을 썼다고 해요. 아직까지도 남아 있고요. 그래서 이곳을 거점 삼은 화가들이 자신의 작품을 선물하거나 전시 판매하기도 했으며, 약 300여 점의 그림과 조각품들이 현재 카페 내부에 전시되어 있기도 합니다. 그래서 이 그레코 같은 경우에는 단순히 카페를 넘어서 예술가와 지식인들의 사교, 그리고 세계 최초의 어떤 갤러리 카페가 되었기도 했습니다. 그래서 이 카페는 로비와 8개의 홀로 구성이 되어 있으면서 각 홀들은 베네치아, 로마, 장미, 옴니버스, 구비넬리, 졸라디치, 로마 예술감상홀, 갈리올 등 모든 예술가들과 도시의 이름을 딴 공간들로 구성이 되어 있고, 특히 이 장미홀 같은 경우에는 문학 모임이 열렸었고, 옴니버스 홀 같은 경우에는 매월 첫째 주 수요일 첫째 주에 로마에 관한 연구 모임이 아직까지도 이루어지고 있다고 합니다. 이 공간을 없앤다고 했었을 때 지금 이 조르조 데 기리코라는 이 아티스트가 이 반대, 이걸 절대 부시면 안 된다라고 해서 지금까지도 보존하고 있다고 하더라고요. 그리고 또 다른 로마에 있는 제가 좋아하는 카페가 까도바 타돌리니라는 건데, 지금 보시는 이 작품이 1797년에 나폴레옹이 로마의 아름다운 예술 작품들을 프랑스로 가지고 가게 됐는데, 나폴레옹이 이게 너무 마음에 들어서 이게 작품이 벨베데레의 아폴론이라는 건데, 당시에 이거를 교황이 못 가져가게 다른 거 다 가져가도 되는데 이것만은 가져가지 말라라고 얘기를 했는데, 이거 가져가라는 얘기죠. 그래서 나폴레옹이 이걸 딱 가져갔어요. 그래서 그 비오 7세 교황이 당시 박물관장이었던 안토니오 까노바한테 이것만은 제발 가져가지 말았으면 좋겠다, 이거랑 똑같은 걸 좀 만들어줬으면 좋겠다 해서 만든 작품이 그 페르세우스라는, 메두사의 머리를 들고 있는 페르세우스입니다. 그래서 요거를 똑같이 두게 된 이 작가가 바로 안토니오 까노바인데, 이 까노바는 바티칸 박물관의 관장이기도 했었고 나폴레옹의 궁정 조각가이기도 했었습니다. 그래서 이 사람의 어떤 이 지역 전체가 아까도 말씀드렸다시피 예술가들이 모여 있는 그 도시였는데, 그 까노바의 가장 뛰어난 제자 타돌리니라는 분과 조각 스튜디오를 오픈해가지고 이 공간에 이제 그 카페가 있습니다. 그래서 이 까노바는 타돌리니의 가문이 4대에 걸쳐 소유하고 있으며 약 200년 동안 이 공간은 지속되고 있습니다. 그래서 내부에 들어가면 어떤 이 신고전주의 시대의 유명 조각가인 까노바와 타돌리니가 만든 그런 조각품들이 이렇게 전시가 돼 있고, 요 공간은 이제 식전주 아르페티브이고, 그리고 막 이런 공간들이 교황이랑 천사, 왕, 성이, 이교도 이런 흉상들로 채워져 있고, 이 모든 공간들이 그 까노바의 그 다음에 타돌리니의 아들들의 이름을 딴 이러한 공간들로 구성이 되어 있습니다. 아다모의 방, 그 다음에 그 파울리나의 방, 그리고 까노바가 만든 방, 그 다음에 이쪽은 아나토미 방이라고 그래서 그들이 만들었었던, 해부학에 대해서 연구했었던 방들도 이렇게 구성이 되어 있고요. 그리고 이거는 이제 스키피오네의 방, 그리고 작업실 영역, 워크샵 에리어가 여기에 있고, 이러한 공간들로 로마 예술의 문화를 판매하는 그런 공간들도 있었습니다. 그래서 로마에서 아주 특별한 경험을 해보고 싶다면 가볼 만한 곳이고, 이곳이 단순한 저는 카페가 아니라 예술과 역사를 체험할 수 있는 공간으로 포지셔닝이 돼 있기 때문에 다른 어떠한 공간과도 차별이 꾀하고 있으면서 그 역사적 장소의 매력과 예술적인 분위기를 극대화해서 고객에게 유일무이한 그 경험을 제공하는 거라고 생각이 들고, 안젤리나는 너무나 여러분들 잘 아시겠지만 파리의 달콤한 사치 안젤리나입니다. 1903년에 오픈한 안젤리나는 2025년부터 약 122년 정도가 됐는데, 여기에서는 시간이 별로 안 남아서요. 더 빨리 얘기하겠습니다. 오스트리아 제과업자 럼펠마이어가 여기를 만들었어요. 근데 프랑스 남부에서 이탈리아 그 국경에서 이거를 만들다 보니까 되게 인기가 있었던 거죠. 여러 개 해서 성공을 해서 파리로 이동해서 여기에서의 이름을 자기의 며느리의 이름인 안젤리나라는 이름으로 이제 열기 시작했었습니다. 이게 바로 브랜딩의 스토리가 됐죠. 그다음에 두 번째는 안젤리나 시그니처 메뉴가 몽블랑이라는 이 머랭이랑 휘핑크림이랑 방크림이 구성된 케이크인데 이거랑 그다음에 원래 이름이 르 아프리칸이라는 이 초콜릿은 그 어떤 아시겠지만 문화적이고 사회적 민감성 그 명칭이 그래서 올드 패션 핫 초콜릿이라는 이름으로 바꾸기도 했고 원래 이 몽블랑이라는 거는 이탈리아에서 그 몽테비앙코라고 해서 우측에 있는 이거였는데 이게 너무 거품이 빨리 꺼지다 보니까 밤크림을 덮으면 훨씬 좀 성공적이겠다 해서 이 브랜드가 이제 시그니처 메뉴가 된 거죠. 그리고 이 안에 있는 내부 인테리어는 당시에 이제 벨 에포크 시대라 그래서 프랑스어로 아름다운 시절을 뜻하면서 경제적 번영과 예술 문화적 황금기가 공존했던 시기입니다. 그래서 막 에펠탑이 건설되고 뭐 샤넬도 나오고 이 모든 이 예술가와 지적인 그런 활력으로 가득 찼었던 상류 사회가 시작됐었던 그런 분위기였기 때문에 그들을 만족하기 위해서 뭐 인테리어도 벨 에포크 양식으로 뭐 아르누보랑 아르데코 같은 그런 공간감과 높은 천장, 샹들리에 앤티크가 있는 이러한 공간들로 만들었고 뭐 중앙에는 저런 그 리비에라의 그들이 살았던 황토색과 푸른색의 영감을 받은 프레스코 화도 있고 그러면서 이런 시각적인 비주얼 아이덴티티 또한 그 베레포크 시대의 그런 그 비주얼로 좀 고객들에게 굉장히 사치스러운 화려한 느낌을 좀 전달주고 있습니다. 그래서 브랜드를 확장해 가면서 뉴욕, 두바이, 싱가포르 등 약 30개국까지 이제 펼쳐나가는 그런 글로벌 전략을 꾀하고 있죠. 그래서 저는 앙젤리나가 페리지앙 럭셔리 티룸이라는 포지셔닝을 아주 잘 유지하고 있고 그런 모든 이제 그 스토리랑 헤리티지, 시그니처, 고급성, 시각적 아이덴티티를 통합한 브랜드가 아닐까라는 생각이 듭니다. 마지막으로 딱 시간이 30초 남았지만 마지막으로 하나만 더 말씀드릴 게 제가 뉴욕 살 때 가장 많이 갔었던 카페 중 하나입니다. 바로 카페 레지오라는 건데 카페 레지오는 원래 이탈리아 출신 이민자인 도미니크 피라세라는 바버가 시작을 한 거예요. 근데 이 카페를 열기 전에 이발소를 운영하면서 이발 비용이 그 당시에 10센트라고 합니다. 근데 한 번 자르는데 20분이 걸렸던 거죠. 그래서 이발소의 손님들이 이탈리아인들이 대부분이니까 야 그냥 나 머리 자를 때 에스프레소 한 잔 줘. 그래서 도메니코가 이거 카페 열면 이거 지금 머리 자른 것보다 훨씬 더 많은 수익을 낼 수 있을 거라고 생각을 했고 그의 고향인 이탈리아 레조 칼라브리아의 이름을 따서 27년에 뉴욕 그린치 빌리지의 카페 레지오라는 이름으로 카페를 시작했습니다. 1927년에 미국 최초로 $1,000짜리 당시 $1,000짜리 그 이탈리아 에스프레소 루이기 베제라 머신을 사서 들여와서 여기에서 이제 판매를 했고 그 첫 번째로 또 카푸치노를 소개한 거예요. 뉴욕 최초로. 그러면서 레지오는 그린치 빌리지의 또 이 디자인 자체도 쨍한 그린으로 있기 때문에 그 근처에는 이런 쨍한 그린이 없거든요. 그러면서 존재감이 확 드러나게 되고 그러면서 많은 또 내부에는 이런 지금 이 할아버지가 앉아 계시는 곳이 메디치 가문의 벤치입니다. 그 메디치 가문의 벤치도 내부에 들고 그림들 같은 경우에도 실제로 르네상스 시기 뭐 16, 17세기에 뭐 체사레 보르자라는 작품이라 그 작품과 뭐 카라바조와 카라바조의 제자들의 작품이 걸려 있기도 합니다. 뭐 그러한 공간과 알파치노가 제가 알기로는 알파치노와 안젤리나 졸리가 여기 단골로 알고 있는데 대부나 샤프트 같은 영화 촬영도 이곳에서 진행이 됐었고요. 정말 작은 카페이지만 이 카페 주인이 무엇을 좋아하고 무엇을 아끼는지를 정확하게 잘 아는 그런 카페가 아닌가라는 생각이 듭니다. 이제 각자마다 메뉴판이 요 앞에 있는데 그 메뉴판에는 우리 이 카페의 역사라든지 이곳에 어떤 것들을 배치를 하고 있고 어떻게 이 카페가 시작됐는지 그런 것들을 이제 좀 알려주는 내부 공간들도 있고요. 여기까지인데 제가 왜 마지막에 이 카페를 줬냐 하면 카페를 시작하는 분들에게 제가 계속 말씀드리지만 남과 나와 어떤 차별을 가져야 되는지 어떤 스토리로 이 카페를 만들어야 되고 어떤 그 스토리를 바탕으로 어떤 공간을 내가 만들어야 되는지 그 다음에 그거를 바탕으로 고객들한테 비주얼적으로 어떤 스케일과 디테일 그리고 어떤 6개 감각을 느끼게 하는지 그리고 이 마지막 카페 레지오처럼 이 지역 주민들이 실제로 원하는 게 뭔지가 가장 중요하거든요. 제가 커피를 마실 때 아침에 일어날 때는 저는 그 커피가 그냥 마시는 카페인이 아니라 저한테는 명상이에요. 그리고 오늘같이 이런 큰 무대에 섰을 때 커피는 저한테 카페인이 아니라 저한테는 되게 집중이거든요. 그리고 어떤 식구들이랑 만나가지고 그 커피를 마시는 거 자체는 저한테 추억이고, 주말 오후에 만나서 친구가 마시는 거는 즐거움의 수다에 가까운 일입니다. 그래서 저는 만약에 카페를 창업하실 때 우리 동네는 무엇을 원하고 내가 어떤 스토리와 어떤 전략, 공간과 여러 가지 전략들로 이 것들을 만들어야 되는지를, 가장 개인적인 것들을 만드시면 아주 훌륭한 브랜드와 훌륭한 카페가 되지 않을까 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you.
I really appreciate thinking about this sixth sense because when you started talking about Generation Alpha and people who are only digitally online or very digital, you can't replicate taste, touch, scent digitally. And by incorporating all those in your design, you're creating an experience that must be witnessed in person. And I think that's very insightful and powerful. And I thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
And I think we have time for maybe one question. And I know somebody out there has a great question. I see a hand right there. Can we get a mic? Wait 1 second. Let's get a mic to you so we can all hear.
네, 지금 서울에 사시잖아요. 그러면 서울에서 제일 좋아하고 즐기시는 카페가 어디신지 궁금해요.
저는 아직도 제가 모카포트로 마시고 있거든요. 저희 집에서. 그 모카포트를 마시는 이유가, 그 모카포트에 이제 막 그 에스프레소 이렇게 갈아서 커피를 넣고 이제 끓였었을 때 그 하는 이 소리가 전 너무 힐링이 돼요. 그래서 사실 저는 저희 집에서 커피 마시는 거를 제일 좋아하고, 저는 물론 커피 맛도 좋아하지만 제가 외국에 살다가 한국에 왔을 때 가장 놀라는 커피는 사실 까멜이기도 합니다. 되게 브랜딩이 잘 돼 있다고 생각했고, 그 분을 알지는 못하지만 이 카페의 사장님은 뭘 좋아하는지 명확하게 알고, 그가 뭘 보여주고자 하는 것도 알고, 그 이탈리아 스타일의 방식을 어떻게 고객들한테 경험하게 하는지. 왜냐하면 커피를 제가 뭘 해달라 그러면 번호를 쓰고 찢어서 주잖아요. 이 행위 자체가 제가 그 경험하게 만드는 거고, 앉아 있으면 그 커피를 그 모든 가구들이 다 빈티지고, 이런 것들에 대해서 저는 제가 생각했을 때는 까멜 커피가 가장 저한테는 임팩트 있는 그런 공간이 아니었을까라는 생각이 듭니다.
Do we have one other quick question? Did I see a hand? I think that takes us to the end of our time then. Minkyu Jung, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and knowledge with us in that presentation. I truly appreciate it here at the World Coffee Leaders Forum.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I'm
you.
very honored. Thank you for having me. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. It's quite a privilege to hear the insightful presentations. So I believe all of you have a new idea and perspectives and inspiration. So now we will have a coffee break, and we are delighted to present a special K-dessert pairing served with specialty coffee by the Bean Brothers. Today's dessert features 개성주악 by Yeonri Hije and 약과 by 생과방. Handcrafted in traditional Korean way, the chewy 개성주악 and soft honey-infused 약과 are best enjoyed alongside the Bean Brothers specialty coffee. So please enjoy the coffee and dessert, and the next session will start at 4 p.m. I will see you soon. Thank you.
small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Cafe Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money. That's us.
May I have your attention, please? The session 3 will start in a few minutes, so please make your way into the hall and take your seat. Also, please set your mobiles or other electronic devices to silent mode. The session 3 consists of one presentation and one panel discussion. And after the panel discussion, there will be the Seoul Coffee Show Excellence Award. So all the participants, your attendance would be so much grateful for winners. So after panel discussion, we encourage you and we'd like to ask you to remain seated and join the award ceremony and congratulate the winners of Seoul Internet Coffee Show. 네, 잠시 후에 오늘 세션 3 시작을 합니다. 오늘 세션 발표자분 한 분 그리고 패널 토론이 있을 예정인데요. 패널 토론 이후에 저희가 서울 카페쇼의 엑셀런스 어워드 시상식이 있습니다. 60개의 제품 가운데에서 10개 수상을 하는 기업들이 오늘 이곳에서 이 자리에서 패널 토론 이후에 시상식이 진행이 되는데 여기 계신 모든 분들께서 시상식이 그렇게 길지 않기 때문에 그대로 자리하셔서 어떤 기업들이 상을 받고 또 어떤 부분이 뛰어났는지 함께 또 지켜봐 주시고 또 축하해 주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 자, 그러면 세션 3 시작하도록 하겠습니다. So welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoyed the special K dessert pairing coffee break. The session 3 will focus on experience, and the moderator, our great moderator, Mr. Olsen, will lead the session. Mr. Olsen, floor is yours. Please welcome our moderator.
Thank you. Welcome back. Hope you all enjoy the coffee from Bean Bros, I believe. It was great, and the snacks, delicious. And we have our, I can't tell the number, 5th presenter, 6th presenter. I'm excited that she's here, whatever the number is. She's Morgan Eckroth. She is the 2022 United States Barista Champion. She is a social media star, coffee content creator with millions of followers on multiple platforms. She's here to tell us about the age of digital hospitality, seamlessly connecting content, community, and cafe service. She will share how hospitality expands beyond the bar into digital spaces, reshaping our experiences, and how storytelling can build trust and relationships, both online and off. I'm also proud that she's a fellow Portlander, and so please welcome Morgan Eckroth.
Amazing. Thank you, Ken. Well, hello, everyone. It has been an absolutely fantastic day. I'm super honored to be here and incredibly honored to be able to sit and listen to everyone who has talked so far, and very excited to wrap up today's session of talks. So, let's get started. There's a quote that I want to begin with, and it comes from the American poet and writer Maya Angelou. She says, "People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel." Now, I want to start off by telling you about the first time I ever went to a coffee shop. The first time I ever encountered specialty coffee was in 2014, and I am showing my youth a little bit with that number, but I was 16 and had just been allowed to drive by myself for the first time. And at 16, I don't really think that any of us know who we are as people, at least not yet. In my case, I was nervous, I was shy, but I knew that there was something special hiding away in this little coffee shop on the corner of downtown Corvallis, Oregon, where I had grown up. I had not grown up drinking coffee. My parents had not grown up drinking coffee. In fact, to this very day, they don't. And I had no reason to be drawn to this coffee shop. But nevertheless, I was. I walked into that coffee shop, and I took my place in line, and I was thoroughly a full head shorter than everyone else in there. The cafe was small, and it had fewer seats than I have fingers. Along the back wall was a wrapping bar that ended near the espresso machine. The high stools along that back bar were packed with customers drinking steaming mugs of coffee and cappuccinos served in teal cups with demi-tasse spoons. The front windows were filled with students with their noses deep in books. There were also couples sitting close enough together because of how small the space was that their knees had to touch. Steam billowed out from beyond the espresso machine, and 3 baristas worked in perfect sync to make and serve drinks. I was starstruck and a little more than nervous as my turn faced me, and I looked at a menu full of words that I didn't recognize. As I stepped up to the counter, I was greeted with a smile and a friendly inquiry on what I would like to order. Now, I had never ordered coffee before, nevertheless drank it before. Surely they can tell, I thought to myself. It must be so obvious that I have no idea what I am doing here. Finally, knowing that I was holding up the line of customers, I admitted that I didn't know what I should order. And I think the baristas knew that I was a long way off from enjoying the pour-overs and espressos that I now dearly love. They kindly suggested that I might like a mocha, and they also let me know that if I didn't like it, to just let them know, and we would figure out a different alternative. Now, when I first approached that counter to order, I felt discomfort in that I was trying something new, something that I desperately wanted to like, but I had no idea where to start. Yet, as I left, finishing my order and going to go find a seat for myself, I knew something had fundamentally changed. I ended up sitting at one of the back bar seats, watching the baristas make drinks and wondering if maybe someday I would be able to do the same thing. Little did I know that this would later become a career. I spent many years at that cafe, sitting at the back counter with coffee-stained grout and subway tiles. For a long time, I turned over that first visit in my mind, dissecting it and wondering what about it touched me so deeply. Why, I thought over and over again, am I, and so many others, many of us here in this room, drawn to these little coffee shops that serve dark, bitter liquid and always feel a little bit too crowded? I learned the word hospitality when I was 18 and got my first job as a barista, working at that same coffee shop that I first discovered coffee. There's another quote that always sticks in my mind. And this one comes from Will Guidara from his book, Unreasonable Hospitality. He says that service, referring to customer service, is black and white, but hospitality is color. And I'm sure a lot of us have had these types of moments, these inflection points where we fell in love with coffee and we couldn't turn back. It took me many years to put into words what that first touch point with hospitality meant to me, but eventually I figured it out. For me, hospitality says, I see you, and I welcome you as you are. I have never forgotten that first time that I experienced hospitality, and from that moment on, I began to chase the thrill of providing even a little bit of that experience to others. Now, a little bit about me, if you don't know me. My name is Morgan Ecroth, as Ken so very kindly introduced. I'm a competitive barista in the US. I'm the 2022 US Barista Champion and that year's World Barista Runner-Up. I'm the content marketing specialist for Onyx Coffee Lab based out of Rogers, Arkansas. And I also run Morgan Drinks Coffee. Morgan Drinks Coffee has evolved into many different platforms. I primarily work in the space of video content creation, and across everything I do nowadays, I reach around 8 million people in total, which is an absolutely crazy number. It's sometimes a very scary number, but throughout all of this, it has given me the really unique and strange opportunity to explore and define what I now call digital hospitality. So to start off, before we dive into the specifics of digital hospitality, I want to share a short video with you. Let's see if we're able to play this file. Amazing. It's very kind. All in all, this is a pretty innocuous video. This is a normal, albeit maybe a little less common situation that you would probably see in a cafe. Just to review it, customer walks in, customer has ordered a drink for here, but as they turn around holding their drink in a ceramic cup, they realize that there aren't any seats left. There's also another customer, someone sitting at a two-top table who has a spare seat open, and they realize what's happening and they offer that spare seat to the waiting customer. The customer sits down, and the barista realizes over the course of however much time has passed, these two strangers have started talking. By the end of it, maybe they are even friends for that brief time that they were together. The customer leaves, and we don't necessarily know what happens. Maybe they exchange numbers, maybe they're friends in the long term, but this is something for many of us who have worked behind the bar as baristas that we've probably seen play out in some form or another. Now, this video was posted in November of 2022. And we'll come back to that date at a later time, but a few days after I posted that back in 2022, I went to the comments like I usually did, and I saw something that surprised me, something that was very, very new, even though I had already been creating content for the internet for over 3 years. This is a very, very small sampling of what was hundreds, if not now thousands, of comments. People were asking, why are they crying? Why did I tear up? Why am I feeling such a strong emotion from this video? They were all expressing a similar kind of confusion and surprise over this emotion, over something that, in my mind, seemed pretty ordinary, all things considered. Or was it? When I was working on what I wanted to talk about on this forum, I struggled with it for a while. When we talk about things in the digital space, particularly when it comes to social media, it can be easy to boil things down to strategy and best practices. And what I showed you there is social media content. This is something that I produced and made and shared as essentially a product. That, however, is a very small slice of the world of marketing that most of us live in and utilize, and it's not always the solution that all of us need. We all come from different corners of the coffee industry, different roles and needs, and we interact with the digital world in very different ways. So I would be lying if I said that there was only one thing that worked. I'm not suggesting that we all go out and make these videos. However, by simply being involved with coffee, we are all intrinsically tied to hospitality. And as the digital world continues to become more and more important, whether that is through social media, digital interfaces, communications, mobile apps, sales, e-commerce, we all have the responsibility to still demonstrate hospitality wherever our guests may now be. So let's go back to that date that I mentioned earlier. It was posted in November of 2022. Now, this was after the brunt of the COVID pandemic, but still very much in the aftershocks of restrictions and recovery for all of us. I'm sure we all remember, whether we want to or not, how the pandemic affected coffee and the hospitality and food and beverage industry on a whole. Cafes shuttered. I remember I lost my job during that time. Home brewing soared, but we all fundamentally had to change how we served coffee. But simultaneously, and also very understandably, our behaviors changed in this time as well. Some of you may have seen some of these stats before, but today it's recorded that around 61% of consumers are using mobile apps to order coffee. Starbucks, the behemoth that they are, gets over 30% of their orders simply through mobile apps, and that number skyrockets up to 70% when you factor in drive-thrus as well, which again involve digital interfaces and a separation of that hospitality that we might be used to. Luckin Coffee, which has opened a staggering 26,000 locations since 2017, has entered the market with a very distinctly digital-first strategy. They're streamlining customer experiences through apps and kiosks. Even as individuals, you and me here in this room, we are objectively more online. In 2025, the average person spends about 5 hours on their phone every day. And this is up from 3 hours in 2019, which is a very, very significant increase. I'll be vulnerable with all of you and tell you that my personal screen time is a lot higher than 5 hours, and that's not necessarily a number that I am proud of, but it is something that I think is very reflective of specifically my generation, which brings me to my next point. When we think about the next generation of coffee drinkers, the ones who are quickly beginning to drive new consumption trends and who are beginning to spend more and more on coffee, we come to Gen Z and very, very soon, Gen Alpha. And we are very, very online, to put it lightly. More so than any generation before, fundamentally the pandemic shaped how we use the digital world around us, with much of our learning and schooling and socializing moving online for a significant period of our lives. Nowadays, we don't just use online for sales and maybe entertainment. We use it to discover new cafes, new roasters. We use it for our news and our purchasing and our learning and messaging and reviews. Our very information comes from online. We also look for authenticity there. And it's online that I think we're looking for something else. We're looking for connection. We want to feel seen and cared for while navigating platforms that, if we're being totally honest with ourselves, probably aren't the best for us. Social media in particular works because of algorithms that make you want to scroll and consume more. Everything online becomes consumable, and in that way, I think it becomes a lot less meaningful. And this is why those comments on that video that we just watched in November of 2022 struck me. When I was working behind the bar every day as a barista, my goal was always to pass off even just a whisper of that experience that I had the first time I entered a coffee shop, that feeling of belonging. We're used to seeing our guests face to face. We have tactile and sensory accessories in the form of our beverages, of our food, of our pastry, and we get to indulge in the expressions and cadences that come with communicating in person, making our jobs of providing hospitality significantly easier than when you move online. So the question becomes, what happens if our customers are in a different location now? In this case, what is digital hospitality? Now, there are 4 principles of digital hospitality that I take with me in everything that I do online, and what I hope to see as our future with our digital tools and arsenals growing. I mean, we have AI, we have AR, we have VR, we have so many more ways to interact online, and also, as was very well pointed out in the presentation before me, ways to interact both in the digital and physical simultaneously. So, let's start at the top. Number 1, make your digital space an extension of your real space. You can't just be online anymore. You have to build something that people want to come back to, and that they choose to come back to, rather than just encountering it in the middle of their scroll. This could mean a lot of things for a lot of different businesses. It could mean creating consistent brand visuals and brand voice. It could mean creating consistent service or a thoughtful and intentional user experience. Whatever you do to go above and beyond in person, do those same things to go above and beyond when you meet your guests online. Number 2, there are no quick tricks. In coffee, we have storytelling. When we talk about marketing in coffee, it's the first word that always comes up. And so with that, when we move online, we have to invest in people and their stories, rather than just shifting our attention to the trends and the algorithms. These are all things that have to work together homogeneously. I'm not saying ignore one or the other. However, if you focus on just the last 2, you'll end up constantly changing and you'll be left chasing your tail. To build connection, the best thing we can be is authentically ourselves, whatever that means for you or your brand. Number 3, you have to create a symbiotic relationship. In a cafe, there is an exchange. You are providing value through a physical good, usually a beverage or a coffee of some type, in exchange for money. Online, particularly when it comes to social media, you are asking people to spend their attention on you. But to do that, you have to be willing to give them something of equal exchange. It's not just enough to sell anymore. It's not just enough to tell people to do things. There has to be another point of value. That could come from entertainment. It could come from education. It could come from information, or just purely something that makes someone feel something. That emotional connection we're all looking for. And finally, this leads into number 4, which is to be human. I firmly believe that our greatest strength in hospitality is our humanity, no matter where we are providing this hospitality. To look across the counter and to say, I see you and I welcome you as you are. That doesn't change just because the location of our customers has changed. Digital hospitality is hospitality. It's not different, not in any substantial way. And so I will leave you with this final question that I want you to consider as you go out. Whatever your brand is, whatever your business is, whatever vertical that you are working in, are we serving people with the same level of care in every place that we encounter them? Thank you all.
Do you want to do some questions, Morgan?
Let's do it.
Awesome. So you had your first coffee in 2014?
That's true, yes.
And your first barista job in 2016 then?
Correct.
And then you were the USBC champion 6 years later, and you now have 9 million social media followers?
It's been a whirlwind for sure.
Yeah, that's not intimidating at all. Yeah, so what is it, do you think, about coffee that lends itself to what you've experienced with the social media growth?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, coffee is a very interesting space online that has really, really blossomed in the past 5 years. Like prior to 2020, if we're talking like specifically about social media, it was a pretty small like sphere of people who were talking about providing education and information about coffee online. But with this huge influx in interest in home brewing, specifically in the pandemic, there came kind of an equal and proportionate response of coffee being talked about online and people looking for that information. I think prior to that, coffee was something that even more so we kind of like took for granted. Like consumers wouldn't necessarily be seeking out as much of the hobbyist side of it as they are today. And so in recent years, I think there's so much more draw and online community around coffee and like-minded people who are diving deeper into it, even people who maybe have not had a touch point directly with the industry, haven't been baristas, but have this equal amount of passion for it. And I think that has really driven just this larger influx in whether we're talking about creators or like brands talking more about coffee. Like there's just so much more educational and informational content out there in the last 5 years that I think has just continued to push coffee to the forefront of conversation, especially like in similar ways to we talk about like cocktails and wine are often the two parallel industries. I think coffee is getting there very, very quickly, especially with this like quick start that happened in the pandemic.
I think one of the things I really appreciate about your work, and it was demonstrated in that video you showed us from 2022 is, what I find fascinating is it's the exact opposite of how most people succeed online. You're not negative. Your videos are not about, this is stupid, this is dumb, whatever you're doing is wrong, let me tell you how to do it right. It's not, they are generally very positive social interactions that reflect, one, your personality, which I believe fits into your 4 bullet points there. But I also wonder, like, do you ever get tempted to vary from that, to try anything differently, or are you satisfied keeping it in that lane?
That's a great question. What I have done personally online has definitely evolved quite a bit over the years. I started creating digital content back in early 2019, I believe it was. So it was pre-pandemic. I started in the world of short form before moving to YouTube and writing and kind of everything else that I do nowadays. And initially when I started doing that, I did kind of the opposite of what I do now today. A lot of my videos were still kind of in the cafe space, but they punched down a little bit, for sure. They were definitely of that more like kind of sardonic, like a little bit more jaded nature, being like a barista trying to like fight against the world. And there was, I think, a turning point for me where I sat down and I asked myself, is this really how I feel about coffee? Is this like what I want other people to feel about coffee? And that was a really important question to ask myself, because truly I love. There's not an aspect of coffee that I have found yet that I haven't like fallen in love with and wanted to learn more about, and I felt like what I was doing wasn't reflective of that greater mission of growing an appreciation and love around coffee, especially due to the fact that my audience, I was going to mention it earlier but forgot to, a huge portion of my audience like isn't from specialty whatsoever. Like these are people kind of on the outskirts of maybe they drink coffee, but they haven't, kind of gone down the rabbit hole, so to speak, yet. And so I had to ask myself if I was being a good representative for those people as to what specialty could be. And so that made the shift over to what I think is a lot more appreciative of what we do in the specialty coffee industry. And that is, I don't see that changing, at least for a long time. I think the types of content and the things that I do will continue to evolve, but that like core thread of what do I want people's first touch point with specialty to be? If it's my video, what do I want them to take away from that? Like that has to stay the driving force.
So you also are a content creator for Onyx
Yes.
Visual.
Yeah.
co-founded, of course, by Andrea Allen, also a USBC champion the year before you, I believe.
Yeah, correct.
So what do you think the role of barista competitions is in doing the what you were just talking about, promoting specialty coffee?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Barista competitions are a very interesting type of sport, I think. Rarely, I think, do they really make it out of our coffee bubble, and that's something that I would love to see change in the future. I think there is, I actually just came back from Milan and host where I watched the Series World Barista Championship, and on that stage, you have quite genuinely the best baristas in the world serving the absolute best coffee in the world, and this year, especially within the routines, was a very I think, introspective year where you had a lot of competitors talking about why they're doing this. Like this year was different from some past years, which have been very, very like tech-driven and innovation-driven. But it was people talking about why they do the things that they do that got them to this stage. And I think those are the types of stories that could resonate with so many people, even if they're not part of the specialty world. And so I find like a lot of hope in that barista competitions will continue to grow, because I think there's such a great avenue for connecting with people, even if they're not able to enjoy these drinks. Like barista competitions like really distill down this idea of like excellent hospitality that I think you're able to experience as a watcher, even if you're not part of that judging panel.
That's a great point. Yeah, the audience, the experience is almost the same as watching your video. They don't get to taste the coffee that you've made.
But they get to hear all the things. They ideally, like with these top performing competitors, they're giving all the information necessary that if you're willing to stretch your imagination a little bit, like you can start to form some of those like sensory experiences as well.
So did you give us an answer to why they were crying with the video?
They're great. What I have kind of seen over the years is it's a I think the main reason that these videos like elicit this type of response, and genuinely like those comments are very common on like anything that falls in that sort of line of content, is I think, especially within my generation, which is we're on the younger, like more online, like the idea of like doom scrolling is like a very real thing that we do. I think the online space is a very, very loud space. People are fighting for our attention. There's all sorts of studies and statistics about like how depressed we get if we spend time getting locked in those loops. And so for me, even though that video specifically wasn't intentional, I wasn't looking to elicit that response, that video was a place for people to kind of pause in their scroll and to like just breathe for a moment. I have spent a lot of time in the last couple of years really narrowing in on how I create those emotions with people online, and a lot of it comes down to kind of very analytical video production things. I mean, you think about you have less like sensory things to tap into online, but you still have some. Like we think about the lighting in that video being very, very warm and like flat and just kind of comforting. There's nothing too surprising in the shadows. We have the music which is playing, which is like very atmospheric. It doesn't disrupt. It doesn't lead to any punchline. And you also have like a very firm stability of the camera. It doesn't feel like you are. Like it doesn't feel like you're attached to any of the characters. It kind of feels like you're just sitting there in the cafe watching this play out. And those types of like tools and strategies within these videos, I think, create a space that for like 30 seconds give people just a little bit of a break, like they might feel if they walk into a coffee shop and have 10 minutes out of their day before going back to work.
I would suggest that, as you pointed out, the year 2022 when that was released plays a little bit of the role in it, because to me, what's worth crying over there is the simple act of kindness that a stranger gave to another human being.
Yep.
And that's a powerful thing, and that's a thing that you can only kind of do in person. And when we are denied that because of pandemic and separation, people really are social creatures and they long for that. And that's, I think, to your point about when you first went to a coffee shop and you're treated with kindness. and look what's resulted from that. A simple act of kindness to a customer in Corvallis, Oregon, booming coffee mecca that it is, has led you to the stage in Seoul at the World Coffee Leaders Forum. And I think your video captures what a simple act of kindness can do. That's very powerful.
Thank you.
Yeah. I could ask Morgan questions all day, but does anyone out there have a question for Morgan? I see a hand. Here comes a microphone.
Could you stand up while you're asking?
Hi, Morgan. You mentioned your first coffee was mocha, right?
Yes.
Do you remember how you felt after you drank it? And also another question, have you been to a cafe in Seoul so far?
Oh, two great questions. Yes, I loved that mocha. I did not go back and ask for a replacement drink. That was my introductory coffee drink for way longer than I feel comfortable admitting to. And I think my love of now a lot of the signature beverage creation and recipe development that I do like really comes from like that drink, which is milk and chocolate and espresso, being something greater than the sum of its parts. Like that principle has stuck with me. And then as to Seoul, so this is my first time in Seoul, and it's been wonderful, but it's a very tight and busy trip. Yesterday we did make it out, and we went to Anthracite Coffee, and we had a really, really wonderful experience there.
Fantastic. Mochas are delicious. That's probably why you liked it.
It's true.
I could drink a lot. Yes. We got another question. Can we get a mic? I think so.
Hi. I have to say I'm such a fan of yours. I've seen all of your content. And my question is related of the balance of digital hospitality and offline hospitality. As a personal experience in Korea, there's a trend of using a lot of like digital devices in the offline stores. So my question is like, how do you think we should balance that? Like, not too digital, not too offline, because we have to balance that, but there must be like a point where it should be balanced in order to have the best experiences, not to be like elder people get ignored because they don't know how to use these devices, but also we cannot ignore the young people who wants to use these devices. So
yeah. No, that's a really great question, and one that I think is just going to continue to get more and more complex, especially as a lot of like AI integration and AI tools get better and better. Like that becomes a really big thing to consider. I think the balance really depends on what your overall goal is, like as a cafe, as an experience. Like I mentioned like Luckin up here and also like Starbucks, like those are experiences and brands that are prioritizing consistency and speed in a lot of cases, in which case these like heavier integrations of like technology and all these like digital interfaces make a lot of sense because they streamline the experience, and also they then homogenize it where like I could go to a Starbucks here and like one in the States and like have a very, very comparable experience. But then I think you also get to like a lot of like smaller cafes or experiences that are looking to really foster that human relationship. In which case, I think if you applied the same like implementation of technology, like you would just be creating barriers that don't need to be there. I think the question I would always be asking myself when integrating in something that creates a further layer of separation between the barista and the customer is like, what is the purpose of that tool? Am I doing it just because I think I need to keep up with like emerging technology or trends? In which case, maybe there is like a step back and asking, maybe that's not the right place to implement this. Or if there's a really real reason, like we need to like increase speed that drinks are being served. We are like having customers that are asking for this technology. Then I think it has a place, but it's asking about the intentionality of it at every step of the process.
Thank you.
More questions? Do I see a hand? How do you maintain authenticity?
Oh, the big question. I think really and truly, it's asking yourself when you are, you know, I do this a lot with online material, but we also like do this at like Onyx when we're doing brand materials as well, is asking the question of, is this good for everyone involved? Is this true to what we want to be telling people? Putting ourselves both in like our shoes as to what we want to communicate with people, what we want them to do with what we're communicating, but also putting ourselves in our like consumer shoes, whether those are customers or viewers or whatever that is, and also asking if I was, you know, showed this thing, if I was like given this product, like, how would I feel interacting with this? And really taking in both of those considerations when we are producing content is a really key part of our systems.
What is it about coffee that makes it so naturally a fit with storytelling?
I think we see storytelling has like always been such a huge part of coffee, and also just like the culture around drinking coffee. Like I've been doing a lot of research for a writing project recently, and diving back into even the very, very early days of the first cafes, where these were built to be places that people would congregate and just talk to each other. And the coffee was kind of an afterthought. It was just like, it was a vehicle to allow people to communicate. And I think that that has just really carried forward in every wave, or as we talked about earlier, like paradigm of coffee that has existed, is this sense that there is this beverage, and this beverage is very, very important, but for so many people, coffee is a way to connect with one another. And what we do when we talk with each other is we tell stories. Like, we tell stories about our day, we tell stories about like what is going to happen. And so when it comes down to like the marketing and creation side behind it, like bringing that to the forefront, I think is a very intuitive and natural thing to do.
Do we have questions from the audience? I see a hand. Yes, here comes a mic.
Hello, Morgan. Thank you for impactful speech. And my question is, as a content creator, how do you come up with ideas? And also, do you have any methods which you use in order not to be stuck in an art block?
Yeah, it's a really, really great question. Back in the day, when I was working very, very regularly as a barista, I haven't worked regularly behind bar in about 2 years now. I usually just end up with guest shifts, but back in the day, for a lot of these types of videos, like I have a very scattered notes app that I would just like jot things down during the day. Like, my creative process has always been like very scattered. I'm very much like a post-it note person. If you go into my office, there's 1,000 ideas and like whiteboards just everywhere. But nowadays, having to kind of like structure myself and actually like work through my creative process, I find a lot of inspiration outside of the world of coffee. I think if I focus in too narrowly on just coffee spaces, like any of that, I lose my ability to kind of think outside the box. And so I spend a lot of time looking at the world of fine dining, like cocktails, wine, even honestly like architecture and design, like looking at other bubbles of creative space. I find that so much of that like just wraps back into coffee if you know where to look. And so if I'm ever feeling like I'm up against some sort of creative block, like my first step is always to like take myself out of whatever I'm doing in coffee and go find something else to look at, to read, to watch, whatever that is.
Yes. More questions? Do I see a hand? Somebody's running. Oh, way up there.
네, 좋은 강연 너무 감사합니다. 그 디지털 환대에 관한 설명 너무 좋게 들었고요. 근데 이제 디지털에서의 환대가 매장, 그러니까 오프라인에서의 환대로 어떻게 이어질 수 있을지도 조금 더 궁금합니다. 그런 부분들을 위해서 매장에서는 어떤 노력을 하는지도 혹시 말씀해 주실 수 있을까요?
Here, let me just read it. Thank you for the question. I think at the smallest level, I think discovery is probably the primary reason one should be investing in the digital simultaneously to in person. Like I think about small cafes who are looking to grow their consumer base. They're looking for a greater market. There are so many strategies you can do and implement for in-person marketing, but really there is just a wealth of low-hanging fruit when it comes to the digital space. And so I think investing in a digital presence is very, very valuable when it comes to bringing in new customers. Like I talked about it a little bit during the talk, but like thinking about how we utilize social media, especially now for discovery of locations, like instinctually we're moving less and less, we're moving more and more away from like Googling something, like using traditional platforms. Like I think about like Yelp and all these like really established like food and beverage recommendation systems, and more we're moving to looking for things within social media platforms and using social media platforms as discovery channels in and of themselves. And thankfully, social media has a very low like cost of entry to start producing media for that. And so that's where I think it's really useful for people who maybe don't have like full budgets. Maybe they don't have like all the resources to implement really large campaigns. There's a wealth of ways that they can spread their message, their business online as well. And so I think that's where it starts to really connect.
Other questions? Are there more hands? Maybe. Yes.
Stand up while asking.
I know you said you don't work behind the bar as much as anymore, but I was wondering what your opinion on automation is. I work in a cafe that uses Eversys machines, and I've also worked in cafes that use like traditional like Le Mazzocco machines as well, and I see like the pros and cons of both. But as a barista champion, I'm sure the craft of making coffee is very important to you. But do you think with the introduction of automation that craft is kind of slowly disappearing, or do you see it as like something that can be accessible to everyone?
Yeah, that's a really great question that I'm not really sure the answer to. I mean, if I'm speaking like from a very, very like personal perspective, like you're completely right. The act of making coffee, those motions, the knowledge that it takes to do that is something that I really value and I think is really worthwhile to learn. But at the same time, there are so many automations that are just like making it easier to make really great coffee, and I think there's a lot of value in that as well. Like the thing that I always think about is like the puck press for like automatic tamping. Like I like tamping. I think I feel great when I do it. Like it's a very manual thing to do to finish that puck preparation, but having like worked in high volume cafes, like I've experienced carpal tunnel, like all these things. And so even though instinctually, like I felt like a little hesitation to remove the active tamping from my coffee preparation, like all of a sudden there are all these benefits that come along with this new form of automation. I think it's also very, very, again, like mission dependent of what your goal is. I think there is a lot of great automation out there that is, yes, maybe removing some of the tiny steps that baristas used to do, but it's enabling baristas to have more time with their customers. And I think there's a lot of value in that. So I think it's very, very case dependent, but I get kind of excited to think about what could be offered instead if there is implementation of some sort of automation of something that we used to do manually.
Yeah, I think automation is a tool, and back to your principles of hospitality, when you have to be honest and an extension of your brand, like those tools, if they are helping you fulfill that, they're great. If they're taking you away from that, they're not what you want to be using. And that's, I think, a decision that you have to make yourself. You don't have your customers make it. The customers don't know what they don't know. So as long as they're getting the service they expect, they'll be happy no matter how their coffee is made. But for your model, it could be different. You could be more about speed or consistency, or using the automation to have more time to tell the story of the coffee.
Definitely, great way to phrase it.
I have a question for you. Do you remember your first drink order? It was a mocha. Do you have an aha moment with a coffee that you drank that you were like, this changes my perspective on the drink?
I had, I think, a very classic coffee moment. It was the very first Ethiopian natural I'd ever had. And it was like an old school blueberry bomb coffee where my coworker tossed it in the EK, and the entire cafe was just filled with the smell of berries, and that was the very first time that I'd ever experienced that, and my mind was blown. I can remember that smell, and I still chase those types of coffees to this day because of that.
Fantastic. I know that feeling. Do we have other questions out there? Do I see a hand? Maybe not.
Also, a thank you and
Great.
props to whoever is running the microphone up these stairs.
Yeah, no kidding.
Very impressive.
Went all the way to the top. So, what else do you want to tell us?
Well, this was truly an honor to speak here today. I'm trying to think what else I would like to say. I truly believe that hospitality is just the core of everything we do in coffee, no matter how much automation comes into this. I think there's been so much wonderful growth, especially in the marketing world in coffee. And I get very, very excited to see a shift towards lifting the veil of coffee for consumers, and especially when it comes to roasteries and baristas being willing to share more information to people on why coffee costs what it costs, the effort it takes to make it, and so the more of that there is, I think it's a net benefit for all of us.
I do have another question for you. When did you find out about barista competitions, and why did you decide to participate?
I discovered barista competitions fairly early on. I started working as a barista in 2017, and then started competing at the end of 2018. I was lucky enough that the owners of the cafe I was working at previously had been involved in barista competitions, so when I expressed interest, they were willing and gracious enough to support that. For me, I've always found that barista competitions are such a great avenue for personal growth, that sort of structure and required deadlines and just the intensity of it pushes me in a way that I find very, very difficult to replicate outside of those competitions. And so I competed in my first qualifiers in 2018 and was just instantly hooked. I think I was using a black honey, I think from Costa Rica, I think it was. And it was one of the first coffees I ever fell in love with as well. And to be able to present that to people who were taking it very, very seriously, who were locked in to that sensory and hospitality experience was just everything I had always wanted to do to the max. And from then on, I was I have to keep doing this. Beyond the competitive aspect of it, the opportunity for being able to dive into really, really niche topics, to be able to learn more, was just such an incredible experience.
Did we go over time?
We're counting up now, so.
I'm a little... Okay. I had a question and then that stumped me. You said one of the things I am curious about with your social media is you're at the whim of things outside of your control, the algorithm of the platform or
Sure.
whatever. Do you ever try to curate your content or alter it to try to match the algorithm, or do you just do what you want to do, algorithm be damned?
It's a careful balance. It's a careful balance. I think I have a marketing degree. Like I've lived on the very like analytical side of marketing for a decently long time now, and so I think there is a lot of value in tracking your metrics, like being aware of performance. Like all of these are very important parts, especially once you get to business marketing as well. I think content creation is a slightly different kind of avenue for that. As far as I think my prioritization of the two nowadays, I find myself just making what I want to make, regardless of how I think it's going to perform. I try my best to keep myself very cognizant of generally what different social media algorithms are doing, what they're prioritizing. I mean, we've had such a massive shift in like the type of content that's prioritized. Like when I started doing this, we were making the shift into short form. And prior to that, you know, it was all long form horizontal video. Like I think maybe Vine and a couple other very small apps had done short form, but really like Reels and TikToks and all of this was just starting to blossom into the just absolute behemoth that it is now on social media. And so being aware of like larger trends like that, of what is working and what's being pushed out there is important, but I think it needs to be the 40% in the prioritization, and the 60% needs to be you making things that feel good to you and that communicate what you are trying to communicate, rather than molding whatever you're trying to communicate into like a shape that it might not otherwise take if you weren't paying attention to trends.
Do you think that comes across as inauthentic if you are trying to beat the algorithm?
I think you start to drift that direction, yes.
Do you have any advice for people starting out with content creation?
Start earlier than you think you need to. You have all the resources you need in that phone that's in your pocket right now. There is very little need for like large-scale production. There is like very little investment that needs to be made to get started. I think there are some like basic ground rules that I always recommend to people, where it's creating content that is like easy to watch visually. You have things like lighting and sound that are theoretically technical, but you know, like we have microphones, we have like windows that we can use, and then also keeping accessibility in mind is one that I always like to remind people of, whether that is captioning, whether that is using like descriptive words for any photos you're posting, all of these sorts of things. The other thing I would also say is know that it's going to take you a while to find your stride. Content creation, specifically when it comes to individuals, is very much a trial and error. You are not going to have it right on the first time, and you have to be aware that it's going to continue to evolve as you evolve. I think a lot of pitfalls and creative blocks that people fall into come when you find something that works, and then you think that you have to just keep doing that one thing. So explore, try different things, feel free to like experiment, and have fun with it. That's the main thing, I think, is do it if you enjoy it.
Thank you so much for your time here today, Morgan. I really appreciate hearing from you. This is Morgan Ecroth. Big round of applause for her. Yes.
Thank you. We will rearrange the stage for the panel discussion. So while we prepare the panel discussion, let me give you the brief announcement of GAFE Show Excellence Award. And after the panel discussion, there will be the GAFE Show Excellence Award ceremony in this hall. Among 60 products selected for Cherry's Choice, awards will be presented to the 10 outstanding brands and products recognized their excellence. The awards of creative design, outstanding innovation, superior sustainability, made in Korea, and Savor Leader Awards. So your attendance will be so much grateful. So please join us after the panel discussion. In this panel discussion, the speakers in the morning session and in the afternoon, the speakers will be on the stage, and the moderator will discuss the topic while the presentation they gave or the other current issues or critical issues, Mr. Orson will ask a question on behalf of you. So those of you who want to ask a question or give the idea or express your opinion, comments, anything welcome. So you can ask a question in Korean or English, anything's welcome. So I'd like to invite the speakers, Aspen Piper and Mikhail Selmer and A.G. Kunimotomo and Morgan Eckhart. Would you please have a seat? Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome the speakers and moderator with a warm round of applause.
Hello, panel. Let's panel. So we can get questions from the audience. We have some questions up here. We can talk about any of the things we talked about here today or any other questions you have that you just need to know the opinions of these experts we have on stage about. What I think I might like to talk about, first of all, is failure. It's one thing we haven't really covered here today. But in our business, Barista Magazine, we've had things that we've tried that haven't worked out. And my question is, when you are trying something new and it's not working, when do you know it's not working? What do you do about it? And how do you move on? I would like to hear anybody's experience with that, because I think overcoming failure is essential for running any sort of business. Nothing works 100%. So if anybody has an example, I would love to hear. No? No example?
I think we can maybe, we can share definitely a story or two about opening up from, like, coming from a smaller place in Denmark, like this. It's not a town, but it's a small little city, and opening up the second location, getting that going. That took us quite some tries, and especially with such a curious and team and myself being very entrepreneurial and I just want to get going. So sometimes doing that at a pace where things didn't work out, and paying for that was definitely something we were spending at least 3 or 4 years on.
3 or 4 years.
We tried the second location worked out all right.
I'm sorry, did you say the second location?
Yeah.
So you tried 2 locations and they didn't work? And
it was
third time it was tried.
Looking back at it from doing that in a small little community with limited amount of potential guests and followers, but trying to learn and setting up a business and setting up an infrastructure that and trying to grow. That was just not easy coming from a small place. I think that's why we also started traveling very early on and saw the need to do that, and maybe that's why we were dreamers from day one.
Fantastic.
I was trying to think about failure is always, because your mind doesn't want to like dive in and pick out one of those stories, but I think one that often comes to mind for me comes from like the competition world. And in the first year that I ever competed, I made it to nationals, which was terrifying and scary, but like felt very good as a first-time competitor. And I made kind of the naive like mental decision that because I had done that in the first year that I was competing, like that was my new floor. And it was, you know, I just kind of assumed that I would be able to do that again in future years, and it would only be up from there. And that mentality going into my next year of competing led me to a lot of things that I kind of, I don't necessarily call them failures, but like really hard learning moments, because my second year competing, I didn't make it to nationals. I actually ranked like pretty low overall in competition. And in that moment, you know, you feel all these things of like, I'm never gonna do this again, and like this was awful and it sucked. But for me, then moving out of that, considering what I was going to do next with that like kind of perceived failure, I had to really go back to my why of like, why am I doing this? Is it truly just to win and to get points, which doesn't feel like a very good metric for success. Like only one person wins every year. And figuring out how to define other metrics of success for myself within competition, but also just in like any projects I took on, like any business, any of that. If I don't succeed in that thing, what have I learned, or what do I want to take away from those experiences?
I can say for one experience that we had at Barista Magazine, this is probably a decade ago or more, but it was with an app that somebody approached us with. Hey, I'm gonna build you this app for free. It's going to do all these great things, because they wanted to get the experience building an app. We didn't have a budget for it, so when they said free, I was really drawn to that. And you know, it wasn't worth free. The amount of work that still had to go into it was significant. It was difficult to make it match the rest of our brand, because we weren't really in control of it, because it was actually something that somebody was trying. And so, to me, it was a lesson that free can cost a lot, that if you don't have a clear goal when you're going into it, that what you can end up spending your time and your energy on can be significant without it ever being something you ever set out to do. So for us, since then, or what we try to do is, like you had said, I think everybody in their presentation, is do things that fit our brand and stay within that lane of, doesn't mean we can't try new things, but we have to make sure that it fits with what we want people to think of when they think of Barista Magazine. And that can be a difficult lesson to learn, not just from the failure of the app, but just to find out that something that seemed like such a great deal wasn't a great deal at all. So one of the things that we've talked a lot about up here, again, is storytelling, and the importance of storytelling when it comes to building a brand in coffee, but also for actually selling and retailing coffee. And I know the omakase experience, for example, is all about storytelling, right? You want and you're creating a lifelong memory for the consumer by providing those stories while you're providing the coffees. And to me, as a journalist, it's part of the reason I like to write about coffee. It's a natural subject for storytelling, because it does require so many people, so many countries, so much cooperation, that it's a natural fit for telling the tale of coffee. I wasn't just meaning for you to listen to me, but do you have anything you want to add to that? I got it right? Sure.
そうですね、コーヒーおまかせっていう形が、このような形で、今いろんな 世界中の方に興味を持ってもらえるふうになるとは思っていませんでした。特にコーヒーおまかせをやりたいっていうよりも、まずは、私たち、うちのスタッフ、私たちのスタッフの中にもコンペティターが何人もいます。で日々、そのコンペティターの、練習、あとは積み重ねている研究、そういったものを見ていて、それを、コンペティションだけで、アウトプットするというのはもったいないってすごく思いました。よくあるのは、バリスタチャンピオンはいるけれども、その人の味を、味わいたい、あとは、シグネチャービバレッジへどんな味なんだろうって皆さんお客さんは思ってると思います。でも、それを味わう場というのはどうしてもやっぱりイベントになってしまうんですよね。でイベントになってしまうと、限られたお客様しか、体験できないんです。で、私はそれを、どうして営業の中で、それをやらないのか、ジャッジに、プレゼンテーションするんではなくて、お客様にそのプレゼンテーションをすることで、評価をいただくっていう気持ちで、このコーヒーおまかせっていう形が始まったんですね。なので、やはりそのレストランの話にまた戻ってしまうんですけれども、世界のシェフの、技術を味わえると同じように、トップバリスタの、考える、シグネチャービバレッジであるとか、そのストーリーというものを体験していただくというのが大きな目的でした。でもこのコーヒーおまかせという形で、こう広がっていったその背景には、やはりそのバリスタたち、特に10年15年20年と経験を積んできたバリスタたちが、アウトプットするステージがどんどんなくなっていくんですね。そのバリスタたち、その経験に応じて本来ならば、お給料を上げていかなければいけないんですけれども、いかんせお客様からお値段いただく、コーヒーの代金というのは、アルバイトパートタイムの人が入れても、10年選手のバリスタが入れても同じ値段なんです。これでは、その働くバリスタたちのお給料を上げていくことが難しくなってくるんですよね。ですので、私はそのコーヒーおまかせを作りたかったというのは、大きな理由としてはやはりその経験のある素晴らしいバリスタの、技術を、日々営業の中で一般のお客様に楽しんでいただく機会を作りたかったというのが、一つこのおまかせができた理由です。
That's fantastic. Yes, pay baristas well. They deserve it. They work hard. And I appreciate that you're finding a way to respect the craft of the barista and elevate it along with the coffee. That's tremendous. So earlier I asked about failures, and we all enjoyed talking about that. So let's talk about something different. How about success? Is there something for your business or brand that was a success that surprised you, or was more successful than you were anticipating?
そうですね、先ほどおっしゃったような失敗についてなんですけれども、まず、その失敗というのをどういうふうに捉えるか、その人次第だと思います。で、私も日々小さな失敗はたくさんあると思います。ただ、その小さな失敗を、教訓としてどういうふうに、またアップデートしていくのかということを繰り返す、要するにその続けていけばどんどん改善されてより良くなっていくので、私はもうこのビジネスを長く続けていますけれども、その失敗したということは、この仕事を辞めない限りないと思うんです。これを続けていく、向上していくということがあれば、失敗っていうことを私は今のところは感じたことはありません。
I love that.
I can maybe add a bit to finishing reading that. I think like in a similar vein, treating like failure also as information, you think it's important to do that with success as well. I think when we started with our coffee works, we didn't expect all of a sudden to go as deep as we did with sourdough bakery and lamination processes. So I think early on I saw that as a sort of as an information just to explore that more, and not just personally, but just to see if we could attract the best possible people, so we could elevate that. Because I didn't expect when we started that La Capra would be known for our pastries and our sourdough bread, and a lot of people would ask, like, how did we go about that, and how did we sort of balance that with a reputation for that, you know, when within the coffee world. And I think it's just like it was like two different worlds that sort of just came together. So we have a beautiful bakery program and a department there, and then we have some coffee professionals working in a different department.
Fantastic.
そうですね、今エスベンがお話したように私もその一番初め2011年に表参道コーヒーをオープンした時は一人で立っていました。約1年ほど休みもなく一人で1日オープンクローズをやるワンマンのお店をやっていました。でその頃は外国のお客様に認められるなんて全く思っていませんでした。ただ今まで積み重ねてきたことを丁寧に着実にやっていたところ、そういうふうにお客様、外国のお客様から支持をいただくようになり、それがどんどん大きくなっていくと同時に、そのビジネスを大きくしていくからにはそのお客様の期待に応えるだけの自分たちのその知識や経験を積み上げていかなければいけないというそのプレッシャーの方が大きかったと思います。たくさんお客さんが来ることで世界中のコーヒーラバーたちが集まる、その期待に応えるということが私の中での一つ大きなミッションと活力になってきたと思います。
Did you want to add anything, Mark? Okay. Do we have any questions from the audience? Our beautiful audience out there. Any hands? Yeah, I see a hand way up there. Here comes a microphone.
네. 아까도 질문했었는데요. 근데 이제 그 각 분야에서 그리고 각 나라에서 본인만의 신념으로 사업을 펼쳐보신 분들이니까 이제 본인만의 어떤 커피의 가능성을 알아보시고서 본인들만의 사업을 진행하셨을 텐데, 이제 내년에 SCA에 여러 가지 새롭게 도입되는 것들도 있고 앞으로 미래의 커피 산업이 또 어떤 식으로 발전할지에 대해서 생각해 보신 게 있으신지 아니면 전망이 있으신지 듣고 싶습니다.
Well, I think one thing that's possible that we saw last month at the World Barista Championship in Milan, the question about future things in coffee, the Malaysian competitor competed with a Liberica, which is pretty unusual. First time that that's ever been on the competition stage as far as I know, and they made it all the way to the finals. I think that there are a few places now that are investing in Liberica. I think looking at other species in addition to the Arabica and Robusta is something that we'll probably see more of as the climate continues to change and the challenges for producing coffee increase. The idea of having different coffees that might be less susceptible to drought, heat, or pestilence could be very valuable.
It's a hard question. I feel like I'm with relatively limited experience, all things considered, like not qualified to give a really objective answer, but I think we have seen, we were talking about a little bit earlier in the answers with automation being a really big thing, and it seems with every show there's always like new pieces of equipment and new innovations like streamlining barista work, and I think we are probably getting towards the point where it feels like there's going to be a little bit of a reaction to that, almost moving back in the other way, where the pendulum is going to swing more towards like the manual experiences, kind of in reaction to this really, really intense growth period of automation and innovation, specifically in technology.
That brings me to another question I have, which is how do you distinguish whether we're looking at a trend which is something that's going to last long term versus a fad like Dubai chocolate that's going to be over in a few months maybe, and how do we make sure we're investing in something that's going to last and not going to be a flash in the pan?
Quality never goes out of fashion.
You said quality never goes out of fashion.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how you distinguish. But I remember once upon a time, cold brew didn't exist, right? And now, how much of the sales are made up by cold brew? So that was obviously a trend when it came in, and it's lasted, and it was worthwhile for those companies to invest in it. But Frappuccinos didn't last. And I'm just curious if there are things that you look for besides quality that, my customers are asking for this, or I want to provide it before they ask for it, because I want to be the first shop here doing these drinks or doing these new pastries or whatever it is.
I mean, I think at the core of it for us, I think we don't really seek attention like that so much. Like we're sort of a bit of a quiet brand in many ways, I would say. But at the same time, Dubai chocolate is pretty nice. I don't know if it's going to be around and if it would add value to our brand long term and our like sensibilities and our way of communicating our values. Probably not. But I also think it's nice to be open-minded to nice, like spontaneous ideas that might not like live long, but that can add something to your work, like short term as well. I think Korea is a good example of a place where there's a lot of that, and some people appreciate it more than others. But I think it's also a question of authenticity, being authentic to what you have created, and stick to quality. Yeah.
I think similarly to that, my question would always be like, is this something I would engage with or serve or whatever the method is, regardless of it being a trend, like kind of abstracting the object, whether it's a flavor or a drink or like a service temperature or like whatever that is that something I would want to do, even if it wasn't, trending in whatever form it is the question I would always ask.
How much do you bring your staff into making these kinds of decisions when you're talking about what you're offering on bar, or if your staff ever comes to you like, I'm really excited about this new coffee, I think we should serve it, or I think we should do something different? How much input do they get?
I can say a few words about that, sure. I think we have a relatively flat hierarchy at La Capra, and I think there's a lot of things coming from the bar managers. Of course, it's often very technical about how to make their workflows better, especially in my field, designing bars. I'm very depending on, we have a head of quality for both bakeries and for cafes, so they're an active part of when we develop projects. We have so many projects abroad, and they're always a little bit different, and I'm not by any means an expert in baking, and I'm not on top of new ovens or new recipes. So I think in order to succeed, people on the floor, people actually developing recipes, they need to be able to supply me with information so that I can make spaces for them to perform in.
Do we have any other questions from the audience out there? We're running to the end of our panel time. We have time for, yes, I see a hand right here.
Hey, hi. You spoke about what could be the next big trend, right? That could last. And you spoke about cold brew and other very big trends that we have. And I believe now after the 5th wave of coffee, we could have a 6th wave, right? That could be about the water perspective and how water can influence not only the coffee, the tea, the cold brew, the pastry. So I'd like to hear from you guys, what are your perspectives from this water wave that can be now come after the 5th wave of coffee?
For me personally, that has probably been one of the biggest sort of challenges over the years, like figuring that out. I think I ended up being a little bit more like relaxed about it, and like those differences and nuances, embrace them a little bit more. I don't know which wave I would add, like, you know, the attention to water. I think we have been pretty attentive over the years. I mean, certainly I remember one of our shops, you know, the output just didn't work with the system we had in place. And it just didn't go from, you know, small issues here and there. It just went from, you know, working to not working, and like being servable to not servable. And I think those nuances have sort of made people more and more aware and more technical about it, and maybe chased in like some of the waves you're talking about, maybe chased an unrealistic sort of goal here to streamline the output in an unrealistic way, because like coffee, I mean, it's a very it's a very hard product to control. But incredibly important for the output, and incredibly important for the for the industry that we get to a place where we can control it a little bit more than what's happening at the moment still.
Well, I want to thank everybody for coming to the World Coffee Leaders Forum. I want to thank my panelists up here with me, Epson Piper, Mikkel Selmer, Ichi Kunitomo, and Morgan Eckroth. Thank you for your time, for your expertise, and for sharing it all with us today. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To express our appreciation of organizing committee, we will be presenting the appreciation plaque. Would you please stand up and wait for a moment and remain seated? Yes. Would you please move to the left side, if you don't mind? Sir, would you please move to the left side? Thank you for insightful presentation and in-depth the panel discussion. With this panel discussion, we could gain the new perspectives and new insight. Thank you. And to express our appreciation, the organizing committee prepared the appreciation plaque to speakers and our moderator. So would you please remain seated? And also after this appreciation plaque ceremony, there will be the Excellence Award ceremony here. So you'll be so much grateful. All the participants remain seated and join us and congratulate the winners of the Excellence Choice. Okay, here we go. So, the chair of the World Coffee Leaders Forum 2025, the Danny Sheen, will be presenting the appreciation plaque to speakers and our moderator. So I'd like to invite Danny Sheen to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause. All speakers and the moderator, would you please move forward to the center? Okay, so Mr. Aspen Piper, would you please step forward? All speakers, thank you. Thank you for your dedication. We'll be presenting the appreciation plaque. Okay. Thank you all the commitments. So now we will take a commemorative photograph. So would you please present it? 네, 바로 전달하도록 하겠습니다. 네. Thank you. Please give a big hand. And Mr. Mikhail Summer, thank you for all the engagement, for your insights. And Mr. H. Kunimotomo, thank you for your presentation. And Ms. Morgan Eckrose, thank you for sharing your insights and ideas and experiences. And Candice R. Olson, thank you for leading us the sessions. All of you made this session. Now we will take a group photo here. So ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause to all the speakers of World Coffee Leaders Forum 2025. Thank you. Thank you. So now we'll be presenting. Okay. One more time. Please give a big smile. 여러분 다시 한번 박수로 함께 해주십시오. Thank you. So you may return to your seat. Thank you very much. So all the speakers, it would be so much appreciated if you join us the Excellence Award. 네, 곧이어서 우리 오늘 잠시 후 제24회 서울 카페쇼 엑셀런스 어워드 시상식을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 영상과 여러 가지 좀 앞서서 순서가 있기 때문에 잠시 대표님 자리로 모시고 또 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 지금부터 제24회 서울 카페쇼 엑셀런스 어워드 시상식을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 24th Seoul Cafe Show Excellence Award. 이 자리에 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 먼저 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. I'd like to express our sincere gratitude and I'd like to congratulate all your efforts and dedication. 오늘 시상식은 서울 카페쇼 공식 영상을 시작으로 카페쇼 키워드 소개, 어워드 그리고 시상과 기념 촬영 순으로 진행되겠습니다. The ceremony will begin with the official Seoul Cafe Show video, followed by the introduction of the keywords of 2026 Seoul International Cafe Show, and we will have the award presentations and group photo session. 제24회 서울 카페쇼는 다양성을 키워드로 한 잔에 담긴 더 큰 커피 세상을 주제로 선정을 했습니다. 어느새 아시아 최대의 커피 행사인 서울 카페쇼가 올해로 24회째를 맞이했는데요. 그동안 커피 시장이 이렇게 성장해온 것을 보면 우리가 좋아하는 이 작은 커피 한 잔이 어쩌면 우리 생각보다 어마어마하게 클 거란 생각이 듭니다. Now in its 24th year at the largest coffee event in Asia, Seoul International Coffee Show reflects how far the coffee industry has come. It reminds us that the simple cup of coffee we enjoy every day might be far bigger and more influential than we imagine. 그럼 먼저 제24회 서울 카페쇼 공식 홍보 영상을 함께 보시겠습니다. So please turn your attention to the screen. 네, 오늘 오전부터 이어졌던 바로 월드커피리더스포럼의 또 영상을 보셨고요. 자, 이어서 우리 커피 산업의 키워드를 여러분께 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 서울 카페쇼가 선정한 2026년 커피 산업 키워드 지금부터 시작하겠습니다. 비욘드 카페 공명의 시대입니다. 먼저 B, Better Community를 의미합니다. 사람과 브랜드가 함께 문화를 만들어가는 새로운 연결의 장을 의미합니다. E, Everyday Wellness, 감각의 균형이 만들어낸 일상 속 회복의 기술을 뜻합니다. Your moment, 나의 시간 그리고 감정으로 완성되는 한 잔의 순간을 뜻합니다. O, Original Local, 로컬의 감성, 자원이 브랜드의 스토리가 되는 것을 의미하죠. N, Nature Forward, 작고 가볍게 진짜 덜 소비하는 미학의 시대를 의미합니다. 마지막, Digital Touch, 기술이 감각을 읽고 또 감정으로 확장되는 순간을 의미합니다. 따라서 2026년의 커피 키워드는 비욘드가 되겠습니다. 2026년에 또 여러분들 뵙게 됐을 땐 또 여러분들이 어떤 모습 그리고 또 어떠한 궁금증이 있을지 굉장히 기대가 됩니다. I'm so excited to next year 2026 Seoul Coffee Show and the World Coffee Leaders Forum. I'm curious that what you ask a question to the speakers and audiences, your opinions are so much wondering that you're all the future in the 2026. 자, 오늘의 행사를 그럼 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 카페쇼 엑셀런스 어워드, 서울 카페쇼 특별 쇼케이스, 체리스 초이스 뉴, 신제품, 핫, 인기 제품에 선정된 60개 브랜드 중에서 부문별 우수 브랜드를 선정하는 서울 카페쇼 공식 어워드입니다. Today's Coffee Show Excellence Award recognized the top brands in each category, selected from 60 brands featured Cherry's Choice, New Product and Hot Best Selling Products. 시상은 Creative Design Award, Outstanding Innovation Award, Spirit Sustainability Award, Made in Korea Award, Saver Leader Award 순서로 진행이 되겠습니다. 오늘 시상은 함께 해주실 방금 우리 또 감사패를 전달해 주신 신현대 대표님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. I'd like to invite the CEO of Xforum, the organizer and host of the Seoul Coffee Show and chair of World Coffee Leaders Forum will present the awards. 그럼 먼저 우수한 디자인의 브랜드에게 수여되는 크리에이티브 디자인상 시상이 있겠습니다. First, we will begin the Creative Design Award presenting to the brand with outstanding design. Creative Design Award goes to Millennium, Macrocom. Congratulations! 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 네, 먼저 밀레니엄부터 시상을 하도록 하겠습니다. Creative Design Award Millennium. 네. Creative Design is awarded in recognition of the highest standard of excellence in achievements. The winner of this award was honored by Coffee Show Excellence Award. 축하드립니다. 네, 기념 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이어서 매크로콤 자리해 주십시오. The Creative Design Award, Macrocom Company Limited, the citation is the same. Congratulations, 축하드립니다. 매크로콤 뛰어난 혁신적인 디자인으로 수상하셨습니다. 축하드립니다. 네, 감사합니다. 네, 천천히 자리로 모시겠습니다. 이어서 높은 최신 기술을 자랑하는 브랜드에게 수여되는 Outstanding Innovation 시상이 있겠습니다. It will present Outstanding Innovation Awards. Outstanding Innovation Awards goes to Nucleus Coffee to Korea, Wilfa Korea. Congratulations. 네, 먼저 뉴클리어스 자리해 주시고요. Outstanding Innovation Award is award in recognition, highest standard of excellence, innovative achievements. The winner of this award was honored by Coffee Show Excellence Award. 네, 뉴클리어스 커피톨 코리아가 오늘 또 이노베이션 아웃스탠딩 어워드를 수상하셨습니다. 높은 기술로 오늘 이 자리에 뛰어난 것을 인정을 받았는데요. 여러분 뉴클리어스 커피톨 코리아에게 다시 한번 축하의 박수 보내주십시오. 네, 감사합니다. 또 오늘 이어서 함께 해주셨고요. 다음에 오늘 지속 가능한 브랜드에게 수여되는 상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. The Superior Sustainability Award. 네, 오늘 네, 뉴클리어스 지금 함께 하셨습니다. 뉴클리어스 커피톨 코리아 축하의 박수를 보내주십시오. 자, 뉴클리어스 커피톨에서 최근 기술을 자랑한 브랜드 아웃스탠딩 이노베이션 수상하셨습니다. 감사합니다. 네. 천천히 자리로 모시겠습니다. Sustainable Award goes to 브리타 소프트백. Congratulations. 무대로 모시겠습니다. 네, 먼저 브리타부터 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 브리타 자리해 주십시오. The Superior Sustainability Award is a recognition of the highest standard of the excellence in sustainable achievement. The winner of this award was honored by Seoul Coffee Show Excellence Award. 여러분 축하의 박수 보내주십시오. 감사합니다. 이어서 소프트텍 자리해 주십시오. Superior Sustainability Award Softbank. The citation is the same. An award in recognition of the highest standard of excellence in sustainable achievement. The winner of this award, honored by Coffee Show Excellence Award. 소프트텍 축하드립니다. 감사합니다. 다음은 국내를 대표하는 제조 브랜드에게 수여되는 Made in Korea 시상이 있겠습니다. Made in Korea Award goes to 카파 INT 쌍계 명차 축하드립니다. 네, 카파 INT부터 하도록 하겠습니다. Made in Korea Award 카파 INT is awarded in recognition of the highest standard of excellence in providing made in Korea product. The winner of this award was honored by Coffee Show Excellence Award. 축하드립니다. 이어서 쌍계 명차 앞으로 자리해 주십시오. The Made in Korea Award 쌍계 명차 in approving Made in Korea. The winner of this award is honored by Coffee Show Excellence Award. 축하드립니다. 네, 감사합니다. 축하의 말씀을 전합니다. 다음은 F&B 업계를 리드하는 브랜드에게 수여되는 Saver Leader Award가 있겠습니다. Saver Leader Award goes to 휴롬 홀랜더 초콜릿 축하드립니다. 네, 먼저 휴롬부터 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 휴롬 앞으로 모시겠습니다. The Saver Leader Award is awarded in recognition of the highest standard of the excellence in industry-leading achievements. The winner of this award was honored by Coffee Show Excellence Award. 축하드립니다. 감사합니다. 이어서 홀랜도 초콜릿 함께 해주십시오. Saver Leader Award, Holland Chocolate. This excellence in industry-leading achievements. The winner of this award was honored by Coffee Show Excellence Award. 네, 홀랜도 초콜릿 F&B Savory Award를 시상하셨습니다. 축하의 박수 보내주십시오. 감사합니다. 네, 오늘 시상 수고해주신 대표님 감사합니다. 자, 이것으로 오늘 제24회 서울 카페쇼 공식 어워드를 모두 마쳤습니다. 수상하신 분들, 기업체분들께서는요, 상패, 케이스 그리고 꽃다발의 쇼핑백을 무대 입구에 저희가 마련해 두었습니다. 가실 때 꼭 받아가시길 바라도록 하겠습니다. So with this, we conclude the Coffee Show, the Excellence Award. 네, 바쁘신 일정에도 오늘 또 이 자리 시상식에도 함께해 주신 분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. We'd like to express our sincere gratitude for joining us the award ceremony. 또 우리 참석자분들도 오늘 함께 축하해 주셔서 진심으로 감사드립니다. 네, 이것으로 오늘 제14회 또 서울 월드 커피 리더스 포럼과 또 서울 커피쇼 엑셀런스 어워드를 모두 마치겠습니다. 여러분 모두 성과 있는 또 유의미한 시간이 되시길 바라겠습니다. I hope you have a very rewarding experiences in this Seoul International Coffee Show and World Coffee Leaders Forum. Thank you and have a great evening.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Cafe Show Seoul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money. That's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Cafe Show Seoul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. Passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Chaud.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. Passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Chaud.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure-giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure-giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure-giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure-giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Cafe Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Cafe Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure-giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Chaud.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure-giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Chaud.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure-giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Show Soul.
Sometimes I look back over all this and I see our heritage, the exquisite flavors we have captured, more than 150, imagining all the possibilities. You know, it's what we do. Find the perfect flavor, dream up solutions, and we do it simply with passion. A passion for innovation. Creators of pleasure-giving, indulgent experiences, magic moments. Something real. That's money, that's us.
Small cup of coffee we hold may be much bigger than we imagine. From just one cup, creative souls find new paths, dreamers uncover inspiration, visionaries share their insights, and hopeful hearts see brighter tomorrows. One cup, all worlds. Shall we journey together?
A cup of the world.
Café Show Soul.